Marshall Peak Chapter 335 to Chapter 366. These days, the two sisters had been hiding in the ash-gray cloud evil land and hadn't had a chance to rest. They had also been hunted down by free and unfettered sex forces, and if it weren't for their twin chi shared spirit divine art restoring their yuan chi quickly, they would have been caught long ago. After entering the evil cavern, the two of them had to deal with the evil spirits, so they had become increasingly exhausted. Their yuan chi was almost completely depleted. It will take at least half a day for you to restore your yuan chi. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. In any case, I won't go until I'm in peak condition. Hu Jiao'er pursed her lips, her red cheeks extremely attractive. I have a way. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, directly dipping a drop of myriad drug liquid from the black book space and stretching out his finger towards Hu Jiao'er, saying, "Open your mouth." Hu Jiao'er opened her cherry mouth almost reflexively. This inadvertent reaction showed that she didn't have much vigilance towards Yang Kai. Placing his finger in her mouth, Hu Jiao'er's expression froze for a moment before she suddenly woke up. Her almond eyes widened, and her face flushed with anger. Just as she was about to curse, Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Suck it in." Hu Jiao'er frowned, and in the next moment, she felt a sweet taste spread from the tip of her tongue. As this taste spread, a surge of warm energy seeped into her stomach, spreading throughout her limbs and bones. In just a short moment, her nearly depleted yuan qi actually began to rapidly recover. Her expression couldn't help but change slightly as she stared at Yang Kai in surprise, but she didn't find the slightest obscene expression on his face. Instead, he was completely serious. Hu Jiao'er knew that what Yang Kai had given her was an incredible treasure, so she couldn't bear to waste it. Suppressing her shyness, she curled up her tongue and sucked on Yang Kai's finger. After a few moments, her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly became watery and embarrassed, and her whole face blushed. Yang Kai chuckled and slowly pulled out his finger, leaving behind a trail of sparkling silk. NNNN. Hu Jiao'er suddenly felt a little ashamed, moaning from her throat. Yang Kai was also quite embarrassed, he hadn't expected her reaction to be so strong. Between his fingers seemed to be lingering Hu Jiao'er's soft tongue, so he couldn't help feeling a surge of emotions. Wiping his fingers without a trace, Yang Kai took out a drop of myriad drug liquid and extended it to Hu Mei'er. "It's your turn." Hu Mei'er tilted her head and said shyly, I think. I don't want it anymore. This guy, what kind of time is this? Mei'er, he's giving us something to replenish our true essence. It's not what you think. Hu Jiao'er sat down cross-legged. Calm, that's good stuff, eat it quickly. Hu Jiao'er urged again. Two. She was much more shy than her sister, completely different from her previous self. You two were fine at first, I'll stand guard. Yang Kai lightly coughed and stood in front of him. N. The charming pair nodded slightly and quickly circulated their twin chi shared spirit divine art. On the other side of the stone platform, Chen Yi, Tao Yang, and the others were on guard against the evil spirits while eagerly looking over. Brother Yang has been gone for so long, why hasn't he returned yet? Chen Yi frowned slightly, puzzled. Tao Yang chuckled, it seems that Brother Yang is having a good time with them. Those two girls don't seem to be wary of him, they're so close to him. Looking over from here, although they couldn't see their faces, they could still make out a vague figure. The distance between Yang Kai and the charming pair was only 3 feet. If they were wary, how could they let others stand in front of them? Amazing. It seems that Brother Yang is quite good at dealing with women. Chen Yi couldn't help but praise. Humph. Lung Shan snorted. Back in that isolated world, she and ZMO had suffered a great loss at the hands of Yang Kai, so she knew that this person was really good at dealing with women. She and ZMO had originally planned everything to make Kai Yang beg for death, but they couldn't. But in the end, not only did her hatred for Yang Kai diminish, but so did ZMO. On the contrary, she was grateful to him. If he didn't have some means, how could he have done all this? They're coming! Chen Yi suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked up and saw Yang Kai and the two women flying side by side towards them. Amazing! Tao Yang also couldn't help but admire this young man. In such a short time, he had made those two women willingly follow him. Tao Yang couldn't help but feel that he didn't have the ability to eliminate their wariness and hostility. On the high platform not far away, Yu Qing's pupils also constricted as he stared at the charming figure of the two flowers without blinking. His eyes flickered with an obscene light as the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold sword-like smile. The three of them had only flown halfway when a sudden change occurred below them. In the midst of the countless evil spirits battle, the thick ink-like demonic chi surged. Yang Kai didn't know what these evil spirits were doing, but a flood dragon-like demonic chi shot up from the ground and sealed off the surrounding space, making it impossible for Yang Kai and the charming twin flowers to escape. "Be careful." Chinny couldn't help but shout out a warning. Before he could finish his words, a bright light suddenly burst forth and Yang Kai's entire body became as dazzling as a scorching sun as his true Yang Yuan Qi burst forth. The pure true Yang Yuan Qi directly formed an oval light curtain that enveloped Yang Kai in a radius of 1 meter. As a warm feeling spread out, Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier both relaxed as the colding energy around them was dispelled. They were just about to make a move to defend themselves when they heard this. Clang. When the evil chi hit the light curtain, a series of ear-piercing sounds rang out, as if salt had been sprinkled in boiling oil. The sounds continued, but they couldn't penetrate the light curtain at all. They were all blocked on the outside. So awesome. Qingying couldn't help but curse, her pair of eyes widened as she stared blankly in front of her. The young attribute Yuan Qi that can restrain the evil Qi is really amazing. Tao Yang excitedly looked at Yang Kai, but this Yuan Qi is too pure. What grade of Yuan Qi is it? Although they had never experienced the consequences of coming into contact with the evil Qi, they could imagine that the taste would not be pleasant. Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi was actually able to block the evil Qi, which was beyond their expectations. Didn't this mean that Yang Kai could freely enter and exit from the ground? They just had to be careful not to be attacked by the evil spirits. After blocking the attack of the evil Qi, Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier took the initiative to move closer to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was even more impolite, directly hugging the two beauties and urging his true Yang Yuan Qi to quickly return. After landing back on the high platform, Hu Jiaoer hurriedly broke free from his embrace and glared at him hatefully, whispering, "Wait until this matter is over, then I'll deal with you for your frivolous sins." Haha. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh, but didn't answer. The arrival of the two sisters greatly boosted the morale of the other side, especially since the two of them were also outstanding beauties, not to mention they looked the same, so when they stood side by side, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. Lung Shan secretly compared herself to them and couldn't help sighing slightly in her heart. She found that these two girls, whether in terms of appearance or temperament, were superior to her. Both were first-class beauties. Greetings to the two ladies. Chenny cupped his fists and greeted. Humph. Hu Jiaoer didn't like him. Although this group of people had never met each other, the two charming flowers knew that in addition to the free and unfettered sect, there was another group of people chasing them, and this group was none other than Ghost King Valley. Now that they met, naturally she didn't show him any respect. Perceiving Hu Jiaoer's indifference, Chenny couldn't help feeling embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Jiaoer, you came here first, did you notice anything unusual? What happened here? Yang Kai asked. Now was not a good time to start a conflict. Hu Jiaoer's face turned cold as she furrowed her brows and said, Meier and I were fighting an evil spirit. We don't know what happened, but a large mass of evil chi suddenly gushed out from the ground. After this evil chi appeared, the evil spirit became somewhat abnormal. Meier and I saw that the situation was not right and wanted to escape, but many evil spirits rushed in from all directions and blocked us here. Evil chi gushing out from the ground? Qin Yi's expression changed as he hurriedly asked, where is it? Hu Jiaoer no longer targeted him and instead pointed in a certain direction. Over there, do you see that evil chi? That place is very similar to a spirit spring. Following the direction she pointed, everyone looked over and sure enough, they saw that the evil chi was surging even more fiercely, as if all the evil chi below was coming from that place. Furthermore, as the evil aura increased, the water-like evil aura at the bottom also gradually rose to a higher position. No way. Qin Yi's face went pale. How could we be so unlucky? What is that? Yang Kai saw that Qin Yi seemed to know something about the situation and asked with a frown. That's the evil spirit spring. In the distance, an old voice came and answered Xianxia's question. Everyone was startled and turned their heads to look, only to see a group of people in the distance flying over in a hurry, followed by a large number of purple evil spirits. Another group of people was being chased over. The number of people in this group wasn't too large, only an old man leading 4 young people, but this old man was undoubtedly an immortal ascension boundary master. Perceiving this old man's strength, everyone showed a trace of dread. Immortal ascension boundary masters generally wouldn't appear here, they would usually go deeper into the evil cavern. The old man moved like an eagle, protecting the 4 young people beside him, the artifact in his hand glowing brilliantly as he repelled the evil spirits in front of him. Mid-air, he swept his eyes over the group of free and unfettered sect disciples standing on the high platform and said, "Make some space for us." Yu Qing's expression became bitter, but he didn't dare refuse, quickly ordering his brothers and junior brothers to retreat to the side. The old man quickly led the 4 young people down, glancing faintly at Yu Qing. "Free and unfettered sect? Do you have any objections?" Yu Qing smiled and said, "Senior must be joking, this high platform is also very spacious." N. The old man nodded gently, very satisfied with Yu Qing's concession. Here, the old man's strength was the strongest, so even if Yu Qing was cursing in his heart, he didn't dare show it in front of him. After the 4 young men who had come with the old man landed, all of them stared at the charmed slaves around the free and unfettered sect male disciples with great interest. These charmed slaves all had eyes like peach blossoms, their beautiful eyes casting flirtatious glances towards them, as if they didn't care about the current crisis or the jealousy of the men around them. "If you don't want to be sucked dry by these women, don't even think about touching them," the old man lightly reminded them. The 4 young men suddenly blushed and averted their gazes. Free and unfettered sex charmed slaves, when they had sex with another man, could absorb a part of that man's cultivation, and when they had sex with another free and unfettered sect male disciple, they could pass this part of their cultivation to him, thus increasing his strength. Therefore, free and unfettered sex charmed slaves had no taboos when it came to sex. The free and unfettered sect male disciples didn't really discipline these charmed slaves, instead, they were quite happy to let them seduce other men and steal all kinds of benefits. In addition, charmed slaves had a variety of magical functions. In the eyes of free and unfettered sect male disciples, these charmed slaves weren't people, but tools. The old man was obviously very familiar with free and unfettered sect's various methods and was afraid that his juniors would suffer a loss, so he decided to warn them. After speaking, the old man's brow furrowed as he stared down at the so-called evil spirit spring, his seemingly turbid old eyes flashing as they stared towards it. Turning his head, he looked at Xianxia and said, "Ghost King Valley boy, it seems you have some understanding of this evil spirit spring. Explain it to them, otherwise they won't even know how they died." "Yes." Xianxia also wanted to explain to Yang Kai. Now that the old man had said so, he no longer refused. The evil spirit spring is indeed a spring. The 2 young ladies are not mistaken, the evil spirit spring water gushing out from the spring is indeed evil spirit spring water. This water is harmful to us, but to the evil spirits here, it is very beneficial. As long as they are given enough time, they can absorb this evil spirit spring water and become stronger and more condensed. Therefore, this thing is very attractive to them, which is why they rushed here. Xianxia's expression became dignified as he slowly explained. Every time the evil spirit spring appears, when the evil spirit spring bursts out, the evil spirits in the evil cavern will become extremely unstable. As you can see, in order to compete for the spring water below, they will kill each other. For the time being, we are not in any danger. But after a while, once these evil spirits go berserk, we will be attacked. We're really unlucky this time. The evil spirit spring might not even appear once in a few years. I didn't think we would run into it." "Ah. What should we do?" Zhao Rong of Treasure Instrument Sect exclaimed, "Should we take advantage of this opportunity to escape?" "Where are you going?" Xianxia smiled bitterly, "There's nowhere to escape now. Standing here will allow us to live a little longer, but once we leave, I'm afraid we'll die even faster." "Heh, that little brat is right," the old man nodded with a sinister smile, "even an expert like this old master was forced to come here. You bunch of kids still want to escape? You're dreaming." Pausing for a moment, the old man looked at everyone with a smile and said, "How is it? Do you want to join hands with this old man and see if we can find a way out?" Ginny glanced at him and frowned. "What kind of plan does Senior have?" "No plan. The only thing we can do is kill." The old man chuckled. "Although your strength isn't very high, there are still a lot of people here." Fortunately, there were a lot of them. As long as they didn't give up, they might be able to survive. Moreover, since you dared to come to the evil cavern, you must have brought a lot of artifacts to restrain these evil spirits, right? Yes. Chenny nodded. They were different from Xianxia. Naturally, they had made sufficient preparations before daring to come to the evil cavern. They hadn't used any artifacts before because they didn't need to. That's right. When we start fighting, you can use everything you've learned in your life to your heart's content. Heh heh heh. If this old master is free, he will definitely help you. The old man nodded with a smile. He seemed to be very kind. Chinny smiled wryly and cupped his fists. "Many thanks for Senior's kindness." He didn't believe this old man would take care of his group, but the number of evil spirits was simply too great. If they died too quickly, the pressure on the old man's side would definitely increase. The current relationship between the two stone platforms could be said to be one of mutual dependence. Therefore, the old man had shown some concern and advice. "At a critical moment, this old master can lend you a hand, but I have a condition." The old man smiled. "What condition?" Chenny asked. The old man stared at the evil spirit spring and quickly said, "If we can survive this crisis, this old master wants what's in that spring. Whoever dares to steal it will be killed without mercy. Juniors only ask for survival." Chenny said coldly. "That would be for the best." The old man sneered and no longer said anything. "What's in that spring?" Xianxia asked curiously in a low voice. Looking at the old man's expression, he seemed to be very interested in what was in that spring, so Xianxia guessed that it was definitely something good. "It's an evil spirit essence." Chinny also whispered back, "But it is definitely a very special evil spirit essence, and the energy it contains is extremely huge." "A very special evil spirit essence?" Xianxia couldn't help feeling excited. Shanqing Luo had said that some evil spirit essences contained energy that could increase one's spiritual energy, while others contained various martial skills. How could an evil spirit essence from an evil spirit spring be of poor quality? However, in this situation, Xianxia had no choice but to restrain his thoughts and focus on preserving his life first. On both sides of the high platforms, everyone was waiting for the right moment. The evil spirit spring below was rising higher and higher, and within the ink-black spring water, there were dozens of bright evil spirit essences, attracting everyone's attention and making them greedy for them. As long as one could go down, they could directly harvest dozens of these evil spirit essences. These evil spirit essences were equivalent to the gains of several days of life experience in the evil cavern. Originally, the evil spirit essences weren't limited to just this little bit. In just a short time, 100 to 200 evil spirits had already died, but even more evil spirit essences had merged with the evil spirit spring and disappeared, turning into energy in the spring water. But even if they were greedy, no one dared to leave the high platform. They could only watch helplessly, their hearts filled with regret. After a while, many evil spirits below screamed in unison. The light on Xianxia's body flickered, seeming to be extremely unstable. Within a radius of 300 meters, it was icy cold, as if it was a terrifying purgatory. "Be careful. All of you try to survive, little kids." "Ha ha ha ha." The old man laughed loudly. Before his laughter had even faded, more than a dozen evil spirits suddenly rushed up, attracted by the blood chi of the many cultivators. They split up and attacked from both sides. With a sharp howl, 6 or 7 evil spirits rushed up from the high platform near Xianxia and the others and surrounded them. Everyone had been waiting for this moment. All of them simultaneously unleashed their martial skills. The strength of these purple evil spirits was not weak, but because everyone was gathered on the high platform, although they couldn't move freely, they still managed to form an airtight defense. As soon as the evil spirits rushed up, they were knocked back, the color of their bodies constantly changing. Before they could rush up again, the Ghost King Valley disciples had already summoned their artifacts. The Ghost King Valley disciples had brought 2 artifacts to restrain these evil spirits, one of which was of the fire attribute. The other was of the lightning attribute. The fire dragon swallowed and spat, burning the 2 evil spirits so much that they screamed incessantly. The flowing electricity also made them tremble incessantly. These 2 artifacts were both Earth-grade top rank. Although they weren't as useful as Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi, they were still quite good. At the very least, they could be used to deal with these evil spirits. Treasure Instrument Sect's Tao Yang was even richer. He directly took out a heaven-grade artifact and ignited a cloud of fire, wrapping the 2 evil spirits in it and urging his Yuan Qi to burn them. The 2 evil spirits kept screaming and trying to break out. However, they were unable to escape the burning range of the cloud of fire. The disciples of the 2 sects were relying on the power of their artifacts. Being able to deal with 4 evil spirits at once was quite extraordinary. The Hu sisters were working together, and although they didn't have an artifact to restrain these evil spirits, using their twin Qi shared spirit divine art, their strength had greatly increased and together, they were able to deal with 1 evil spirit without falling behind. Yang Kai dealt with 1 evil spirit alone, his true Yang Yuan Qi bursting out and enveloping it. At the same time, a sword condensed from Yang liquid appeared in his hand, slashing and slashing at the evil spirit, causing its color to rapidly fade. With each attack, it seemed that the evil spirit's body would shatter. Although he had an artifact like the Azure sword, Yang Kai felt that a weapon condensed from Yang liquid would be more useful to deal with these evil spirits. Now that he had tried it, it seemed that this was indeed the case. The battle was in full swing, and none of the 6 evil spirits were able to break through the blockade, all of them being blocked outside. When everyone saw that the situation was good, they all breathed a sigh of relief and put more effort into their attacks. Soon, the evil spirit Yang Kai was dealing with was defeated, leaving behind a mass of evil spirit essence in front of it. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and directly took this source into his palm before immediately attacking the evil spirit the Hu sisters were dealing with. Hu Jiaoer shot a surprised look at Yang Kai. She hadn't expected that he would be able to deal with an evil spirit alone faster than the 2 of them working together. After not seeing him for 2 years, this little bastard had made a lot of progress. It seemed that she had still underestimated him. Yang Kai and the others on the high platform weren't having a hard time dealing with the evil spirits, but the same was true for the old man and the free and unfettered sect disciples. After all, the old man was an immortal ascension boundary master and the 4 young men around him were also not weak. Coupled with the group from free and unfettered sect, their overall combat strength was much higher than that of Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect. Even though the old man was dealing with the evil spirits, he was still paying attention to Yang Kai and the others, seemingly afraid that they would be defeated by the first wave of attacks. After seeing the Yuan Qi attribute displayed by Yang Kai, the old man couldn't help but light up and shouted, "Young man, do you want to come to this old master's side? This old master can guarantee that you won't die." With his strength combined with Yang Kai's Yuan Qi attribute, once they joined forces, their strength would greatly increase. What's more, Yang Kai's combat strength was also quite good, so naturally the old man wanted to win him over. Listening to the old man's words, the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples all felt their hearts tighten as they glanced towards Yang Kai with slight worry. Although Tao Yang and Shani thought that they were getting along well with Yang Kai, after all, they had only met by chance and didn't have a deep friendship. At this time, if Yang Kai decided to abandon them for a better life, they had no reason to blame him. Moreover, from the perspective of Yang Kai's own interests, there was no doubt that cooperating with this old man would be more beneficial. Thinking of this, everyone was a little worried. Yang Kai leapt off the high platform and stood mid-air, joining the Hu sisters in attacking the evil spirit they were dealing with, his expression as tranquil as an ancient well as calm as ever as he said lightly, "Thank you for your kindness." Hearing this, the old man chuckled meaningfully, "Boy, it's every man for himself. If you cooperate with me, we'll split the evil spirit essence 50 to 50, how about it? This old master won't take advantage of you." "Not so good." Yang Kai decisively refused. This old man didn't look like a good person, and even if Yang Kai didn't care about the Hu sisters' safety, it was impossible for him to ask a tiger for its skin. If they cooperated, he wouldn't be able to escape. "Very well, this old master won't force you." The old man didn't seem to care about Yang Kai's refusal and said lightly, but a cold light flashed across his eyes. This smelly brat doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Seeing Yang Kai act so righteously, the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, a touch of gratitude flashing across their eyes. Only the Hu sisters smiled sweetly at him. Without mentioning anything else, all of them were from Black Plum Town and had known each other for a long time, so they believed that Yang Kai wouldn't abandon them. In the Heaven's Cave inheritance, when they had climbed the 10,000-foot staircase, he had never given up on them. After a while, Yang Kai and the Hu sisters finally defeated the evil spirit, leaving behind a mass of evil spirit essence floating in front of them. Yang Kai reached out and threw his purifying spirit bottle to Hu Jiao'er. Use this to collect it. Don't swallow it directly. Oh. Although Hu Jiao'er had never used the purifying spirit bottle before, at this moment, she could only follow Yang Kai's lead. After trying it out, she directly sucked the purifying spirit source into the bottle. Yang Kai flew to the other side to assist the Treasure Instrument sect and Ghost King Valley disciples. In a short while, all 6 evil spirits had been killed. However, what was strange was that after these evil spirits were attacked by Yang Kai, they had all been killed. There was always a feeling of wanting to run away. The fight had just ended. Before they could catch their breaths, more evil spirits flew up from below. This time, there were even more of them than before. For a moment, everyone was flustered. He had no choice. Yang Kai fought 2 evil spirits alone. Without being able to kill quickly, the drawbacks of Yang Kai's Xianxia Yuanqi immediately became apparent. Xianxia Yuanqi was naturally a sharp weapon to deal with evil spirits. However, because of its restraining nature, the evil spirits seemed to have an instinct that Yang Kai was not to be trifled with. Once they fought for a moment, they would avoid Yang Kai and turn to attack others. Yang Kai was sweating profusely. Like a firefighter, he circled around the high platform where everyone was resting, chasing after the evil spirits as they flew around. The good situation suddenly showed signs of instability. Fortunately, the people on the high platform were not mediocre. Moreover, they carried a lot of artifacts, so every time they were in a crisis, they were always able to turn the situation around. As time passed, the pressure and intensity of the battle became greater and greater. Before a group of evil spirits had been killed, a new one would constantly appear from below. Junior sister, you and the 2 junior brothers use the 5-dragon binding seal to assist brother Yang. Tao Yang saw Yang Kai's awkward situation and quickly shouted. Okay. Zhao Rong said. At the same time, she summoned a seal-like artifact. This artifact had 5 dragon seals on it, and after Zhao Rong and the 2 other Treasure Instrument sect disciples poured their yuan qi into it, accompanied by a series of dragon roars, the 5 dragon seals suddenly materialized and flew out. The 5 dragons circled around. From each of their mouths, a beam of light shot out towards an evil spirit that was flying around. In an instant, this evil spirit seemed to be tied up and struggled in place, but was unable to break free and could only howl incessantly. When Yang Kai saw this, he was overjoyed and quickly rushed up, holding his yang liquid sword and slashing it, killing an evil spirit in just a moment. The 3 Treasure Instrument sect disciples were also smart people. Seeing Yang Kai act so decisively, they quickly changed their hand seals and controlled the 5 dragons to attack another evil spirit. Although 3 of them had been assigned to assist Yang Kai, the situation not only did not collapse, but instead became more and more orderly. During the battle, everyone took out their respective yuan qi pills and took them in advance so that when the time came, their yuan qi wouldn't be enough. Yang Kai didn't need to take any pills, but the Hu sisters had just taken the myriad drug liquid and naturally knew what it was. They were counting on Yang Kai to help them recover, so they didn't take any pills either. The 5 dragon binding seals effect greatly boosted everyone's morale. On the other side of the high platform, whether it was the old man or the free and unfettered sect disciples, all of them were struggling to cope. Although they had an immortal ascension boundary master, they didn't have as many people as Yang Kai and their artifacts weren't as high grade as the ones from Treasure Instrument sect, so even though their combat strength was much higher, they were still at a disadvantage when dealing with these evil spirits. When the old man saw Yang Kai's display of strength, he couldn't help feeling like he had lost a great deal of face. Waving his sleeve, he summoned a gust of wind and directly pushed the two evil spirits towards him. These evil spirits would only attack the flesh and blood closest to them and wouldn't return to attack the old man. With the old man's push, the Hu sisters immediately fell into a crisis. They had been working together to deal with one evil spirit, but now that two had suddenly appeared, how could they possibly deal with them? Yang Kai saw all of this and couldn't help feeling annoyed. He knew that this old man really wasn't a good person, so he quickly dealt with the evil spirits in front of him and quickly rushed over to the Hu sisters' side. As he flew over, Yang Kai flicked his hand and summoned a drop of yang liquid. Under the exquisite control of Yuan Qi, this drop of yang liquid suddenly transformed into a semicircular light curtain that directly enveloped the Hu sisters. The Yuan Qi control method taught by Xiao Fuxing shone brilliantly at this moment. As soon as this light curtain was formed, the two evil spirits had already rushed forward. As soon as their ethereal bodies came into contact with this light curtain, it was as if they had fallen into a pot of boiling oil, making a sizzling sound. Instinctively, the two evil spirits floated backwards. Even the evil spirit that the Hu sisters were dealing with had left them behind, causing them to miss their target. Seeing this, Kai Yang was stunned. He hadn't expected such a thing to happen. How is that possible? Qingying of Ghost King Valley shouted, his face filled with disbelief. Be careful. They're all coming. Lung Shan shouted. The two evil spirits pushed by the old man, along with the one the Hu sisters were dealing with, gave up on Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air and rushed towards the Ghost King Valley group. In an instant, the pressure on everyone increased sharply. Hey, Brother Yang, this isn't right. Chenny was speechless and smiled bitterly. Although the Hu sisters were now extremely safe, their Ghost King Valley group was in big trouble. Sorry. I didn't know this would happen. Yang Kai also wore an embarrassed expression. Fortunately, he was right next to them, otherwise, it would have been hard to say what kind of casualties would have occurred. Directly entangling two of the evil spirits. While dealing with them, Yang Kai began thinking. Suddenly, he thought of a wonderful idea. Hurriedly working with the three treasure instrument sect disciples to deal with the two evil spirits, Yang Kai quickly flew up into the air. Standing high above everyone's heads. Not paying attention to the surprised gazes of those around him, Yang Kai secretly condensed a drop of yang liquid from his dantian and threw it down. Just like before, this drop of yang liquid transformed into a semicircular light curtain midair, but compared to the previous one, it was undoubtedly thinner, but it still covered the entire high platform. As soon as this light curtain fell, all the evil spirits floated back a certain distance. Fearfully, they began to circle around. This kind of light curtain was only a deterrent. If these evil spirits really went crazy and attacked, it would only take a moment to break through. In for a penny, in for a pound, Kai Yang continued to force out more yang liquid, continuously pouring it down. Layer after layer of light curtain fell under Yang Kai's precise and subtle control. All of them were of the same size and completely overlapped. After consuming a total of 20 drops of yang liquid, Yang Kai was satisfied and stopped. Although this light curtain composed of 20 layers of true yang yuan qi was not unbreakable, it was enough to easily resist these evil spirits. This? Everyone was dumbfounded. This was a life or death crisis. Suddenly becoming extremely safe, no one was able to adapt to this sudden change. The surrounding evil spirits simply flew around the high platform. None of them dared to approach. Occasionally, a few of them would try to attack, but as soon as they touched the light curtain, they would be burned and directly retreat. After a long silence, everyone turned to look at Yang Kai, their expressions filled with both shock and admiration. The Hu sisters' beautiful eyes were also filled with a strange light as they stared at Yang Kai. It was a sudden inspiration. I didn't think it would actually work, Yang Kai chuckled. I'm impressed. Chenny stared at Yang Kai with a look of worship. Everyone nodded and their eyes were filled with gratitude. After a moment of shock and gratitude, everyone finally remembered how much true essence had been squandered in order to create such a solid and thick defensive barrier. How come Kai Yang's face wasn't red, his heart wasn't beating fast, and his appearance was as calm as the wind and clouds? Monster. Abnormal. Lung Shan curled her lips. Everyone nodded again. What they didn't know was that each layer of light curtain was the crystallization of Yang Kai's Yuan Qi. 20 layers of light curtain, equivalent to Yang Kai's meridians being emptied 20 times. How could this defensive barrier not be strong? Moreover, the quality of Yang Kai's Yuan Qi was also quite high and incomparably pure. If one really wanted to calculate, this light curtain was almost equivalent to the full strength of 10 immortal ascension boundary masters. With this kind of defense, dealing with the current situation was simply a piece of cake. Young man, why don't you also help this old master? The old man saw that Yang Kai had such a heaven-defying method, and for a moment he felt quite uncomfortable. Although he was an immortal ascension boundary master, he knew he couldn't do what Yang Kai did. The high platform over there was now impregnable, its defense watertight. Even if the people on the high platform did nothing and just watched the show, there was no need to worry about their lives being threatened. On the contrary, as the number of evil spirits on his side increased, it became more and more difficult to deal with. Left with no other choice, the old man had no choice but to put aside his pride and shout at Yang Kai. Hearing this, many of the Ghost King Valley disciples sneered as they stared at the old man sarcastically. Zhao Rong of Treasure Instrument Sect was even more annoyed as she muttered under her breath, "This old man, just now he was trying to trick us, but now he's actually begging us, his face is really thick." The old man's actions just now had all been witnessed by everyone, and although they were all extremely annoyed, due to the old man's strength, none of them dared to act out. The old man took in everyone's expressions but didn't seem to care, simply saying lightly, "Young people, you should know that we will meet again in the near future. Perhaps you will need this old master's help, so how about you first sell this old master a favor and help me? Looking at your actions just now, it seems like it won't take much effort." Although his tone was light, the light in his eyes was unbridled, and anyone could hear the threat in his voice, as if saying, "If you don't help me then I'll do whatever you want." Yang Kai sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he slowly shook his head and said, "I can't help you, my Yuan Qi has been exhausted, I need to recover for a while before I can fight again." Saying so, he really sat down cross-legged. The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect disciples were all shocked and quickly took out the best Yuan Qi replenishing pills they had and handed them to Yang Kai. It wasn't that they were gullible, they were simply too worried. Moreover, Yang Kai's formation had definitely consumed a lot of Yuan Qi. The energy contained in these layers of defensive shields was shocking to all of them, so anyone who had used so much Yuan Qi would need to replenish themselves. Hu Jiaoer and her sister glanced at each other and giggled. They all knew that Yang Kai had that kind of miraculous Yuan Qi replenishing liquid, so how could they believe his nonsense? The movement on the high platform was clearly seen by the old man, so for a moment he didn't know whether Yang Kai was telling the truth or not, but he didn't try to force him and instead just put on a fake smile and said, "Very well, you can restore yourself first." Saying so, he focused on the battle in front of him. On the high platform, the group from Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect were all amazed, none of them having expected that in this chaos, Yang Kai would be able to create an absolutely safe haven. While watching the battle on the other side of the high platform with great interest, they lowered their voices and commented, causing Yu Qing and the others to seethe with anger. The old man was indeed a master of the Heaven's Gate realm. His Yuan Qi was endless, and his moves seemed ordinary. In reality, it was incomparably ferocious. He was actually fighting 4 evil spirits by himself without falling into a disadvantageous position. During the battle, he did his best to protect his 3 juniors. On the other hand, the free and unfettered sect disciples seemed like they were being raised by a stepmother. Neither their grandmother nor their uncle loved them, so they fought with all their might. The Yuan Qi quickly passed away. Yu Qing's pale face turned even paler. The charming slaves who wore revealing clothes didn't have time to show off their coquettishness. All of them were sweating profusely as they were too tired to deal with him. Outside the true Yang Yuan Qi defensive shield, the evil spirits kept circling around, trying to find a weak point, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find a place to break through. After a while, they gave up on this side and flew towards the old man's high platform. In an instant, on the other side of the high platform, the old man roared as he released all of his strength, sending out a variety of artifacts and martial skills. The free and unfettered sect disciples cried out again and again, but they were unable to cope with so many evil spirits. Senior, senior. Yuqing shouted anxiously, help. Although the free and unfettered sect disciples were no less numerous than Ghost King Valley disciples. However, because both men and women were proficient in sex and were able to obtain their cultivation through sex, the Yuan Qi was simply not enough to cope with this chaotic situation. Seeing that the barrier was about to be broken through, Yuqing had no choice but to open his mouth and call for help. Heh heh. The old man chuckled, this old master can't even spare a hand. Where would I find the time to save you? Yuqing cursed in his heart, knowing that this old man wasn't an easy person to deal with, so he quickly said, if Senior can save us from death, my free and unfettered sect will definitely reward you generously. Let's hear it. The old man's eyes flashed. If we can return alive, each of us can give Senior a charmed slave. Since Senior is familiar with our free and unfettered sex methods, you must know the role of a charmed slave. At this critical moment of life and death, Yuqing didn't dare to speak any nonsense and directly offered a generous offer. Hearing this, the old man's eyes flashed a lustful light as he grinned, this old master naturally knows that your free and unfettered sex charmed slaves can use a special secret art to give all of their profound qi to the man they mate with. Exactly. Yuqing nodded. The old man laughed, good, there are 4 of you, if this old master can absorb the profound qi of 4 charmed slaves, his strength will also improve greatly. It's good that Senior understands. Yuqing anxiously cursed this old man for being so talkative, but he didn't dare show it and could only laugh dryly, I ask Senior to help us. The old man coldly snorted, however, this old master has heard that every man in your free and unfettered sect has more than 1 charmed slave. Seeing that your status isn't low, you should have at least 4 or 5, right? Yuqing's expression became bitter as he realized just how big this old man's appetite was. Boy, you're quite lucky. The old man smiled obscenely, how about this old master can help you as much as possible, but this old master wants 8 charmed slaves. That is, each of you can give me 2 charmed slaves, which is why this old master is willing to help. Whether you agree or not, it's up to you, but, heh, if I lose my life, what would I do with so many charmed slaves? This last sentence completely poked at Yuqing's weak spot, causing his face to darken, and without hesitation, Yuqing quickly nodded, good, deal. Boy, you're quite decisive, you'll definitely achieve great things. The old man laughed loudly, his moves suddenly becoming more ferocious, wrapping the free and unfettered sex group in his attacks. With this old man's help, Yuqing and the others immediately felt much more relaxed. It was worth it, Yuqing comforted himself, the feeling of heartache fading away. Although each of the free and unfettered sex male disciples had more than 1 charmed slave, it still took time to cultivate a charmed slave, so giving away 2 charmed slaves each was a huge loss to them. While Yuqing and the old man were negotiating terms, the free and unfettered sex charmed slaves remained indifferent, as if they had nothing to do with this matter. Remember your words, if you dare go back on your word, this old master will exterminate your free and unfettered sect. The old man coldly reminded. Yuqing's heart skipped a beat, wondering just where this old man came from, his tone was even more arrogant than the heavens. Quickly smiling, Yuqing said, I wouldn't dare, a gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Many people secretly curled their lips in disdain. If Yuqing was a gentleman, then there would be no such thing as a villain in this world. Yang Kai and the others coldly watched from the other side of the high platform, none of them feeling the joy of surviving a calamity. In this kind of environment, it was difficult to be happy. None of them knew when these evil spirits would retreat, so for a moment, they couldn't help feeling a sense of sadness. On the other side, the battle between the old man and the others was still going on, and evil spirits were constantly being killed. Many evil spirit essences were floating around them, but none of them had the time to collect them. Gradually, these evil spirit essences fell and merged into the evil spirit spring water. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed and he angrily shouted, free and unfettered sect, hurry up and sacrifice your charmed slaves. His tone was urgent and brooked no argument. Yuqing stared blankly at the old man, not knowing why he would suddenly say this. If you don't want to die, hurry up. The old man hurriedly urged, a trace of viciousness faintly appearing on his face. But Yuqing didn't know what the old man wanted to do, but now was not a good time to sacrifice the charmed slaves. Their numbers were already low enough, so if they sacrificed another charmed slave, the free and unfettered sex population would directly decrease by half. Naturally, he couldn't make up his mind. This old master will give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't sacrifice them, I'll kill them all. The old man gloomily issued an ultimatum. Brother, what do we do? The several free and unfettered sect male disciples looked at Yuqing anxiously, their faces filled with anxiety and helplessness. Sacrifice them. Yuqing's face was filled with anger, but he didn't dare to hesitate. They were only able to maintain their safety because the old man had helped them from time to time, but if the old man also attacked them, they would immediately die. Although he couldn't bear to sacrifice his charmed slaves like this, Yuqing had no other choice. As soon as Yuqing gave the order, the several free and unfettered sect male disciples immediately attacked, forcing the evil spirits in front of them to retreat. Then, each of them hugged the charmed slaves around them and, under their sweet gazes, kissed them deeply. Lung Shan couldn't bear to see this, but she quickly turned her head and quietly pulled Zhao Rong and the Hu sisters away. Don't look. What's wrong? Zhao Rong was puzzled. Lung Shan obviously knew what the consequences of sacrificing a charmed slave would be, so she kindly reminded them. Chinny also sighed slightly, a trace of sadness appearing on his face. Most of the other Ghost King Valley disciples also lowered their heads, not daring to look at this scene. Although they had always had a bad relationship with free and unfettered sect and often fought against the charmed slaves, at this final juncture, they couldn't help feeling some sympathy for these charmed slaves who had been enslaved, reduced to nothing more than tools. It wasn't that they didn't know how to love themselves, nor was it that they were innately lustful, it was just that the free and unfettered sect men had used special methods to train them. Women were naturally curious, and although Lung Shan had warned them not to look, Zhao Rong and the Hu sisters couldn't help but quietly look over. What they saw caused the eyes of the 3 women to tremble violently. In the midst of this passionate kiss, the bodies of the charmed slaves began to ripple, and as these ripples spread, their beautiful faces rapidly aged and their delicate bodies withered at a rate visible to the naked eye. It was as if several decades of the flowing time Great Emperor had passed from their bodies in an instant. From their mouths, the yuan qi and blood qi of these charmed slaves was transformed into a steady stream of energy that was given to the free and unfettered sect men. The pale-faced free and unfettered sect male disciples seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. In an instant, their complexions became rosy and their faces glowed with radiance. Each one of them was handsome and unrestrained, elegant and extraordinary. As a result, their strength had also suddenly increased greatly. This was a sacrificial offering. A secret technique of the free and unfettered sect, a martial skill that could only be displayed by the charmed slaves. This move could no longer be described as evil. In just 10 breaths of time, the several free and unfettered sect male disciples had undergone a complete transformation and were now in high spirits. As for the charmed slaves in their embrace, they had lost their life force forever. However, within their dim eyes, there seemed to be a tenderness that would never regret, and at the corner of their aged mouths, there was still a trace of a satisfied smile. Their rosy cheeks instantly turned into dry bones. Zhao Rong and the Hu sisters Yuan Qi burst out uncontrollably, 3 pairs of beautiful eyes filled with hatred as they stared at the free and unfettered sect male disciples, their tender bodies trembling slightly. They were all women, so the way the charmed slaves died naturally resonated with them. After the sacrificial offering was completed, Yuqing laughed and released the shriveled corpse in his arms. The corpse rolled on the ground, fell off the high platform, and disappeared into the evil spirit spring. Now that the strength of the free and unfettered sect's disciples had soared, they seemed to possess a kind of domineering aura, as if they were looking down on the world. Their moves were more than twice as powerful as before, but when he looked at the old man, Yuqing's eyes still contained a trace of anger and hatred. He didn't want to sacrifice the charmed slaves at this time because the most dangerous moment had yet to arrive. However, due to the old man's tyrannical power, he had no choice but to do so, so naturally he was somewhat unhappy. The old man didn't seem to notice this and simply chuckled. Good, this old master said you were a decisive person and would definitely achieve great things in the future. Boy, you and your junior brother stay here for a while, this old master will be back soon. Good. Yuqing nodded quickly, not even bothering to ask what the old man was going to do. The old man let out a roar and his figure leapt off the high platform. After he flew up, a purple evil spirit followed closely behind like a shadow. What is he going to do? Qianyi's expression sank. He discovered that the old man's mouth was curled into a cold smile as he lured the evil spirit towards them. While flying over, he kept attacking the evil spirit to attract its attention so that he could get closer to the platform. Is this old man crazy? Qingying smiled disdainfully. Why would he spend so much effort to lure an evil spirit here? Do you expect this evil spirit to kill us all? Haha. A male disciple from Treasure Instrument sect also laughed. I'm afraid this old man has eaten too much lard for his own good. Doesn't he know that Brother Yang's defensive barrier is specifically designed to counter evil spirits? They didn't avoid the old man's ears when they spoke. However, even though he heard it, he didn't get angry. He just sneered. It was still pulling the evil spirit in this direction. Lung Shan's beautiful eyes were cold. She noticed something was wrong and said, "Be careful. He must be planning something." Tao Yang also nodded, secretly vigilant. Not long after, the old man and the evil spirit arrived at the side of the high platform. Everyone became more vigilant, ready to attack at any time. I have a big gift for you. The old man saw that it was about time and laughed loudly, sending a palm strike towards the evil spirit, pushing it towards the platform before his figure flickered. Disappearing mid-air, when he reappeared, he had already returned to free and unfettered sect. Senior, you made us sacrifice our charmed slaves just to buy you some time? Yu Qing's face was very ugly, and there was a hint of questioning in his tone. Yes. The old man nodded flatly. You used that little bit of time, just to lure an evil spirit over? Yu Qing almost couldn't suppress the anger in his chest. He had never understood why the old man was so anxious to make them sacrifice their charmed slaves, but now it seemed that this old man had done all this. The value of these 4 charmed slaves couldn't be compared at all. Do you have a problem with that? The old man stared back at Yu Qing coldly, his eyes filled with impatience. I don't dare. Yu Qing's heart went cold as he quickly suppressed his anger. Although after the sacrifice, the strength of his brothers had greatly increased. Facing an immortal ascension boundary master, he still couldn't act presumptuously. Just watch carefully, humph. If they don't beg this old master will wring his head off and use it as a chamber pot for you. The old man smiled confidently. Yu Qing was startled, not knowing why this old man was so confident. At this time, the evil spirit had already launched an attack on the platform where Yang Kai and the others were standing. It crashed into the platform again and again, but every time it was blocked by the barrier, the burning hot true Yang Yuan Qi wearing down its yin energy. But this evil spirit seemed to be somewhat different from the other evil spirits and didn't immediately retreat. After trying many times, it no longer attacked recklessly. Its facial features, which had become more distinct, suddenly opened its mouth and screamed. His voice was extremely sharp and piercing to the ears. Following the scream, a purple halo suddenly burst out, enveloping everyone on the high platform. Everyone had been indifferently appreciating this evil spirit's stupidity, but none of them had expected it to do such a thing. By the time they realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. As the purple halo passed through everyone's body, everyone let out a muffled groan, several of the weaker ones even falling to the ground. Everyone else also felt dizzy and nauseous, as if ants were gnawing at their minds, causing them unbearable pain. Even the Hu sisters couldn't bear it, their pretty faces paling as their brows furrowed. Only Yang Kai wasn't affected. Compared to the others, he had cultivated his divine sense and was able to offset a certain amount of damage to his soul. On top of that, he also had a defensive soul skill in his mind, allowing him to easily resist the evil spirit's attack. A soul skill? Jenny screamed, it's a soul-type evil spirit. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help paling as they stared at the soul-type evil spirit in front of them, their eyes filled with panic. A soul-type evil spirit was a very special existence among evil spirits. It looked no different from other evil spirits, but because it was proficient in soul skills, if a cultivator under the immortal ascension boundary encountered it, there were only 2 options. Either run or die. In this situation, running away was impossible, and fighting it would only lead to death. In the evil cavern, soul-type evil spirits were relatively rare existences. This could be seen from the situation in front of him. Hundreds of evil spirits had gathered here, and there were even more coming from outside, but from beginning to end, only one soul-type evil spirit had appeared. It was obvious how rare it was. No one had expected to encounter a soul-type evil spirit, just as no one present had expected to encounter an evil spirit spring eruption. For a time, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. The old man had deliberately led this soul-type evil spirit here, obviously harboring malicious intent. This was a means of revenge for Yang Kai's refusal to help. Turning his head to look at the old man, Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light. He wasn't afraid of this soul-type evil spirit, but everyone on the high platform was. The large area of effect soul skill from before had already affected them, so if it were to be used a few more times, they would definitely be affected. Besides Yang Kai, the rest of them would have their souls destroyed. Either they would die on the spot or become idiots. Quick, quick, quick. Seeing the soul-type evil spirit outside the defensive barrier open its big black mouth again, Ginny quickly shouted, "Soul-type artifact. Who has one?" Everyone turned to look at Tao Yang eagerly. Although Ghost King Valley had made sufficient preparations this time to come to the evil cavern. However, soul-type artifacts were as rare as soul skills, and soul-type artifacts were bound to be used to defend against soul skills, so their grade was bound to be very high. This group from Ghost King Valley simply wasn't qualified. Tao Yang was a disciple of Treasure Instrument Sect. If he didn't have a soul-type artifact, then this time he would be in trouble. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of this soul-type evil spirit, in the end, he could only protect himself. With so many people gathered on the high platform, if this large area soul-type evil spirit attack hit him, he wouldn't be able to escape. Fortunately, Tao Yang's foundation was really rich, so he hurriedly took out a ring, poured his yuan qi into it, and flicked it. A buzzing sound rang out. At that moment, the soul-type evil spirit also used its soul skill. Just like before, a purple halo suddenly burst out, enveloping the crowd. However, the ring in Tao Yang's hand also sent out a ripple visible to the naked eye. Everyone held their breaths nervously as they stared blankly at the screen. When that layer of ripples collided with the purple halo, the ripples instantly disappeared, and the purple halo also dimmed. However, it didn't disappear and still affected everyone. The soul-type artifact Tao Yang had taken out wasn't enough to defend against this soul-type evil spirit's attack. Everyone's expression suddenly became miserable, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. However, after being blocked by this artifact, they were able to. Now that the attack was transmitted to their minds, it was much easier to withstand. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. Damage to one's soul wasn't a joke. If this happened too many times, it would become a big problem. "Sorry, I only have this one soul-type artifact." Tao Yang's face was slightly pale as he stared at the soul-type evil spirit's movements. "Brother Tao, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have been able to withstand this attack." Chinny looked at Tao Yang sincerely. Yes, Qingying nodded repeatedly, but let's think about what to do next. With Tao Yang's soul-type artifact, everyone could hold on for about half an hour. Yang Kai didn't say a word and just stared coldly at the old man on the high platform. The old man saw the crisis here and laughed unscrupulously, his laughter filled with pride and joy. Hearing this voice, everyone couldn't help feeling indignant. If it weren't for this old man's mischievous actions, they would have been able to hide behind Yang Kai's defensive barrier, but now, facing this soul-type evil spirit, they couldn't help feeling somewhat helpless. That old bastard. Jiao Rong's temper was straightforward and she couldn't help cursing. "Little friend." The old man smiled viciously, while dealing with the evil spirit on the high platform, he shouted to Yang Kai, "You see, your side is in crisis right now, but so is mine. Why don't you cooperate with me?" "How do we cooperate?" Yang Kai asked indifferently. "It's very simple. You help us create the same barrier as yours and this old master will help you deal with that soul-type evil spirit. You can't deal with it because you haven't reached the immortal ascension boundary, but this old master is different. Not only is this old master an immortal ascension boundary master, but he's also an immortal ascension boundary 5th stage cultivator. Although dealing with that soul-type evil spirit will be somewhat troublesome, I can still kill it. What do you think? This kind of cooperation is beneficial to both of us." When the old man said this, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. It turned out that he had spent so much effort to lure the soul-type evil spirit here in order to get Xianxia to help them. If Xianxia could really help them, he wouldn't have to work so hard to protect them like he did now. At that time, they could sit on the high platform like Xianxia and the others and watch from the sidelines. As long as they could delay until the evil spirit spring disappeared, they could naturally escape safely. If it weren't for the old man having scruples about the strength of Xianxia's group, he would have already snatched the high platform they were on instead of going through so much trouble. It had to be said that this old man's plan was really good. Yuqing from Free and Unfettered Sect saw the situation develop like this and couldn't help laughing. Senior's method is good, this junior admires it. Just now, the old man had been so confident that Yuqing couldn't make sense of it. But now, looking at him again, it was clear that the old man had a plan. Perhaps he had already noticed the existence of the soul-type evil spirit, so he had asked him and his junior brothers to sacrifice the charmed slaves so that he could have time to lure the soul-type evil spirit over. Heh, how can you not have some tricks up your sleeve? The old man sneered, and the four young men around him also laughed, seemingly admiring the old man's methods. The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect disciples all wore gloomy expressions, extremely angry but unable to do anything. Little friend, what do you think? Now that they had the upper hand, the old man wasn't in a hurry. He had just boasted that Xianxia and the others would come to beg him. In his opinion, this group of Yuan-Chi cultivators would sooner or later bow their heads to him, unless they wanted to die. Without cultivating their divine sense, relying only on their soul-type artifacts, they wouldn't be able to resist the soul-type evil spirit's attack. At most, it would only take a moment. Their souls would be severely damaged, and at that time, the old man would be able to raise the price, so he didn't urge them and just asked lightly. Xianxia frowned at him and snorted. He didn't answer. On the high platform, Yuqing whispered to the old man, Senior, if they can't hold on and come to beg you, can you make another condition? The old man raised his brow. Oh? What are your conditions? Yuqing stealthily glanced at the Hu sisters, his eyes brimming with an obscene light. He licked his lips and said, Tell them to hand over the twins. The old man glanced at Yuqing meaningfully. He was well aware of the Free and Unfettered Sect's methods of enslaving and training charmed slaves. Charmed slaves were also divided into different grades. If the twins were trained into charmed slaves, then they would be of even greater help to the Free and Unfettered Sect's male disciples. In particular, the Hu sisters' strength was extraordinary, so naturally Yuqing was very concerned about them. This time, the Free and Unfettered Sect had disregarded all risks and entered the evil cavern. It was precisely because the Hu sisters were a pair of twins. I'm afraid that's not a good idea. The old man frowned. Although he could handle Xianxia and the others, he also needed Xianxia's help. If he made some excessive demands, it would only be counterproductive. If things didn't go well, they might end up worse off. Junior can give Senior 4 more charmed slaves. What do you think? Yuqing suggested in a low voice. That's worth considering. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Good, when this matter is over, this old master will help you capture all the women over there. How about you give me 8 more charmed slaves? 8 is too much. The twins are indeed worth 4 charmed slaves, but the other 2 women, 6 charmed slaves, no more. Yuqing's face showed a trace of hidden pain. It was as if he had suffered a huge loss. All right, 6 then. Remember, you owe this old man 14 charmed slaves. The old man laughed mischievously. He was quite easy to talk to. Naturally, I remember. Yuqing was also quite satisfied with the results of this negotiation and flattered the old man. Senior is really a master, it seems that he doesn't care much about women. If he really cared about women, then he wouldn't hand over all 4 women. There was no need to mention the twin sisters, both of them were devastatingly beautiful. Ghost King Valley's Lim Shan was also extraordinarily beautiful, while the other young girl, although not as beautiful as the other 3, had her own unique flavor. The old man smiled contemptuously and proudly said, What does a woman count for? Only you young men with brains filled with lust would care about such things. If this old master wanted a woman, what kind of woman couldn't this old master get? Yes, Senior's teachings are correct. Yuqing nodded repeatedly, not daring to refute. After this short exchange, he couldn't help looking at the old man more pleasing to the eye. Turning his attention back to the Hu sisters, he couldn't help showing a smug smile, as if he had already captured them and brought them back to free and unfettered sect so he could train them with various medicines and soul skills. After reaching an agreement, both the old man and Yu Qing were happy, and even the 4 young men brought by the old man also showed joyful expressions. They knew that after the old man obtained the 14 charmed slaves, he would definitely reward each of them with 1. Charmed slaves. Not only could they warm their bed, but they could also absorb their profound qi at a critical moment to increase their cultivation. Who wouldn't want one? With a charmed slave, they would no longer be lonely. Little friend, don't say that this old master didn't warn you. If you still refuse to cooperate, I'm afraid some of your friends will die. The old man glanced over at Yang Kai and the others and said with a smirk. Don't worry about it. Yang Kai replied in a lukewarm tone. Humph, you don't know how to appreciate kindness. The old man's face was filled with anger as he sneered, if you don't beg this old master for help, this old master will definitely not act. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to him and instead stared at the floating soul-type evil spirit. The 3 treasure instrument sect disciples also held their 5 dragons binding seals and nervously made preparations. While the old man and Yu Qing were negotiating, Yang Kai and the others were also discussing how to deal with this situation. Brother Yang, can you resist it? Tao Yang asked faintly, holding the ring-shaped soul-type artifact in his hand and asking, why don't you take this with you? Take it with you just in case, Lung Shan whispered softly, her brow furrowed in worry. When Yang Kai had said he was going to go out and kill this soul-type evil spirit, everyone had been frightened, thinking he had gone crazy. The Hu sisters had also panicked and tried to dissuade him. Hu Meier's eyes were overflowing with anxious tears. It's okay, I know what I'm doing. If I really can't handle it, I'll come back, Yang Kai said calmly. Then you be careful, Shani quickly said. Yang Kai nodded slightly. At that moment, the soul-type evil spirit opened its mouth again. It wanted to use its soul skill. Attack! Yang Kai shouted. The 3 treasure instrument sect disciples quickly poured their yuan qi into the 5 dragons binding seals. 5 dragons appeared, and while the soul-type evil spirit was using its soul skill, they spat out a white light from their mouths, locking the soul-type evil spirit in place. Yang Kai grasped his yang liquid sword and shot out like a bolt of lightning, flying towards the purple halo that was about to explode. Dang! Tao Yang also used his soul-type artifact to offset the soul attack contained in the purple halo. So fast! Shani couldn't help but cry out in surprise. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had arrived in front of the soul-type evil spirit, the long sword in his hand dancing in an airtight manner. The soul-type evil spirit's body was constantly being cut. The sharp howl became more and more violent as the purple halo exploded one after another. Tao Yang also used his soul-type artifact to defend himself, but he still couldn't resist such a dense attack. His face paled and he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, his figure wilting. Xingyi's eyes were sharp and he quickly caught his artifact. Taking the lead, he saved everyone from this disaster. Young man, do you want to die? The old man also noticed Yang Kai's bold actions and couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he shouted. He didn't care whether Yang Kai lived or died, but if Yang Kai died, no one would be able to open a defensive barrier for them. However, Yang Kai ignored his shouts and continued to attack the soul-type evil spirit's body. In a short period of time, the soul-type evil spirit's purple body had dimmed significantly. However, its strength was obviously much stronger than the average purple evil spirit, so even if it was restrained by true Yang Yuan Qi, it was still not defeated. We can't hold on. Treasure Instrument Sex Zhao Rong suddenly shouted. The next moment, she and the other 2 all paled as the 5 dragon binding seals in their hands dimmed. The 5 dragons binding the soul-type evil spirit directly collapsed. Freedom was restored. The soul-type evil spirit undoubtedly went completely berserk, its facial features distorting as it shot a purple light towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't have time to dodge and was hit by this purple light. A severe pain spread from his mind as his soul palace was unable to resist such a soul attack. The minor accomplishment soul palace was originally wrapped around his mind, but at this moment, a gap had appeared. Yang Kai's face suddenly paled. His hand movements paused for a moment. Just at this moment, the soul-type evil spirit bared its fangs and claws as it charged towards Yang Kai. With a tearing sound, Yang Kai's clothes were torn apart and several long wounds appeared on his stomach, blood flowing freely. "Brother Yang!" the group of people exclaimed as they stared at him in horror. "Courting death?" The old man coldly snorted, his expression quite annoyed. He had hoped that Yang Kai would not be able to resist and cooperate with him, but he hadn't expected this young man to be so stubborn. He would rather die than live in dishonor, causing all his plans to fall through. After being hit by such a soul skill, even an immortal Ascension Boundary Master's consciousness would likely be destroyed. Yang Kai, a Xianxia 5th stage cultivator, how could he be spared? Serves him right. The old man sneered in his heart, not feeling any sympathy, only some regret. With Yang Kai dead, this old man was also in a bit of trouble. "I'm fine," Yang Kai suddenly shouted, his shaky body stabilizing as he hurriedly avoided the soul-type evil spirit's next attack. A faint chill spread through his mind, and although the pain was unbearable, the soul-warming lotus had once again played its role. "How is this possible?" the old man cried out. As an immortal Ascension Boundary Master, he could naturally feel the terrifying power contained in that soul skill. Even if it was him, he wouldn't dare take it head-on, so how did this young man withstand it? The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples also couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, all of them staring at Yang Kai in amazement, wondering if he had some kind of high-end soul-type artifact that allowed him to withstand that attack. However, even if Yang Kai had a soul-type artifact, it could only protect himself, otherwise he wouldn't have taken it out just now. Again, Yang Kai shouted towards the high platform as he continued to fight the soul-type evil spirit. Lung Shan quickly responded, hurrying over to Zhao Rong and picking up the 5 dragons binding seal. The Hu sisters stepped forward side by side and poured their yuan qi into the 5 dragons binding seal along with Lung Shan. Under the urging of the 3 women, the 5 dragons binding seal's effect was much stronger than before. After all, Lung Shan's strength wasn't low, and the Hu sisters were even more powerful when they joined forces. The 3 treasure instrument sect disciples couldn't compare to them. 5 dragons appeared, each of them spitting out a white light towards the soul-type evil spirit. The soul-type evil spirit was once again bound in place. Knowing that the 5 dragons binding seal wouldn't be able to bind it for long, Yang Kai no longer showed any mercy. Pushing out his palms, Yang Kai sent out his white tiger seal and divine ox seal, the 2 true Yang Yuan-Chi beast phantoms viciously tearing at each other. With one hand holding his sword, Yang Kai sent out his burning sun's 3-layer blast towards the soul-type evil spirit. Yang Kai was completely ignoring the soul attacks it was sending out. Everyone watching this scene couldn't help feeling their cheeks twitch. This kind of fighting style was really too violent, giving people the feeling that he was willing to sacrifice himself to take the enemy down with him. The soul-type evil spirit's body was rapidly fading, but the soul skills it displayed were still visible to the naked eye as they rushed into Yang Kai's mind one after another. The reason why a Yuan-Chi cultivator would be helpless against a soul-type evil spirit was because they couldn't defend against its soul skills. Even an immortal Ascension Boundary Master would struggle to avoid these attacks, so soul-type evil spirits had always been very troublesome to deal with inside the evil cavern. However, if one could ignore its soul attacks, it would only be slightly stronger than an average evil spirit. The pain in Yang Kai's mind grew more and more intense, causing the blue veins on his forehead to bulge, but his hands didn't stop moving, constantly wearing down the soul-type evil spirit's body as it let out a sharp howl. The old man on the other side watched for a while, and his eyes, which were overflowing with light, trembled slightly. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so strong. This Yuan-Chi 5th stage young man's strength and combat effectiveness had far exceeded his expectations. If this continued, he really would be able to kill this soul-type evil spirit, and it wouldn't take too long. Thinking so, the old man quietly shifted his attention to Yang Kai's side. Sure enough, after fighting for half a cup of tea's time, the soul-type evil spirit let out a series of howls. His body turned into specks of purple light before disappearing. Seeing Yang Kai's display of power, the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. The Hu sisters even covered their mouths in surprise, their eyes trembling. Where the soul-type evil spirit had disappeared, it left behind a large cluster of pure white, cotton-like evil spirit essence. Inside this cluster of evil spirit essence, there were threads visible to the naked eye. Before the crowd had time to feel happy for Xianxia, a voice suddenly rang out. After seeing this ball of origin, they all exclaimed, "Special origin!" The old man's eyes, which were already overflowing with light, suddenly glowed even more brightly as he stared greedily at them. A special evil spirit essence was much more precious than an ordinary evil spirit essence. No one knew what kind of mysteries were hidden inside. However, when the old man looked at this special origin, he clearly felt that his divine sense was being slightly attracted, as if it was a cat that had smelled blood. His instinctive desire had been aroused. In an instant, the old man understood that this special origin source was an origin source that could increase the power of his divine sense. After all, this was something left behind by the soul-type evil spirit after its death, so it was only natural that it could increase one's spiritual energy. Suddenly, the old man's greed soared. If it was an ordinary origin, the old man wouldn't have been tempted, but something that could increase one's spiritual energy was rare, so it was worth the risk of snatching it. There was no hesitation at all. The old man hurriedly shouted to Yuqing, "Stand guard." In the next moment, his figure shot out like a meteor towards Xianxia. "Shameless old dog!" Shini shouted angrily. "Xianxia, be careful!" Everyone shouted. Xianxia was dizzy and on the verge of collapsing. Although he had the help of the soul-warming lotus, after so many soul attacks, he had also suffered a lot of damage. After killing the soul-type evil spirit, he didn't even bother to check what kind of origin it had left behind. Instead, he simply took a drop of myriad drug liquid from the black book space and swallowed it. With a cry of alarm, Xianxia instinctively pushed his yuan qi and grabbed the evil spirit essence in front of him, circulating his secret art and absorbing it into his palm. Courting death. The old man had no scruples at this moment. Since he had already shed all pretense of cordiality with Xianxia, there was no need for him to pretend to be a good person. A look of pain and anger appeared on the old man's face as he viciously struck out towards Xianxia. An angry blow from an immortal ascension boundary 5th stage master. Even if Xianxia tried his best to resist, he still couldn't withstand it. He only had time to squeeze out a drop of yang liquid and turn it into a shield above his head. Pung, with a loud bang, Xianxia was struck by the old man and fell directly into the slowly rising evil spirit spring, disappearing from sight. The old man was stunned mid-air, muttering a few curses under his breath before sighing and turning around to return. He still did not have the time to snatch that special evil spirit origin. Xianxia. Humayer's beautiful face suddenly went pale, as if she had lost her soul. Without the slightest hesitation, she directly jumped off the high platform and fell towards the spot where Xianxia had fallen. But after falling only a foot, her body was caught. She turned around and saw her sister shaking her head at her in a panic. "Let me go." Humayer looked at her elder sister pleadingly and muttered. Hu Jiaoer still shook her head, her eyes gradually becoming red. Since cultivating the twin chi shared spirit divine art, the two sisters had gradually become one, so how could Hu Jiaoer not feel the grief and panic in her sister's heart at this moment? Because of this, Hu Jiaoer's heart also ached. But even more so, she couldn't watch her younger sister jump down to her death. The high platform was silent as the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples were all stunned. None of them had expected this old man to be so despicable and shameless. A moment later, Lungshan suddenly screamed, "Attack!" Turning her head, her beautiful eyes filled with unparalleled anger and madness, she raised her hand and sent out her Ghost King seal. The Ghost King seal let out a sharp howl and fiercely attacked the other side of the high platform. As soon as she took action, all the Ghost King Valley disciples also used their martial skills while the Treasure Instrument sect disciples also hurriedly summoned their artifacts and attacked the old man and the free and unfettered sect disciples. While trying not to damage the true Yang Yuanqi's defensive shield, everyone vented the anger in their hearts. The other side of the high platform was already surrounded on all sides, and with the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples attacking it, the situation became even more precarious. Yu Qing's expression changed greatly as he panicked and shouted, "Lungshan! You even dare attack my free and unfettered sect disciples?" Free and Unfettered Sect and Ghost King Valley are close neighbors, and besides, we didn't attack that little brat, don't be so indiscriminate. Lung Shan's eyes flashed a cold light as she sneered, completely ignoring Yu Qing's shouts and continuing to squander her yuan qi. Impudent junior. The old man flew into a rage. He realized that he had underestimated this group of young people. In their anger, their attacks were all very sharp. He didn't care about 1 or 2 attacks, but with so many people attacking at the same time, coupled with the surrounding evil spirits, the old man was suddenly a little flustered. He was at his wits' end. In particular, the several artifacts that were summoned were incredibly powerful, causing the old man's complexion to change greatly. If you don't stop, this old master will destroy your defensive shield even if it costs him his life. The old man roared. He was an immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage cultivator. If he hadn't been forced into a desperate situation, he wouldn't have shouted such grievances. In his heart, he was also secretly regretting not being able to snatch the evil spirit essence just now. He really shouldn't have tried to kill that little brat. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone this group of hot-blooded youngsters. Wait, stop fighting. Tao Yang's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked down and shouted in surprise, Brother Yang isn't dead. Everyone was stunned, their yuan qi also calming down as they followed Tao Yang's gaze down below. Sure enough, in the middle of the evil spirit spring, there was a vague figure exuding a flickering light. It was indeed Yang Kai. Not only was he not dead, he was actually standing quietly in the middle of the evil spirit spring. The scattered evil spirit essences around him seemed to be sucked in by an invisible force, pouring into Yang Kai's body and disappearing. Brother Yang. Tao Yang called out anxiously. Heh. From the boiling evil spirit spring, Yang Kai let out a low chuckle, a chuckle that made everyone's hair stand on end. Gradually, the sound of his laughter grew louder and louder, rolling like thunder. Brother Yang, what's wrong with you? Tao Yang's expression changed slightly as he nervously looked down. Suddenly, a pitch-black color emerged from Yang Kai's body. Even in the middle of the evil spirit spring, this black color was quite conspicuous, like a black hole, and when it appeared, it instantly swallowed all the light, causing everyone's vision to go dark. When he came back to his senses, he saw that there was a black figure below him. Only a pair of scarlet eyes were emitting a bloodthirsty and cold light that seemed to be choosing people to devour. It's become the demon race. The old man let out a strange cry, thinking that Yang Kai had just swallowed so much evil spirit essence and was unable to refine it in time, allowing the evil in the evil spirit essence to take control of his mind. This explanation was also reasonable. With so much evil spirit essence pouring into his body, even the old man would not be able to withstand it. Although Yang Kai's secret art and yuan qi could restrain evil spirits, it was likely that he would not be able to survive. Hearing him say this, the people on the high platform who had just breathed a sigh of relief suddenly changed their expressions. Lung Shan's eyes flashed as she looked down suspiciously, feeling somewhat uncertain. Of all the people present, only she knew that Yang Kai could use another kind of evil spirit essence that was different from true Yang Yuan Qi. When they were in the isolated world, she and ZMO also thought that Yang Kai had become the demon race, but the result was a big joke. At that time, the situation was exactly the same as what was happening now. Yang Kai was wrapped in darkness, but this time it was more serious. Did he really become the demon race? Lung Shan asked herself, but she couldn't figure it out. May Air, go up, I'm fine. Yang Kai's voice came from below, cold as steel, but quite calm. Hearing this, Lung Shan couldn't help but feel happy, knowing that Yang Kai was really fine. Hu Mei Air was also stunned, but Hu Jiao Air quickly pulled her up. The two sisters hurriedly hid inside the defensive barrier, their eyes looking down in amazement. Looking down from the high platform, the evil spirit spring that covered the ground below had already risen to a very high position. This spring water wasn't really liquid, but it looked just like liquid, thick and flowing, containing all kinds of evil and danger. The evil spirits scrambled for this spring water like a flock of ducks, constantly devouring the energy within. But if a martial artist fell into it, they would definitely not have a good ending. But now, Yang Kai was wrapped in black qi, completely unaffected by the evil spirit spring water. He was like a fish swimming in water, constantly swimming back and forth. Wherever he passed, all the scattered evil spirit essences were sucked into his body. Occasionally, he would encounter one or two evil spirits, but they didn't attack him. These evil spirits didn't seem to notice his existence and turned a blind eye to him. The group of people were all stunned. The old man on the high platform was also stunned, his face filled with disbelief. This little brat's current state was extremely strange. The energy he was exuding was completely different from before, filled with an evil and brutal aura. He was like a murderous demon that had lost his mind, and his aura was so evil that it made people's hearts tremble. What made the old man even more shocked was that Xianxia was currently collecting evil spirit essences. The evil spirits had been fighting each other for a long time, so there were countless evil spirit essences below. That brat had only gone there for a short while, yet he had already collected a few dozen balls. It was enough to make people envious. Moreover, he was directly absorbing the evil spirit essences into his body, as if he wasn't worried that the evil contained in these essences would cause any harm to him. Heh 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 heh. Xianxia happily swam in the evil spirit spring water, collecting the essences while constantly letting out a cold laugh. There was some surprise and pride in his laughter, but more than that, it was excitement. Both his body and mind were extremely excited, even his blood was boiling, as if he was holding a naked beauty in his arms and tasting her. The unyielding golden skeleton was pulsing rhythmically. The evil spirit essences that it had just absorbed had made the golden skeleton very happy, and it was crazily devouring the evil energy in the surrounding evil spirit spring water. This energy seemed to suit the golden skeleton's appetite. His body turned into a huge vortex, sucking in all the evil energy around him. Not only did Xianxia not feel uncomfortable, but his face was full of joy. He did not know why this was the case, but since the golden body liked this kind of energy, there was no need to delve into it. He just needed to absorb it. After inhaling for a while, Xianxia suddenly felt a sense of saturation. It was not that the golden body was full. The golden body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much energy it absorbed, it would never be saturated. Instead, it was because he had reached the limit of his current realm. If he did not break through this shackle, the golden body would not absorb any more. Otherwise, it would be a burden to Xianxia. He was aware of this. Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little regretful. This crazy absorption not only replenished the golden avatar, but also stored nearly 100 evil spirit essences in the dantian. Xianxia didn't have the time to refine these essences, so he could only put them in dantian for now. He couldn't save any more. Xianxia was especially interested in the special essence left behind by the soul evil spirit. Compared to the other essences, this one was undoubtedly different. He had to quickly refine it so that he could absorb more of it and take the opportunity to break through his current realm. Thinking so, Xianxia's heart suddenly began to heat up. Turning his head, Xianxia saw that the group of people on the high platform were still looking at him worriedly. In particular, the Hu sisters couldn't hide the worry and concern in their beautiful eyes. Feeling warm in his heart, Xianxia rushed to the high platform and waved to them, "Give me all your purifying spirit bottles." Heh heh. Chini grinned greedily, "I knew Brother Yang was a righteous man." Saying so, he quickly collected all the purifying spirit bottles and threw them to Xianxia. There were only 5 purifying spirit bottles. Among them, 3 were from Treasure Instrument Sect while 2 were from Ghost King Valley. The Hu sisters had only fled to this place, so naturally they didn't have any purifying spirit bottles. A bottle could hold 20 essences, so 5 purifying spirit bottles equated to 100. With such a huge number, anyone would inevitably be tempted. Xianxia continued to shuttle back into the evil spirit spring. Wandering unscrupulously among the countless evil spirits, he constantly used his purifying spirit bottles to collect essences. After filling one bottle, he would switch to another. After a short while, all 5 bottles were filled. The old man and the free and unfettered sect disciples all stared blankly, everyone's eyes filled with greed and envy. They were so busy fighting on this high platform that they didn't even have the time to collect star sources, but Xianxia was simply wandering around the spring without any hesitation, collecting one star source after another, which would make anyone's eyes go red with envy. Comparing the two, how could they not be envious? The old man was now filled with regret, his old face filled with a variety of emotions, all kinds of emotions churning in his heart. If he had known that this little brat had such great ability, how could he have torn apart all pretense of cordiality with young Kai? However, it was only at this moment that she witnessed his mysteriousness and strength. Even if she regretted, it was useless. Just now, when he had struck young Kai, he had completely ruined any hope of making friends with young Kai. Even if he couldn't get young Kai to help him create that magical defensive barrier, he could at least collect some essences for him. Young Kai's action of collecting essences was even simpler than picking a watermelon. What an unlucky year, he had let go of such a good opportunity. In an instant, the old man felt his teeth hurt, his liver hurt, his stomach hurt, his entire body hurt. Young Kai took 5 full bottles and tossed them up, not in a hurry to return, instead floating above the evil spirit spring. He turned his head and gloomily glanced at the old man. The old man's heart skipped a beat, not knowing what young Kai's gaze meant. Just as he was feeling conflicted, he saw young Kai grin at him, his scarlet eyes flashing a strange light as he leisurely flew over. Everyone on the high platform was on high alert, as if they were facing a great enemy. They were already struggling to deal with these evil spirits, so if young Kai took advantage of this opportunity to add insult to injury, they would be finished. This was really a case of when it rains it pours, when the boat is late, the wind blows. Yuqing secretly blamed the old man for his rashness just now and smiled towards young Kai from a distance, saying, "Friend, please slow down, our free and unfettered sect has no grudge with you, please think twice before you act." Seeing Yuqing act in such a low-key manner, the Ghost King Valley disciples couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. Looking at young Kai again, they didn't think he was evil at all. Instead, at this moment, his back was handsome and extraordinary. He didn't say anything. He didn't take any action, but his presence alone was enough to make his enemies tremble in fear. As a man, this is how it should be, Chinny said with a look of worship. Lungshan snorted and rolled her eyes. "Friend, if you have something to say, we can talk it out." Yuqing saw young Kai remain silent and didn't know what he wanted to do. He could only laugh dryly. The old man's face was also gloomy and uncertain. He remained silent, allowing Yuqing to act like a grandson, but he also wanted to use him to inquire about young Kai's intentions. "I want something." Just as Yuqing was feeling restless, young Kai opened his mouth. Yuqing calmed down and quickly replied, "What does friend want?" "As long as my free and unfettered sect has it, we will give it to you. We will immediately offer it. Here's your purifying spirit bottle." Young Kai grinned, his white fangs appearing particularly terrifying as they were wrapped in black qi. Of course, of course." Yuqing didn't dare to neglect and quickly took out the purifying spirit bottles his brothers carried. They only carried 2 purifying spirit bottles. This was something young Kai was also clear about. Moreover, these 2 bottles also contained a few evil spirit essences. Lightly stowing them away. Turning to look at the old man, young Kai sneered meaningfully, slowly narrowing his eyes as he said, "Do you need me to say more?" The old man coldly snorted, his expression clearly unhappy. He was an immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage master, and although he knew young Kai was powerful, in fact, he wasn't afraid of him. However, he still had 4 juniors he needed to take care of. Without the certainty of killing young Kai in a single blow, the old man didn't dare act rashly. Since Kai Yang had so blatantly demanded something from him, and in front of a junior, the old man naturally couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Face aside, the old man didn't want to provoke young Kai any further. After snorting, the old man suppressed his anger and said, "Give it to him." "But..." A young man next to the old man hesitated. Obviously, he didn't want to give in so easily. "I said give it to him," the old man shouted. "Yes." The young man glared hatefully at young Kai, grit his teeth, took out 2 purifying spirit bottles from his sleeve, and tossed them to young Kai. Young Kai reached out and caught them, staring at the young man indifferently. "I'll remember you, be careful." The young man was full of vigor, and with the support of his elders, he sneered at young Kai. Young Kai's face went cold as a cold light flashed across his eyes. But before he could act, the old man swung his hand and slapped the young man. *paw, with an incomparably crisp sound, the young man was sent spinning several times on the spot, and after stabilizing himself, one of his cheeks suddenly swelled up. Will you die if you don't speak? The old man glared at him fiercely. This old master doesn't want to provoke this strange little brat any longer, but you're still talking nonsense. If you really force him to act now, none of you will leave here alive. The young man was obviously stunned by this slap, seemingly not having expected his honored master to slap him, covering his cheek in a daze, his eyes filled with humiliation and anger, his face alternating between red and blue, but he didn't dare to open his mouth to say anything, swallowing back the blood in his mouth. Little friend, are you satisfied? The old man glanced at Xianxia faintly. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia laughed wildly, nodding repeatedly, satisfied. Please go back. The old man quickly said. Xianxia standing next to their high platform always made the old man feel like he was being stabbed in the back. He was constantly on guard against Xianxia's sudden attack while simultaneously dealing with the evil spirit, making it extremely difficult for him to do so. No hurry. Xianxia slowly shook his head, his expression calm and composed. The old man's expression changed slightly, his expression becoming uncertain. Xianxia waved the purifying spirit bottle in his hand at the old man and slowly began to collect the evil spirit essences floating around their high platform. These essences were left behind by the old man's group and the free and unfettered sex group after they had killed the evil spirits. There were many of them and should have been their spoils of war, but since no one had the time to collect them, they could only let them float around. Watching Xianxia leisurely collect the evil spirit essences, Yuqing couldn't help smiling bitterly, opening his mouth but not daring to say anything. The old man's complexion was also ugly, and he had the urge to vomit blood. After a long time, Xianxia finished collecting the evil spirit essences around them, glancing over at them and chuckling. Continue, I'll come back later. Saying this out loud really made one feel like they were about to die from anger. The 4 purifying spirit bottles hadn't yet been filled, so Xianxia walked around in a circle before returning. Arriving at the high platform where everyone was resting, Xianxia tossed the 4 purifying spirit bottles to the Hu sisters and said, "You keep an eye on them, I need to digest them first." N. The Hu sisters' faces were like peach blossoms as they smiled sweetly. Although the last 4 purifying spirit bottles were all given to Hu Mei'er and Hu Jiao'er, no one from Ghost King Valley or Treasure Instrument sect complained. Each of them had already harvested 2 bottles of evil spirit essences. Xianxia's previous debt to Ghost King Valley had not only been completely repaid, but had also given them a big harvest. Needless to say, Tao Yang and the others from Treasure Instrument sect had come here because their honored master wanted to see if this evil spirit essence could be used for artifact refining. Originally, they had only wanted to kill a few red evil spirits, but now that they had reaped such a huge harvest, how could they not be happy? What's more, Hu Mei'er had just jumped into the evil spirit spring to look for Xianxia, which made everyone realize that the relationship between Xianxia and the twins was not as simple as they had thought. They weren't strangers who had met by chance. No wonder Xianxia was able to rescue the twins from the high platform just now. Considering all this, everyone looked at Xianxia, then at the Hu sisters, all of them wearing strange expressions. Sure enough, he's a pervert. Lung Shan secretly ground her teeth as she cursed. Back in that isolated world, this little bastard had taken advantage of her and ZMO. If it weren't for the enemy attacking them at the last moment, perhaps he and ZMO would have already been together. At that time, if ZMO was really eaten by him, Lung Shan estimated that she wouldn't be able to escape from his grasp. Never would he have thought that even after entering the evil cavern, he would still be able to meet 2 beauties who had an unclear relationship with him. Moreover, they were twins. How many women did he know outside? That's why he encountered such a low probability thing. Thinking of this, Lung Shan became more and more annoyed. She secretly decided that she would never deal with Xianxia again. Although he was indeed a good person. But he was a bit too much of a playboy. If she walked together with him again, she might lose her chastity without even knowing how. She still wanted to marry into a good family. Glancing at the Hu sisters, Lung Shan's mouth moved. There was no sound, but she mouthed the words "love-struck fool." The high platform was filled with jubilation. Xianxia sat cross-legged on the ground, retracting the evil energy into his unyielding golden skeleton. The Dantian's true Yang Yuan Qi once again filled his meridians. The evil energy contained in the evil spirit spring could be directly absorbed into his unyielding golden skeleton, but the evil spirit essence couldn't be absorbed. It needed to be refined with true Yang Yuan Qi. Slightly investigating the Dantian's essence, Yang Kai found that there were more than 100 of them, but only one of them could be determined to be a special essence. It was the one left behind by the soul-type evil spirit after it died. Thinking about it, Yang Kai decided to save it for the end. Good things should always be left for the end. Leading the Dantian's essence into his meridians, Yang Kai used his Yuan Qi to refine it. At the same time, he felt the shackles of his own martial Tao. The shackles of heaven and earth enveloped his body. This layer of shackles couldn't be felt before reaching a certain level, but every time a cultivator was about to break through, they could clearly sense it. Breaking through this layer of shackles would allow a cultivator's strength to rise to the next level. If they couldn't do so, their cultivation would remain stagnant. The stronger one was, the harder it was to break the shackles placed on one's body. This was one of the reasons why a cultivator's strength increased slowly in the later stages. Sometimes a cultivator would be stuck in a certain realm all year round because they were limited by their aptitude, unable to break through that bottleneck. This kind of shackles was especially obvious when one reached the peak immortal ascension boundary. Therefore, in today's world, very few people broke through to the above immortal ascension boundary. And every cultivator who broke through to the above immortal ascension boundary was a powerful overlord. At the very least, they were all masters of first-class forces. If there was an exception, it would be Ling Tai Su. After all, High Heaven Pavilion was only a second-class sect, and now it was on the verge of destruction. Yang Kai used his heart to feel, gathering his essence, qi, and soul, constantly attacking the shackles that bound him. Time slowly passed. After an unknown amount of time, that layer of shackles was suddenly broken. His whole body felt light, as if he had just broken out of a cage, and a sense of freedom was born in his body and mind. It was as if this world could no longer hinder his steps to the peak of the martial Tao. An invisible aura, with Yang Kai as the center, suddenly spread out, creating a layer of ripples visible to the naked eye. The people who were chatting and laughing were startled by this sudden movement and quickly turned their heads to look at Yang Kai. After confirming that he was making such a commotion because of his breakthrough, they all had strange expressions on their faces. Daring to break through in such a dangerous environment, Yang Kai's courage was really admirable. Yuan Qi Realm, 6th stage. Even if he succeeded in breaking through, Yang Kai didn't immediately get up. He still circulated his secret art, absorbing the evil spirit essence that had just been completely refined into the unyielding golden skeleton. The golden skeleton was no longer saturated and produced a whirlpool-like suction force, swallowing the purified evil spirit essence. The realm that had just broken through quickly stabilized. In the Dantian, there was still a mass of evil spirit essence left. It was the special evil spirit essence left behind after its death. Yang Kai's face shook, and his spirit rose. He was also looking forward to what benefits this special evil spirit essence would bring him. The Yuan Qi drove it through his meridians, refining and burning it. The impurities were expelled little by little, turning into useless substances that were discharged from the body. It was worthy of being called a special evil spirit essence. Yang Kai spent a full hour to completely refine it. After the refined evil spirit essence flowed through his meridians, it brought a strange feeling that made him feel comfortable. This was an effect that other evil spirit essences did not have. Suddenly, it followed his meridians and rushed straight to the top of his head. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. The next moment, Yang Kai felt that his spiritual energy had increased by a large amount. This was actually an evil spirit essence that could increase his spiritual energy. Not only that, but there also seemed to be something else. Yang Kai opened his eyes, and there seemed to be an electric current flashing through them, shining brightly as he thought for a while. The corners of his mouth could not help but show a strange smile. He slowly got up. Yang Kai looked towards the high platform where the old man was. "Brother Yang, are you okay?" Chenny hurriedly asked. I can't be better." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Looking at the old man, his eyes gradually became dangerous. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's gaze, the old man could not help but look back. With just a glance, the old man frowned. He found that this strange young man seemed to be a little different from before. Compared to before, he seemed to have become more confident, more arrogant, and more overbearing. Just after breaking through a small realm, he already has ideas about this old man? The old man sneered in his heart, really overestimating himself. Xianxia was indeed thinking about this old man. Just now, in order to snatch that special evil spirit essence, this old man had attacked Xianxia. If it were not for Xianxia's good physique, the extremely pure yuan qi in his body, and the fact that he had condensed a yang liquid shield at the critical moment, he would not have been able to block that attack. Although he was about to get some interest back, but it had always been Xianxia's principle to do things. Swallowing humiliation was not something he wanted to do. His eyes flashing, Xianxia gradually withdrew his hostility. He was not completely sure that he could kill the old man. The old man's realm was too high. Even with the means he had just obtained, he may not be able to kill him. He had to plan carefully. Brother Yang. Tao Yang's expression was dignified. Looking at Xianxia, he said, "We just discussed and felt that staying here is not a long-term solution." Xianxia also felt the same way. Just now, they couldn't escape because countless evil spirits had gathered from all directions, so there was no way to escape, so they could only hide on this central high platform. Now that all the nearby evil spirits had gathered, the outside was undoubtedly safer. Pausing for a moment, Xianxia asked, "What do you think?" "We want to leave here." Jenny frowned, "But there are also concerns. Once we leave this high platform, we may be targeted by those evil spirits, making it difficult for us to escape." "What do you want me to do?" They now regarded Xianxia as their backbone, so Xianxia naturally knew that they were pinning their hopes on him. "Brother Yang, can you fly while maintaining such a large-range defensive shield?" Jenny asked somewhat embarrassedly. Their Ghost King Valley had the most people, followed by the 4 from Treasure Instrument Sect, and finally the Hu sisters. So many people wanting Xianxia to protect them was really too much. Moreover, they didn't know how much yuan qi Xianxia had left to squander. "I haven't tried yet, but I should be able to." Xianxia thought about it carefully. Maintaining such a large defensive shield would definitely consume a lot of yuan qi, but he still had a lot of yang liquid stored in his dantian. "If that's the case, then we can take the risk." Chenny nodded slightly. Dong dong, just as everyone was discussing this matter, not far away, a rapid and powerful heartbeat sounded. Listening to this sound, it seemed to be the beating of a huge heart. Everyone's expression changed as they turned to look at the source of the sound. After a moment of silence, the same thumping sound rang out again. This time everyone could clearly see that when the thumping sound rang out, the evil spirit spring was actually churning violently. *pu. The evil spirit spring below the high platform suddenly seemed to be boiling, one giant bubble after another appearing. As soon as the bubble appeared, it burst open, releasing a burst of evil energy. As the bubble burst, the entire evil chi spring water below began to surge up rapidly. The high platform they were standing on was about 70 to 80 meters above the ground. Originally, after such a long time, the water level of the evil spirit spring should have risen to about 30 meters. However, at this moment, the thick liquid of evil spirit spring water was rising at a crazy speed, as if it was about to explode. Everyone's complexion couldn't help changing greatly. In just 3 breaths of time, the evil spirit spring water had spread to the same height as the high platform and was still rising crazily. "Not good." Tao Yang cried out in alarm, his face filled with horror as he watched all this happen. The others also hurriedly shrank back to the middle of the high platform, fearing that they would accidentally fall off and into the evil spirit spring water. With such a large amount of evil spirit spring water erupting, it was already too late for them to escape. Everyone's faces were ashen as they suddenly had no idea what to do. The old man's eyes were also filled with panic. Although he knew about the existence of the evil spirit spring, this was the first time he had encountered one, so he didn't know what was going on. Seeing that the evil spirit spring water was about to envelop them from all directions, the old man knew that this was not a place to stay for long. Letting out a roar, anger rose in his heart as he shouted, "If you don't want to die, come with me." As he spoke, a fierce burst of energy erupted from his body, opening a gap in the encirclement of the evil spirits as his yuan qi burst out, protecting his 4 juniors as he rushed towards Xianxia and the others. The free and unfettered sect disciples also hurriedly followed, using all kinds of martial skills and artifacts to protect themselves, so for a time they didn't have to worry about their safety. Xianxia's expression was indifferent as he narrowed his eyes at the old man who was rapidly approaching them. A cold light flashed across his eyes. The purpose of the old man's flight was self-evident. In a moment, this entire area would be flooded with evil spirit spring water. At that time, the high platform where Xianxia and the others were standing would become the only safe haven. With 20 layers of true Yang Yuan Qi layered over each other, it would be more than enough to resist the corrosion of the evil spirit spring. In this life and death crisis, the old man had decided to take a risk. Flying closer, the old man didn't rush to attack. Instead, he simply looked at Xianxia and said, "Little friend, there are many unpleasant things between us. But at this time, this old man won't waste time with you. How about you ask your friends to give up a few seats?" Xianxia looked at him mockingly. "Can't you see that our side is already full?" The old man's face darkened, and he said anxiously, "That's why I asked you to give up a few seats." With the evil spirit spring acting so strangely, he didn't know what would happen next. Without this old master, an immortal ascension boundary master, what chance did you have of surviving? These friends of yours have varying strengths. Why don't you just send a few of the weaker ones out? You need to know that making things convenient for others is also making things convenient for yourself. Senior. Yuqing anxiously called out. Listening to the old man's words, it seemed that he had no intention of bringing along the free and unfettered sex people, so naturally he was anxious. When the others heard this, they also looked at the old man angrily. When he said this, it was obvious that he wanted these people to go out and die in their place. Xianxia sneered and shook his head. "It's quite convenient for me now. That's why I don't want to make things easy for others. Junior, you asked for it." The old man's face filled with anger as he angrily shouted. The evil spirit spring was rising higher and higher, so he didn't have any more time to waste. If this old master doesn't have a good time, don't think you'll have a good time either. Free and unfettered sect, join with this old master and drive them out. Only by occupying this high platform can you survive. The old man shouted. Good. Yuqing was overjoyed and didn't hesitate to agree. On the high platform, everyone's expression was gloomy to the extreme. This old man was obviously like a cornered dog jumping over a wall. With an immortal ascension boundary 5th stage master and 7 or 8 Yuan Qi masters attacking them, they didn't know if they could resist. Only Xianxia was smiling lightly as he stared at the old man with contempt and ridicule. Kong, the fire dragon suddenly burst out from the high platform and flew towards the old man's group. It was unknown who had taken the initiative to attack. The high platform covered by the true Yang Yuan Qi's defensive barrier had now become the only place to save their lives. No one wanted to give it up, so with the old man acting so overbearingly, naturally some people couldn't hold themselves back. In the next moment, a variety of martial skills and artifacts were unleashed. The group of people around the old man didn't dare to show weakness and also returned the favor. However, after only one round of confrontation, the people on the high platform saw that the situation was not good. All of their attacks had been intercepted by the old man, an immortal ascension boundary master. Although the old man had expended a lot of effort to intercept them, he had still managed to do so. On the other hand, the attacks from the Yuan Qi cultivators behind the old man had caused the people on the high platform to panic. For a moment, everyone's faces went pale. With an immortal ascension boundary master blocking the front, even if they wanted to kill the people behind them, they wouldn't be able to. In a short time, the evil spirit spring had risen again and was about to swallow up the group of people. The 4 young men beside the old man and the free and unfettered sect disciples also used every ounce of strength they had, desperately pushing their true qi to the limit as they launched a fierce attack. As for the old man himself, his eagle-like eyes were locked onto Xianxia. His intuition told him that this mysterious young man was very strange and definitely had some unknown means. If it were any other time, he would have carefully probed this young man to prevent himself from capsizing, but at this critical moment, how could he have the leisure to do so? Waving his hand, a huge palm print shot towards Xianxia, intending to kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. Yang Kai coldly snorted and pointed his finger forward, summoning a blood-red shield in front of him. Kong, the palm print slammed into the Yang liquid shield, instantly shattering it, but it still managed to block the old man's blow. Not waiting for the old man to attack again, Yang Kai's mind suddenly burst forth with an invisible energy, silently bypassing the old man's shield and flashing into the crowd behind him. The old man's expression changed. In that instant, he seemed to be aware of the power of his divine sense. Before he could figure out what was going on, behind him, a purple halo suddenly exploded. The burst of light formed a fan shape, enveloping the 4 young disciples of the old man and the free and unfettered sect disciples. As the silent attack spread out, those true element boundary experts suddenly became dazed, and their faces contorted in pain. Immediately after that, another burst of light exploded. A third burst. Yu Qing clutched his head, the piercing pain making it impossible for him to circulate his yuan qi, causing him to fall headfirst into the pool of evil spirit spring. As his body fell into the evil spirit spring, a series of sizzling sounds rang out, and at a rate visible to the naked eye, Yu Qing's clothes and flesh were quickly corroded, leaving behind only white bones. In addition to Yu Qing, the free and unfettered sect disciples and the old man's 4 juniors also suffered a similar blow. Several of them fell down with Yu Qing while the rest were directly dismembered by the evil spirits. In the blink of an eye, the old man was the only one left in his camp, and from the looks of it, he seemed to have suffered some injuries. Dang 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 dang. The old man hurriedly retreated a few steps, a look of horror on his face as he stared at Yang Kai, his voice trembling as he muttered, "Soul skill." Yang Kai's lips curled upwards as a brilliant smile appeared on his face. How is this possible? The old man's expression was one of utter disbelief, unable to believe what he was seeing. This was just a Yuan Qi 6th stage cultivator, how could he display a soul skill? Moreover, this soul skill was quite familiar. It was clearly the same one used by the soul-type evil spirit just now, but the scope of the attack had been slightly altered by this young man. It's a soul skill. Yang Kai stared at the old man provocatively. I obtained it from that source just now. Old man, you're dead. Impossible. The old man's expression was somewhat ferocious. Although the 3 halos just now had not seriously injured him, his divine sense had been somewhat damaged, and the pain in his head was still lingering. Even if you can comprehend a soul skill from that source, without cultivating your divine sense, you can't display it. Saying so, the old man's eyes lit up again as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Could it be that that source just now allowed you to cultivate your divine sense? Let's just assume so. Yang Kai chuckled, not bothering to explain. His divine sense had long since been cultivated, and Yang Kai's current spiritual energy was quite strong, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to display 3 soul skills in a row and still be so calm. Even a master who had just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary couldn't display 3 soul skills in a row. On the high platform, everyone stared at Yang Kai in surprise. None of them had expected that at this critical moment, Yang Kai would once again turn the tide. The time they had been in contact with Yang Kai hadn't been long, but in this short period of time, Yang Kai had displayed one after another incredible means, repeatedly creating miracles. Everyone knew that if they hadn't encountered Yang Kai on this trip to the evil cavern, they would have likely died several times over. Not to mention this life-saving grace, Yang Kai's strange and powerful strength was enough to make everyone secretly decide to befriend him and not have any conflicts with him in the future. The old man stared at the evil spirit spring below with a pained expression. The 4 juniors he had tried so hard to protect had all fallen just now, so naturally, his hatred for Yang Kai had reached a boiling point. Hesitating for a moment, the old man suddenly turned around and walked away, muttering, "Little brat, you better live well, this old master will one day skin you alive." Even if Yang Kai had mastered a soul skill, the old man wasn't afraid of him. What the old man was afraid of was the rapidly rising evil spirit spring below. Unable to quickly occupy the high platform, the old man could only try to escape and see if he could escape with his life. You want to run? Do you think you can? Yang Kai coldly shouted, directly leaping off the high platform, quickly chasing after the old man, his figure leaping up, his divine sense flashing in his mind, but this time it was somewhat different from the previous one. Condensed into a single point, it transformed into a purple streak of light and shot towards the old man's head. This was also a soul skill obtained from the soul-type evil spirit, but the previous one was a large area of effect attack while this one was a single target attack. The two had some similarities, but the methods used were different. The old man obviously hadn't expected Xianxia to have this kind of skill and was caught off guard by the purple streak of light. His body trembled as he fell, half of his body falling into the evil spirit spring. The old man screamed as he desperately pushed his yuan qi to resist the demonic qi invading his body. But no matter how hard he tried, the strange ink-like aura continued to spread. Even now, it was still rapidly spreading to his body. The old man's courage was completely shattered, and he used all his strength to try and climb up, but there seemed to be a huge suction force coming from the evil spirit spring water, as if there was a giant invisible hand pulling him down towards the bottom. It was like he had inadvertently fallen into a swamp, and the more he tried, the faster he fell. Xianxia took this opportunity to fly above the old man's head. Using both of his palms, Xianxia fiercely struck out with the momentum of a mountain. Xianxia used his Burning Sun's 3-layer blast and soul skill at the same time. Xianxia sent out a series of palm prints, each of which contained a faint purple glow. Xianxia was determined to kill him. The old man's immortal ascension boundary 5th stage strength was like a tiger in a cage. Unable to display his full strength, the old man was forced into the evil spirit spring by Xianxia. A shrill scream rang out. Vaguely, one could see the old man struggling and resisting under the ink-like spring water. However, he was unable to break free from the shackles of the evil energy in the spring water. He sank deeper and deeper, and gradually disappeared. After a short while, the old man's voice also disappeared as he died a violent death. Xianxia's expression also became somewhat ugly. He hadn't expected this evil spirit spring to be so powerful that even an immortal ascension boundary master couldn't break free from it. When he used the evil spirit qi in his unyielding golden skeleton, he could swim freely in the evil spirit spring, but if anyone else fell into it, Xianxia was afraid they would end up no different from free and unfettered sect. On the high platform, Xinjiang Yuanqi's defensive barrier, would it be able to withstand it? Glancing over at the old man with some worry, Xianxia quickly withdrew. After using his spiritual energy so many times, he was indeed tired and weak, but Xianxia still didn't show the slightest sign of it. Landing back on the high platform, everyone held their breath as they stared at him, seemingly unable to believe that an immortal ascension boundary 5th stage master had been killed by him. Although everyone knew it wasn't Xianxia's own ability, but rather his reliance on the evil spirit spring, but even so, it was still shocking enough. Ahem. It looks like we're the only ones left here, Shani coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention. Yeah, they're all dead. Lung Shan looked at the empty platform on the other side, feeling like she was in a dream. Ghost King Valley had offended free and unfettered sect this time, so she was worried about being punished by her master when she returned, but she hadn't expected that Yu Qing and the others would all die, a result she was quite happy to see. No one from the free and unfettered sect had returned alive, so naturally none of them knew what had happened here. It's up. Tao Yang shouted as he stared outside with a heavy expression. At this moment, the evil spirit spring outside once again erupted, and the swelling water quickly covered the high platform, quickly rising several dozen feet, filling the entire evil cavern. They turned their heads and looked around. Other than the high platform, they were surrounded by spring water. The dark water blocked out all light. It was as if they were hiding in a bubble at the bottom of the sea. Through the defensive barrier, one could occasionally see some evil spirits wandering in the spring water. Everyone couldn't help rejoicing in their hearts. Fortunately, they hadn't rashly left the high platform just now, otherwise, they would have been swallowed up by this spring water before they could escape. Si la la, when the spring water came into contact with the true Yang Yuanqi defensive barrier, there was a burst of explosive sounds as the two opposing energies collided, rapidly consuming each other's energy. For a time, everyone's mood became tense as they stared at the defensive barrier. In this case, if the defensive barrier broke, with the exception of Xianxia, everyone else would die. Dong dong, the sound coming from the evil spirit spring became more and more intense, causing the heartbeat of everyone on the high platform to involuntarily quicken. All of them were on tenterhooks, not knowing what was about to happen. Pooh, the sound of something breaking rang out. Zhao Rong of Treasure Instrument Sect screamed, her beautiful face going pale. It seems the first layer of the defensive barrier has been broken. Is that true? Qingying's face also went green. How long had it been since the first layer of the defensive barrier had been destroyed? At this rate, in less than a stick of incense worth of time, the high platform would no longer be safe. It's true, I saw it, Zhao Rong cried out. Sometimes, death wasn't that scary. A sudden sword strike could end a person's life before they could even feel it. What was terrible was the feeling of waiting for death, the endless torment of anxiety and fear. It made one feel like a year. What if it all breaks? Qingying asked with a sad face. Don't jinx it. Lung Shan scolded. Immediately, everyone turned their heads and stared at Yang Kai. It was as if they thought he could still create another miracle and turn the tide. Yang Kai sniffed and said, I can still condense such a defensive barrier. Everyone's face lit up with joy and Chenyi couldn't help but laugh. I knew Brother Yang definitely had some tricks up his sleeve, haha. Now there's no need to worry. Hiding inside the defensive barrier was extremely safe. Besides feeling a little scared, there was nothing else to worry about. Tao Yang frowned slightly. Looking at Yang Kai thoughtfully, he quickly asked, Brother Yang, how many more layers can you condense? Yang Kai checked the yang liquid inside the dantian and said lightly, 50 layers is fine. Tao Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. He stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. The amount of yuan qi contained in this defensive barrier was already enormous, 50 layers. Tao Yang almost couldn't imagine how Yang Kai had so much yuan qi in his body. But immediately, his brow wrinkled again and he said worriedly, the key is when this spring water will disappear. Even if Brother Yang does his best, I'm afraid he can only maintain it for half an hour. If the spring water is still there after half an hour, then... Yang Kai also frowned, this was what he was afraid of. Although he didn't need to worry about his own safety, the Hu sisters were still here. He couldn't just stand by and watch them die without doing anything. They were a pair of twin sisters. When Yang Kai was still weak, they had been good to him. Yang Kai also cherished their friendship. He said 50 layers, but that was the most conservative estimate. When that time came, he would do whatever it took to bring the Hu sisters out. He would wrap them in his own yuan qi and not let them get hurt. The reason why he was still here was that Yang Kai wanted to do his best. After all, he had a good relationship with the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect. He was just one person, so he couldn't take care of so many people. Although he was a bit selfish, in this crisis, he could only take care of those he was familiar with. For a time, everyone on the high platform was a little worried and uneasy. Hu Meier quietly glanced at Yang Kai, but there was no trace of worry on her face, she just leaned towards him. Hu Jiaoer noticed her sister's small movement and just smiled bitterly, glancing away. Right, do you have any news about my Grand Master? Worrying wasn't a good idea, so Yang Kai simply stopped thinking about the current situation and stood next to Hu Meier, quietly asking her about the sect. Your Grand Master? Hu Meier looked at him in surprise, but because the distance was too close, she quickly averted her eyes. Ling Tai Su. Oh. Hu Meier nodded, her brow wrinkling slightly as she thought for a moment, we don't know. I only know that one night, a great battle broke out in your High Heaven Pavilion. It seems that the central capital's Qiu family brought people to cause trouble. The battle lasted for a long time, and I heard from my father that Sect Master Ling seemed to have broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary. Sect Master Ling is really amazing. What was the result of that battle? Yang Kai asked anxiously. It seemed to be a draw. Sect Master Ling was very strong, and with the assistance of the 4 elders, the central capital's Qiu family masters were all repelled, but since then, Sect Master Ling and the others have disappeared. That's good. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling relieved. Although he knew that his Grand Master wouldn't have any accidents, after all, he hadn't heard any news about him for so long, so he couldn't help feeling a little worried. But because of your High Heaven Pavilion's involvement, our Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall's people were unlucky enough to die. Hu Meier glared at Yang Kai, seemingly angry but also happy, her tone didn't contain the slightest trace of blame. what happened? The demon lord came from your high heaven pavilion, and the central capital's Cho family also sent people who were repelled by you. Moreover, the Cho family seems to have lost an important figure who has yet to be heard from. Those people were very overbearing and even put the blame on our Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall. Our two sects were forced to participate in the encirclement of the ash-gray cloud evil land in order to prove our innocence. That's why my sister and I ended up here. Hu Mei explained softly. Listening to her, Yang Kai understood why the two sisters had appeared in the ash-gray cloud evil land. They must have been dragged here to fight and ended up separated from the rest of the group. Unfamiliar with this place, the deeper they went, the more they encountered that group of scum from the free and unfettered sect, forcing them to enter the evil cavern. I'm just joking with you, I don't blame your high heaven pavilion, those people were unreasonable. Hu Mei saw Yang Kai's silence and thought he was a bit angry, so she couldn't help feeling a bit flustered. I know. Yang Kai's face was a bit gloomy, quickly changing the subject. What about Su Yan? Have you heard any news about her recently? No. Hu Mei obviously didn't know that Su Yan and the others had passed through the void corridor and were now 10,000 kilometers away, shaking her head. Your high heaven pavilion no longer has anyone. After the Cho family's important figure went missing, those invading masters burned down the entire high heaven pavilion. Now it's a ruin. Taking a deep breath, Kai Yang said in a deep voice, I understand. You, don't worry. Hu Mei saw Yang Kai's ugly expression and didn't know how to comfort him, instead taking the initiative to take his hand and gently squeeze it. Yang Kai glanced at her in surprise. Hu Mei lowered her head and didn't say anything, thinking that maybe she would die soon, but in any case, she wouldn't let go. It wasn't like she hadn't been presumptuous in front of him before. In the past, she had been quite bold in seducing him, but after cultivating the twin she shared spirit divine art, her temperament had been greatly affected by her sister and was no longer as unrestrained as before. Time had never passed so slowly. Under the pressure of death, everyone was nervous and their hearts were racing. Everyone's eyes were also constantly focused on the situation of the true Yang Yuanqi defensive barrier. Every time a layer of the barrier was broken, it seemed to make everyone's heart turn cold. As time passed, the 20 layers of the barrier were completely broken. Yang Kai had quickly condensed a new barrier to protect everyone, making everyone feel extremely grateful. In the surrounding evil spirit spring, there were constantly evil spirits flying around and huge bubbles rising from the bottom. The temperature quickly dropped. The group of people here were all Yuan-Chi cultivators, and with Yuan-Chi protecting their bodies, the cold could not affect them at all. But now, those with slightly lower strength had their hair covered in white frost and were shivering while hugging their arms. Even the breath they exhaled was a white mist. Even those with higher strength could not resist. Everyone present, except for Yang Kai who was indifferent to the cold, no one could ignore it. The surrounding evil spirit spring seemed to contain a cold that penetrated deep into the soul, eroding everyone's warmth at this moment. Dong dong, the movement from the evil spirit spring continued without stopping, and at this moment it was already quite strong, with each vibration causing the high platform to jump several times. Pa pa pa, the surrounding huge bubbles burst one after another, releasing a variety of evil spirits that were both dangerous and gloomy. The true Yang Yuanqi defensive barrier was still bursting layer after layer, and Yang Kai's expression gradually became heavy. After a while, suddenly, a series of muffled sounds like a war drum came from the evil spirit spring. After the sound, all the movement disappeared. Everyone was startled and looked at each other with a blank expression. Before they could figure out what was going on, an extremely cold and dense energy suddenly came from the other side. This cold and gloomy was like the cold wind blowing from a snowy mountain that had not melted for 10,000 years, but also like the ghost wind blowing from the 9 hells of purgatory. Everyone couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Kacha. The true Yang Yuanqi defensive barrier covering the high platform was covered with a layer of ice, a scene that shocked everyone present. He couldn't help but be incomparably shocked. The cold energy and the evil energy were both grinding away at the true Yang Yuanqi's defensive barrier, causing it to disappear at twice the speed. No way. Qingying opened his mouth wide, his eyes filled with bitterness. Originally, they were already on tenterhooks, and it was already difficult enough for them to resist. Now that such a change had occurred in their surroundings, it was clear that they were not going to be given a way out. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding evil chi spring water suddenly rushed towards a certain direction. Even the evil spirits swimming in it were unable to escape. It was as if a huge vortex had appeared over there, swallowing everything in the evil cavern. Countless sharp howls were heard as the numerous evil spirits struggled. Even the people on the high platform were affected by the suction force. Fortunately, they were all inside the defensive barrier and were not sucked in by the evil chi. He only slightly activated his yuan chi. This counteracted the suction force. What happened? Chinny frowned as he stared in that direction, only to see that not far from where the evil spirit spring used to be, there was a cold light. This light was not considered bright, but it was able to shine through the ink-like spring water. Evil spirit essence. The evil spirit essence contained in the spring. It was the treasure that the old man had wanted before. Unfortunately, he had died before he could see the evil spirit essence appear. Everything was converging towards the evil spirit origin. It was like a heart, letting out thumping sounds as it absorbed energy and gradually recovered. Slowly, the light disappeared. It seemed to have been blocked by the spring water. Layer after layer of the true yang defensive barrier quickly broke apart. Yang Kai stared towards the source of the light and was preparing to use another 20 drops of yang liquid to condense the defensive barrier when Ling Shan suddenly shouted in surprise, "The spring water is receding." Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed and followed her gaze to the side. Sure enough, they saw some light coming from the side. This was the light that belonged to the evil cavern. The spring water that filled the entire area was quickly flowing towards the spring's mouth, naturally emptying the area. Haha, the heavens help the worthy. Chenny was overjoyed. He had thought that this time it would really be difficult to escape, but at the last moment, the spring water was actually being sucked back in. According to this trend, it wouldn't be long before all the spring water around the high platform disappeared. Yang Kai frowned and quickly said, "Once it's safe, leave immediately. I'm afraid something big is about to happen." "What do you mean?" Lung Shan was startled. "Something big is taking shape." Yang Kai's expression sank as he stared in the direction of the spring's mouth. The others did not have a divine sense and could only feel the huge energy fluctuations coming from the spring's mouth, but Yang Kai could feel them more clearly than anyone else. The nearby spring water, as well as the evil spirits that had not yet died, were all being sucked in and transformed into a kind of evil energy that was slowly condensing. With the evil spirit essence emerging from the spring's mouth as the core, it was slowly forming a body. With such a huge amount of energy gathered, this new thing was likely terrifying to the extreme. A moment later, the surrounding spring water finally receded. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted and everyone immediately leapt off the high platform and flew towards the exit. Finally having a chance to escape, whether it was Ghost King Valley or Treasure Instrument Sect, all of them ran faster than a rabbit, hating that they were born with 2 more legs. Yuan Qi fiercely urged herself to use her movement skills and even some auxiliary artifacts, only wanting to get away from this dangerous place as quickly as possible. Yang Kai's speed was very fast, so he took the lead and flew in front of everyone. Beside him were the 2 Hu sisters. The 2 sisters seemed to have used some kind of mysterious technique, but Yuan Qi seemed to be connected to each other as she effortlessly followed behind Yang Kai. After flying for more than 10 kilometers, a loud roar suddenly rang out from behind them. This roar shook the entire evil cavern, as if a long-imprisoned beast had been released and was finally able to see the light of day again. Immediately afterwards, a huge wave of qi hit them from behind. If they hadn't been so far away, they would have been swept away by this wave of qi. Perceiving the terror of this unknown force, everyone paled and increased the force of their feet. This kind of hurrying was naturally extremely fast. "Over there, the exit is over there." Qingying had always been in charge of scouting the terrain, so he was more familiar with the terrain of the evil cavern than anyone else. Following the direction he pointed, Yang Kai really saw a ray of light a few kilometers away. Quickly turning around, he led everyone in that direction. Everyone couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, wishing they could immediately escape from the evil cavern. However, just as they were about 2 kilometers away from the exit, several immortal ascension boundary masters suddenly flew over. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he secretly became vigilant. These immortal ascension boundary masters all exuded thick demonic chi and a ghostly aura. Needless to say, they were definitely not good people. With such a big change occurring inside the evil cavern, it wasn't surprising that nearby immortal ascension boundary masters would be attracted here, but what made Yang Kai depressed was that these masters were actually flying towards him, obviously wanting to investigate the situation inside the evil cavern. The distance between the two sides was rapidly narrowing, but the immortal ascension boundary masters didn't put Yang Kai's group in their eyes. Before they even arrived, the leader of this group shouted, "You over there, stop for this old master." Hearing this, everyone's heart sank and their faces filled with displeasure. Just as they were about to escape, suddenly being blocked like this, anyone would feel uncomfortable. They're the Demon King's subordinates. Lung Shan's expression changed greatly as she whispered to Yang Kai, "These four are all immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage masters, we can't beat them." She was afraid that Yang Kai didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and would offend these four masters, so she hurriedly warned him. Moreover, these four were the real evildoers, the evil deeds they had committed were too numerous to be recorded. Even in the ash-gray cloud evil land, these four were quite loathsome existences. However, the four of them were proficient in joint attacks, so even if they were only immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage masters, they could still contend with a peak immortal ascension boundary master, so even if they had enemies all over the world, they still lived a comfortable life. What's more, the four of them were also the profounding Ghost King's trusted subordinates. Their tempers were unruly, so if they were displeased, it was possible they could kill everyone here in a single blow. Yang Kai naturally understood the depths of this situation, so when he heard the old man shout, he hurriedly stopped. Although he was extremely anxious in his heart, there was nothing he could do. The four old men flew forward side by side. They wore clothes of similar styles, but different colors. The different colors represented their identities. Demon King, green, yellow and purple. The blue-robed old man stared at Yang Kai's group with a dignified expression and asked, "Who are you? Do you know what's going on here?" Yang Kai frowned and said lightly, "We are from Ghost King Valley and have been here for life experience, so we don't know what's going on." "You don't know?" The blue-robed old man coldly snorted, apparently seeing that Yang Kai was lying. Why bother talking nonsense with him, just take him and ask him on the way. The green-robed old man frowned. N. The blue-robed old man nodded, his figure leaping over to Yang Kai's side. The yuan qi in Yang Kai's body instinctively reacted, but he quickly suppressed it. Facing an immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage master, everyone here couldn't win even if they put their lives on the line, let alone four of them. Acting rashly would only make things worse. The blue-robed old man easily lifted Yang Kai up and didn't seal his cultivation. Seemingly very confident in his strength, the blue-robed old man's figure flickered as he rushed inside. "You go first. When I come out, I'll find you." Kai Yang only had time to shout out to the crowd before the blue-robed old man carried him away and disappeared from sight. Yang Kai. The Hu sisters' beautiful faces suddenly went pale. They were so close to escaping from the evil cavern, so how could something like this happen here? The blue-robed old man grabbed Yang Kai and quickly rushed towards the interior of the evil cavern, the other three following closely behind. The green-robed old man glanced back with a smile, his eyes full of interest. Suddenly, he waved his hand and two green lights flew back like spirit snakes coming out of a cave. The Hu sisters had only just shouted when their delicate bodies were hit by these green streaks of light. Immediately after, the two sisters simultaneously turned green. This unforeseen event caused them to be stunned on the spot. Hurriedly inspecting themselves, they discovered that they had not suffered any injuries and their true qi circulation was not hindered in any way. Lung Shan's complexion changed greatly as she cried out in alarm, "Tarsal bone shadow!" The Ghost King Valley disciples all turned to look at the Hu sisters again, their eyes filled with sympathy. "What do you mean, what is that?" Hu Jiaoer asked in a deep voice. Lung Shan's face was extremely ugly, and she was worried. After hesitating for a while, she opened her mouth to explain, "Demons and monsters, one of them is wearing a green robe. This person likes women, so I'm afraid you've been targeted by him. This Tarsus shadow is his unique skill." Once he hits you, he can sense your location at all times. He can even use this skill to affect your mind and make you surrender and listen to him obediently. The Hu sisters' beautiful faces suddenly went pale. Moreover, the color on your body is also a sign of this skill. As long as you go outside, anyone who sees this color will know you've been hit by the tarsal bone shadow. After a pause, Liangshan continued, right now he's going inside to investigate the situation, so he can't split himself up. That's why he left this tarsal bone shadow technique on you. As soon as he finishes his business inside, he'll definitely come looking for you. Even if he doesn't go in person, someone will capture you and give you to him in order to gain his favor. You're in big trouble. Chenny also said solemnly. Is there any way to break this skill? Hu Jiaoer asked coldly. Even an immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Master may not be able to break this skill. Unless we kill him or find someone stronger. Liangshan bit her lip. Hearing her say this, the Hu sisters' hearts suddenly sank to the bottom. Yang Kai didn't know about the Hu sisters' situation. However, the two beams of green light and the obscene light in the eyes of the green-robed old man were clearly seen by him. The look in Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became much colder. The other three people seemed to have become accustomed to this small action of the green-robed old man. Their expressions didn't even change. There was no need to talk about it. The few of them just kept flying inside. The flight speed of an immortal Ascension Boundary Master was extremely fast, so it took Yang Kai a long time to reach the cave entrance, but after a short while he was brought back. After returning to the two high platforms not far away, Qi Mei and Wang Liang narrowed their eyes and looked forward with a solemn expression. At this moment, the evil spirit spring water had completely receded and in its place was a dark cocoon-like object. On the cocoon, lines that looked like the veins of a human body were crisscrossing, and an indescribable amount of energy was flowing inside them. The entire cocoon was 40 to 50 feet tall. It was incomparably enormous, and its entire body emitted a ghastly and icy cold feeling. The strands of seemingly material evil devil chi seemed to have transformed into numerous tentacles that swam and fluttered outside the cocoon. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Dong dong. A strong throbbing sound came from inside the cocoon, accompanied by a powerful wave of energy that could affect one's soul and divine sense, sweeping across the area where Qi Mei and Yang Kai were standing. The blue-robed old man carrying Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he quickly formed a few hand seals and stretched out his hand in front of him. This time, he managed to block the attack. What is this? The yellow-robed old man's expression became extremely heavy as he stared at the cocoon, a look of confusion on his face. The four of them had profound strength, were not young, and were quite knowledgeable. Although they could feel a huge pressure coming from the cocoon in front of them and knew that the thing inside was definitely not to be trifled with, none of them could recognize what it was. Such a rich demonic chi was visible to the naked eye. In all their lives, the four of them had only ever seen this from a single person. That was the recently born Demon Lord. A few months ago, when the four of them followed the profounding Ghost King to see the Demon Lord, they had the privilege of witnessing the Demon Lord's glory. The Demon Lord's demonic chi had already transcended the level of evil. The profounding Ghost King had said that this was a demon. A real demon. In front of a demon, all demonic chi was just a small matter. Little brat, I will ask you one last time, do you know what happened here? If you dare say you don't know, this old master will imprison you here and let you fend for yourself. If you tell me, this old master will let you live. The blue-robed old man put down Yang Kai and looked at him indifferently. Yang Kai's expression was calm as he glanced at the old man before frowning. This is something hidden in the evil spirit spring. Evil spirit spring? Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liang's expressions changed, and the voice of the green-robed old man suddenly rose by a lot. The four words evil spirit spring were undoubtedly very attractive to them. Yes. Yang Kai nodded and didn't conceal anything, quickly recounting what had happened just now. The more the four old men listened, the more excited they became, their eyes blazing, their original fear of the big cocoon slowly replaced by greed, all of them staring towards it with gleaming eyes. After Yang Kai finished speaking, the four old men's breathing became somewhat unstable. What do we do? The other three looked nervously and expectantly towards the blue-robed old man, waiting for him to make a decision. The blue-robed old man's heart was obviously also filled with turmoil. The evil spirit spring rarely appeared, but every time it did, it would bring with it a treasure that many immortal ascension boundary masters desperately fought over. But this time, the evil spirit spring had actually bred such a treasure, something that far exceeded their knowledge and understanding. The blue-robed old man didn't know if he should gamble his life here. We're not far from breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary 9th stage, but we haven't been able to find a suitable energy source. If we miss this opportunity, who knows how long we'll have to wait. The purple-robed old man obviously wanted to take a risk, his expression eager. The green-robed old man and yellow-robed old man nodded at the same time, agreeing with what the purple-robed old man said. Since all three of them had such intentions, the blue-robed old man couldn't act arbitrarily. What's more, he himself was also inclined to take a risk, it was just that he had some scruples in his heart. After a moment of silence, the blue-robed old man's eyes flashed and his expression became firm, quickly declaring, "Then let's do it." Saying so, he casually tossed Xianxia about 1,000 meters away. Before he hit the ground, Xianxia felt a tyrannical force suddenly erupt from his body. This force was filled with all kinds of sinister malice, and even though Xinyan Yuanqi tried to counterattack, he was still unable to offset it. With a few cracking sounds, several of his bones broke, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood mid-air. When he finally landed, Xianxia was completely motionless, his face as white as a sheet of gold. The blue-robed old man suddenly laughed, "Ha ha, this old master is a man of his word, I'll let you live." Xianxia glared towards the old man with resentment, his eyes filled with hatred and coldness. How could the blue-robed old man let him live? If it weren't for the Xinyan Yuanqi in his body being pure and vigorous enough, that sneak attack just now would have been enough to defeat Xianxia's Dantian, completely crippling his cultivation and reducing him to an ordinary person. For an ordinary person without strength to stay here, there was no other end but death. Fortunately, they were far enough away that the blue-robed old man didn't know that Xianxia's cultivation hadn't been crippled. If he were to learn of this, with this old man's vicious nature, he would likely immediately kill him. Not daring to show the slightest neglect, Xianxia quickly sat down cross-legged to meditate, at the same time reaching out and dipping a drop of myriad drug liquid into his mouth to neutralize its medicinal efficacies. A moment later, the sound of a fierce battle rang out. The strength of the Qi Mei and Wang Liang was profound, and when the four of them joined forces, they could be called invincible in the immortal ascension boundary. At this moment, they were fiercely attacking the giant cocoon. A roar came from inside the cocoon, as if something had broken free from its shackles. Immediately, the blue-robed old man's frightened and surprised cry rang out, "Sure enough, it's a real demon, a demon spirit." With this shout, the battle became even more intense. It was likely that whatever was inside the cocoon had been forced out by these four people and was now engaged in a fierce battle with them. For a time, the entire evil cavern was filled with gusts of cold wind as the demonic qi churned. The already dim underground cavern was now plunged into darkness, as if it had been immersed in the underworld. Xianxia was completely focused on healing his wounds. However, under the influence of the rolling demonic qi, Xianxia clearly felt that there was something in his body that was throbbing incessantly, even his yuan qi was stirring up. Slightly startled, Xianxia quickly investigated himself, but after understanding what was causing this reaction to the demonic qi, his expression suddenly became strange. After pondering for a long time, Xianxia slowly diverted a part of his attention to the situation over there. The scene of the battle was extremely fierce, and although Xianxia could not see what was happening over there, from the sounds coming from the mouths of the demons, he could infer that even though they had taken advantage of the fact that the demon spirit had not fully matured to force it out of the cocoon, the four of them were still unable to gain any advantage and were instead forced to retreat. The strength of the demon spirit was far beyond their imagination. But in a battle between masters, even if they felt something was wrong, they would not be able to escape in a short time, so they could only grit their teeth and hold on, each of them displaying 10 to 20% of their strength. As time passed, Xianxia's injuries quickly healed. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the other side. It seemed that Mo Ling had suffered a great loss. At the same time, the other four people exclaimed in unison. Among them, two of them stopped abruptly. It was very short and hurried. Dead. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, his heart filled with joy. Let's go. The green-clothed old man's shout rang out. He was rather flustered and also somewhat exhausted. Immediately afterwards, the sound of two people's robes fluttering could be heard. Obviously, the two people who were still alive were hurriedly fleeing. The demon spirit did not chase after them, just staying in place and letting out an unwilling roar. Yang Kai suddenly got up, his eyes overflowing with light, his mood fluctuating. The thing in his body was still throbbing, more violently than before, as if urging him to hurry. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai took large strides and quickly walked in the direction of the demon spirit. More than a dozen kilometers away, Ghost King Valley, Treasure Instrument Sect, and the Hu sisters were quickly returning. Why did you all follow us? Hu Jiaoer asked with a wry smile as she ran with her sister. Then why did you come back? Lung Shan didn't answer. Our relationship with him is different. Hu Jiaoer replied, but as soon as she spoke, she immediately attracted a lot of attention. Realizing the ambiguity in her words, she quickly added, we've known each other for a long time. Blood Battle Gang and High Heaven Pavilion are close neighbors. Listening to her, everyone understood why Yang Kai seemed so close to them before. It turned out that there was such a relationship between them. If we go back, it's very likely we'll die. Hu Jiaoer's voice became heavy. Lung Shan curled her lips, that's you, we're all from Ghost King Valley, under the jurisdiction of the profounding Ghost King. Those monsters won't necessarily try to kill us. Chinny nodded, that's right, Brother Tao, you shouldn't get involved in this mess. Tao Yang smiled lightly, we're from Treasure Instrument Sect, so we won't die. As long as those four old fogies still have some sense, they'll know our value. You, huh? Hu Jiaoer was speechless for a while. How could she not know that this group of people were just finding excuses for themselves? In fact, they just wanted to help. After all, Yang Kai had saved them time and time again. Now that Yang Kai was in trouble, if they just left, they wouldn't be able to get over their conscience. But in the face of those four great masters, what was the use of these people? Ants trying to shake a tree. As they were running away. Suddenly, an earth-shaking roar came from the other side. Then, the green light on the Hu sisters' bodies suddenly collapsed and disappeared. The group of people hurriedly stopped and stared at them in surprise. What happened? Hu Jiaoer looked puzzled. Didn't you say that unless that old fogey died, the tarsal bone shadow would break? Everyone was startled. Suddenly thinking of something, all of them looked aghast. How could that be? How long has it been? Chinny couldn't believe it. Less than half an hour had passed, how could that old fogey have died? But if that wasn't the case, why did the tarsal bone shadow on the Hu sisters suddenly disappear? Those four, after joining forces, were invincible in the immortal ascension boundary. What kind of danger had they encountered? Why did he lose his life in such a short time? Shwa shwa. Two silhouettes flew in front of them. Everyone quickly raised their guard and looked up. They saw two of the demons and monsters from before quickly approaching them. One was the green-robed old man who had captured Yang Kai, and the other was the purple-robed old man. The yellow-robed old man was no longer among them. Moreover, these two people were no longer as arrogant and overbearing as before. At this moment, their faces were pale, and dark red blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Many pitch-black auras surrounded their bodies. These auras were like poisonous snakes, coiling around their bodies, making them look exceptionally terrifying. Both of them were severely injured. One of the green-robed old man's arms was dangling by his side, clearly broken. As for the purple-clothed elder's abdomen, there were 5 bloody holes, which looked like they had been caused by someone's fingers. As he ran, bright red blood flowed out, sprinkling all the way. Not seeing any trace of Yang Kai, everyone's heart sank. These two looked panicked. They passed over everyone's heads like a whirlwind, not even sparing them a glance. It was as if they had been greatly frightened. The two fleeing and panicked expressions of these two made everyone's hearts feel even more gloomy. 4 people had gone in, and within half an hour, 2 had died while the other 2 had fled with serious injuries. The danger over there was not something this group of young people could touch. If they continued to go deeper, they were afraid they would die without a doubt. Moreover, whether Yang Kai was still alive was unknown. It was very likely that Yang Kai had already died. Elder sister. Hu Mei'er softly called out, looking towards the inside with a firm expression. N. Hu Jiao'er nodded with a cold expression, not saying a word, and together with her younger sister, the two of them rushed in like bolts of lightning. The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples glanced at each other before following without hesitation. Yang Kai condensed his yuan qi, his pace neither fast nor slow, cautiously and boldly approaching the battlefield. Not long after, the bodies of the green-robed old man and the yellow-robed old man came into view. Seeing their state of death, Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Although these two people's individual strength wasn't top-notch, only a mortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage, Lung Shan had said that the four of them together were very powerful. The so-called demon spirit being able to break through their joint attack in a short time and kill two of them in one fell swoop showed how powerful it was. The green-robed old man and the yellow-robed old man's deaths were extremely miserable. One of them had half of his body missing and died with his eyes wide open while the other was a bloody mess. Looking at their injuries, it was clear that they had been killed by the demon spirit in a single blow, not even giving them time to react. Not far away, Yang Kai heard a panting sound and quickly looked up. More than 100 feet away, an extremely burly, naked, and wild-looking man was nailed to the ground by a long spear that was more than 10 feet long. The demon spirit. This was the demon spirit that had been bred from the giant cocoon and was the result of all the evil spirit spring water and the essence of hundreds of evil spirits. Unlike the demon spirit, this demon spirit had a complete body with 4 limbs and facial features, looking no different from a real person. Only streams of pitch-black aura danced around his body. Every single one of those streams of aura contained extremely terrifying energy. Perceiving the arrival of Yang Kai, the demon spirit just glanced at him faintly, the look in his eyes clearly not taking Yang Kai seriously. At the same time, the several black auras around his body directly swept towards Yang Kai. As the demonic chi surged forward, Yang Kai calmly stretched out his hand in front of him and condensed a layer of true Yang Yuan chi into a defensive barrier in front of him. Pu pu pu. The demonic chi collided with the barrier and only pushed Yang Kai back a few steps, unable to break through it. The demon spirit glanced at Yang Kai with some surprise, seemingly not having expected him to have such a skill. After being stunned for a moment, he actually grinned at Yang Kai. Immediately after, he extended a strong and powerful hand and grasped the spear that was stuck in his abdomen. As he roared, he slowly pulled the spear out of his abdomen. This spear should be the artifact of the 4 evil spirits. By relying on the power of this artifact, they had nailed the demon spirit to the ground, allowing the 2 who were still alive a chance to escape. As the spear was pulled out inch by inch, the demon spirit not only showed no expression of discomfort, but instead wore a ferocious expression of excitement. Blood flowed out of the demon spirit's mouth, but instead of being red, it was a strange purple color. Before the demon spirit could fully pull out the spear, Yang Kai had already acted. With the sound of a chain being swung, an artifact suddenly flew out from Yang Kai's body, exuding a hot and pure energy that radiated in all directions. Affected by this energy, the demon spirit's body involuntarily trembled, and the black aura wriggling around his body also shrank back. Walala, the sound of the chain in the air became clearer and clearer, and there seemed to be a mysterious power hidden within it, causing the demon spirit to feel great dread. In an instant, the chain completely unfolded, less than a meter long, with a collar at the top. The shape was simple, somewhat like a dog chain. Demon sealing chain. The artifact that Yang Kai had obtained from the bottom of the coiling dragon stream had been nourished with his true Yang Yuan Qi in the Dantian until now. It had never had any effect, but this time it actually reacted on its own initiative. If it weren't for the existence of the demon sealing chain, Yang Kai would not have rushed here. The demon sealing chain was an artifact left behind by High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder. It was able to seal the demonic chi of the demon spirit at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, so it was not necessarily impossible for it to seal this demon spirit. When the demon sealing chain completely appeared, the demon spirit, who had never taken Yang Kai seriously, finally panicked, his expression suddenly changing as he cried out in alarm, "Pure Yang Supreme Artifact, Demonic Chi Nemesis." While speaking, the demon spirit's hand that was holding the spear suddenly pulled it out and, ignoring his own injuries, used all his strength to throw the spear towards the demon sealing chain. With a sharp sound, the spear broke through the barrier of space almost instantly and strangely appeared in front of the demon sealing chain. However, this blow, which was powerful enough to destroy the heavens and earth, actually hit thin air. The demon sealing chain suddenly became golden and the spear penetrated it without any hindrance. The next moment, with a flash of golden light, the demon sealing chain appeared around the demon spirit's neck, wrapping around it. With a sizzling sound, the demon spirit seemed to have been doused with boiling water, his body constantly emitting white smoke. The dark demonic chi around his body was also quickly suppressed into his body. Screams rang out as the demon spirit's huge body rampaged, both hands holding the demon sealing chain, trying to break it open, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not shake it in the slightest. Instead, his hands were scorched white smoke and he screamed again and again. The demon sealing chain flickered and flickered. The dark demonic chi around the demon spirit's body was also sometimes visible and sometimes suppressed. The two were obviously in a desperate struggle. Yang Kai's face was calm as he quickly retreated, a look of surprise on his face. He did not expect this demon spirit to be able to speak. He had witnessed the formation of this demon spirit with his own eyes. It was formed from the essence of the evil spirit spring by gathering the essence of the spring water and hundreds of evil spirits. A demon spirit like this should not have any cognition. It could be said that his mind should be blank, only instincts. But he could see at a glance that the demon sealing chain was the nemesis of the demonic chi. This situation was obviously not right. Yang Kai's expression flickered, not knowing how to explain everything in front of him. The battle between the demon spirit and the demon sealing chain did not last long. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, the winner was decided between the two. The demon sealing chain completely suppressed the demon spirit's demonic chi, and the demon spirit no longer resisted, allowing his body to emit white smoke. He sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at Yang Kai with a grin. There was not the slightest panic or fear of dying, but instead a strong interest and a strange light in his eyes. "Boy, I am the demon General Mungo. You dared to hurt A. Strand of my soul, this king will remember you. If there is a chance in the future, this king will personally capture you and make you beg for death." He 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 he. After the New Year's Eve, the outside world was bustling with noise and excitement. When the Hu sisters rushed over, all they saw was a scene of devastation. There were traces of a fierce battle and on the ground, the corpses of the old men in green and yellow robes were strewn about. Her beautiful eyes darted around nervously as she saw Yang Kai standing not far away. He seemed to be holding a chain in his hand as he stood there motionless, exuding a cold and frightening energy fluctuation from his body. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk the people from Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect also arrived one after another, and after noticing the strangeness of Yang Kai's body, all of their expressions changed, wondering what had happened to him. However, the current situation was much better than everyone had feared. At the very least, Yang Kai didn't have any obvious injuries on his body and was still exuding a strong aura of vitality. Obviously, he wasn't dead. After noticing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai also felt the arrival of these people, but he was still thinking about the words the demon spirit had said before he died. It was just one sentence, but it contained a lot of information. Demon General Mangu. This was the name the demon spirit had given him. From this name, it wasn't difficult to infer that he wasn't a newly born demon spirit, but rather someone with a long history. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a name and status. Moreover, this demon spirit seemed to be formed from a wisp of his soul. The four masters of Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liang had joined forces and fought with him for less than an incense stick worth of time. 2 of them had been killed, the other 2 had fled with serious injuries, and he had been nailed to the ground by a long spear artifact. After that, he had pulled out the spear as if nothing had happened. If a wisp of his soul was so powerful, how terrifying would it have been if his true body had come here? This person's true strength was far beyond his knowledge and understanding. Yang Kai's heart surged. Fortunately, he was a true demon and the demon sealing chain only reacted to true demons. If not for this, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to do anything to him even after a few dozen years. After Demon General Manga said those words, seemingly knowing that he didn't have much time left, he directly collapsed without hesitation. All that was left behind was a large mass of cold and surging source chi. This mass of source chi. It was the treasure hidden in the evil spirit spring. At this moment, it had been sucked into Yang Kai's meridians. The demon sealing chain in his hand seemed to have lost its spirituality in this battle. Its entire body was dim and lusterless, no different from a piece of junk. However, Yang Kai could still sense a little bit of life force hidden within it. As long as it was nurtured properly, it would definitely be able to recover in time. After all, this was a treasure left behind by High Heaven Pavilion's founder. Although it had been there for a long time, it wouldn't be so easily damaged. Faintly sighing, Yang Kai's heart was suddenly filled with boundless lofty sentiments. Today, he had witnessed Demon General Meng Ji's elegant demeanor, and his desire to pursue the peak of martial arts was once again aroused. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai's expression was solemn, but his eyes were still firm. Yang Kai. Seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, the Hu sisters didn't know what was going on, so they could only call out softly. I'm fine. Yang Kai took a deep breath and put the demon sealing chain back into his body. He turned to the crowd and said, I want to find a place to go into seclusion. I know a suitable location. It's not far from here. Qingying quickly said. Take me there. Inside a cave in the evil cavern, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and began to refine the energy contained in the evil spirit essence. This place was discovered by Qingying by accident, and it was indeed very well hidden. Moreover, after the evil cavern went through such an unforeseen event, it had become a very dangerous place. After the evil cavern had experienced this time, there were basically no evil spirits around. The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples all knew that Yang Kai must have obtained some kind of harvest, so none of them were in a hurry to leave. Taking advantage of this free time, everyone also began to refine the evil spirit essences they had obtained. Both Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect had each obtained 2 purifying spirit essences, a total of 40 of them. Evenly divided between each of them, the amount was not small. The Hu sisters had even more, the 2 of them obtaining 5 bottles each. The 2 sisters were both very kind-hearted and originally wanted to share 1 purifying spirit bottle with each of the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples, but they were all politely refused. Both of them were very satisfied with their harvest this time, so how could they still covet the Hu sisters? After all, this was something that Yang Kai had given them. In desperation, Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er no longer tried to be polite. The 2 sisters began to circulate their twin chi shared spirit divine art, allowing them to refine the evil spirit essence several times faster than others. Although they couldn't compare to Yang Kai's speed, it was still beyond the reach of ordinary people. While everyone was refining the evil spirit essences above the cave, Yang Kai was also doing the same. However, the evil spirit essences that Yang Kai was refining were somewhat different from the others. Even the essence left behind by the soul evil spirit could not be compared to this one. During the refining process, the unyielding golden skeleton pulsed rhythmically, resonating with the energy contained in the evil spirit essence. True Yang Yuan Qi completely retreated back into the Dantian while Yang Kai's whole body was wrapped in black qi, just like Demon General Meng Ji's state before. However, there were still some differences between the 2. Meng Gu was obviously able to control his own strength and restrain his demonic qi, but Yang Kai couldn't. His whole body was wrapped in black qi, and only when he opened his eyes would they shine with light. A cold and demonic aura spread out, causing a series of cracking sounds to echo throughout the cave. Soon, the walls of the cave were covered in white frost, condensing into ice. The people guarding outside quickly realized that something was wrong. This cold aura had already penetrated the ground and was pushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. With a cry of alarm, everyone quickly fled 1,000 meters away before glancing back with lingering fear, only to see that on the other side of the cave, the entire world had been wrapped in a layer of ice. The moisture in the air had condensed into ice, spreading out layer by layer. It was as if this place had been frozen since ancient times. Even though they were so far away, some of the weaker ones were still shivering. Every time they recalled the cold aura that penetrated deep into their souls, they couldn't help but feel horrified. What's going on? Chinny was puzzled. Why do I feel that this cold aura is so similar to the one from the evil spirit spring? Previously, when they were defending the high platform, everyone had also felt this cold aura once before, but it was far from as clear and terrifying as this one. Will Xianxia be okay? Hu Mei'er whispered to her elder sister. Hu Jiao'er calmly shook her head. This should be the movement he made. As long as the movement is still there, nothing will happen. In fact, she herself wasn't sure, but she could only comfort her sister like this. Lung Shan nodded in agreement. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. I also think he will be fine. Tsk tisk. Chenny smacked his lips. He looked at her mischievously. Junior sister, why do I feel that your words are so sour? Will you die if you don't speak? Lung Shan glared at him. Heh heh. Chenny suddenly laughed dryly. Inside the cave, Xianxia's expression was indifferent, not affected by the cold aura at all. This kind of cold aura seemed to be very suitable for his current state. Not only did it not make him feel uncomfortable, but it also made him happy. In the past, when Xianxia used the energy of the unyielding golden skeleton, the feeling he gave off was evil, but now, it was both evil and cold. The two complemented each other, complementing each other and increasing each other's tyrannical strength. Outside, the sun rose and the moon disappeared, but inside the cave, no one knew the passage of time. When the last strand of origin energy was refined, the energy contained within the origin energy seemed to have become a key. It unlocked the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton that had been sealed for many years. At that moment, the shackles of the unyielding golden skeleton were completely opened. A violent evil chi swarmed out, and the entire cave was instantly shrouded in darkness as the evil chi tumbled. Like a flood dragon, the roar of the evil chi never stopped. Xianxia opened his eyes, and the scarlet in his eyes quickly receded, becoming black and white. At the same time, the various mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton were thoroughly understood by Xianxia. He understood everything clearly. Wrapped in the evil chi, Xianxia's eyes shone brightly. Slightly narrowing his eyes, Xianxia stretched out a finger and slowly touched his forehead, whispering softly like a dream. Become the demon race. In an instant, his body became a bottomless pit, crazily sucking in the dark evil chi from outside. All of the demonic chi was quite orderly, turning into visible streaks of energy that enveloped Xianxia's body. In just a breath's time, all the dark evil chi disappeared, and in its place, Xianxia's body was covered in black lines. These lines were densely packed, and in a strange and inexplicable way, they occupied 90% of Xianxia's skin, except for his face. Slowly getting up, Xianxia's expression was calm, without joy or sorrow, and his eyes were cold as ice. However, he could clearly feel that his current state was very different from before. Unlike before, when he was wrapped in black evil chi, even his face couldn't be seen clearly. Now, if Xianxia didn't take off his clothes, he would look no different from normal. But now, the combat strength he could display was much more tyrannical than before. His realm was still the same, without the slightest improvement. That huge mass of evil spirit essence seemed to be the key to opening the unyielding golden skeleton. As Xianxia stood up, the whole world seemed to tremble, and a constant buzzing sound rang out, giving people the illusion that the world was about to collapse. Moreover, the incomparable demonic chi radiated outwards, and everyone 1,000 meters away from the cave clearly felt it, their eyes trembling violently as they panicked. Gently clenching his fist, a crisp sound rang out. This fist seemed to contain the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Xianxia had never felt such a sense of self-confidence, as if even if an immortal ascension boundary master stood in front of him, he would still be able to destroy them. With a wave of his hand, a jet of dark evil chi flew out like a spirit snake, directly drilling into the frozen cave wall in front of him. Under the perception of Xianxia's divine sense, this evil chi broke through several dozen meters before slowly disappearing. Not bad, Xianxia grinned, a somewhat ferocious look on his face. In addition, Xianxia felt that the vitality contained in his body was unprecedentedly vigorous. Compared to normal, it was at least 4 or 5 times more vigorous. The most obvious feature of a vigorous vitality was its powerful recovery ability. Strength and speed were also linked to the strength of one's vitality. After becoming the demon race, all the vitality in his body seemed to have been activated, and even magnified. Above the cave, Ghost King Valley, Treasure Instrument Sect, and the Hu sisters all wore anxious and worried expressions as they waited silently. Half a month had passed since Xianxia had entered retreat, but even now he had yet to appear. On the contrary, the several dozen meters around the cave where he had secluded himself was now completely covered in thick ice. Why hasn't Brother Yang come out yet? Could there have been some kind of accident? Qingying paced back and forth, his big mouth unable to remain silent. As soon as his words fell, he noticed 3 cold gazes directed towards him, causing him to shrink his head back and chuckle awkwardly. Qingy helplessly smiled. Unfortunately, none of us have reached the immortal ascension boundary. If someone had cultivated their divine sense, we could have investigated the situation. Tao Yang shook his head. No, even if we had our divine sense, we wouldn't be able to investigate. I'm afraid this ice can even freeze our divine sense. Listening to him say this, everyone was shocked. All of them became more and more worried. After a long time, a cracking sound was suddenly emitted from the ice layer that covered a radius of 100 feet. Immediately, the mysterious ice, which seemed to have never melted for tens of thousands of years, burst apart like flour. A figure shot out from the crystal powder that permeated the sky and flew over. Everyone's expression brightened as they quickly greeted him. You finally came out. If you hadn't come out, I'm afraid we would have had to fight our way in to see what was going on. Qingy saw Xianxia land and immediately laughed. Xianxia simply smiled back. Glancing around at the crowd, he nodded. I've made you worry. Since we've come out, let's leave this place first. The evil cavern is currently not peaceful. Lung Shan said somewhat anxiously. Tao Yang also nodded slightly. The evil cavern had released such a strong energy fluctuation, and even 2 of the Ghost King's demons had died inside. News of the appearance of the demon spirit had also spread. While Xianxia had been in retreat, many immortal ascension boundary masters had rushed inside to investigate the situation. If they stayed here any longer, they would definitely be in trouble. About 30 kilometers away from the evil cavern, the group of people stopped. Qingy curiously asked, Brother Yang, I saw that the Ghost King's demons had suffered heavy casualties, so how come you're safe and sound? Looking at your expression, it seems you've gained a lot. Hearing his question, everyone cast their gazes over. They were also quite curious about this matter. Xianxia smiled and nodded, just a small harvest. Those 4 old fogies fought with the thing that came out of the evil spirit spring water. Both sides suffered heavy losses, and I was able to take advantage of it. I was just lucky. This? Qingy was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, it is indeed the Tao of good luck. There is actually such a good thing in the world. Tao Yang chuckled and said, looks like Qi Mei and Wang Liang has given you an opportunity by capturing you. Those few old fellows have really tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it, haha. Why didn't I run into him? Qingying muttered. Envy was written all over his face. Lung Shan sneered, unless it's Xianxia, all of us here will die. Do you think it's easy to take advantage of others? Qingying laughed awkwardly. I was just saying. How could everyone not know that taking advantage of Qi Mei and Wang Liang was more difficult than ascending to the heavens? Although Xianxia didn't explain in detail, there were definitely some unknown dangers involved. Only he could survive a battle with Qi Mei and Wang Liang. During this time together, all of them had witnessed Xianxia's strength countless times and knew that they couldn't treat him like an ordinary Yuan Qi cultivator. No matter what. Qingy's expression became serious as he patted Xianxia's shoulder affectionately. This time in the evil cavern, my Ghost King Valley owes you many lives. In the future, if Brother Yang needs anything, just say the word. I can't guarantee anything else, but all of us here will do our best to help, even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, even if we have to die 10,000 deaths. All the Ghost King Valley disciples nodded. Tao Yang smiled, us brothers and sisters are the same. Although we may not be good at fighting, when it comes to refining artifacts, if Brother Yang wants to refine some kind of artifact in the future, just come to my treasure instrument sect and find me. Good. Xianxia nodded. This place isn't far from Ghost King Valley, Brother Yang, if it's convenient, why don't you come to my sect and play for a few days? Chinny enthusiastically invited. He shouldn't go. Lung Shan said indifferently. Junior sister, you're being too unreasonable. Qingyi's face suddenly became bitter. He wanted to communicate more with Yang Kai, but he hadn't expected Lung Shan to not give him any face. I'm doing this for his own good, what do you know? Lung Shan glared at him. Honored master knows him. If he goes to Ghost King Valley, I'm afraid he won't live to see tomorrow's sun. Chinny was shocked, only now remembering that his honored master Gui Li seemed to have a great grievance with High Heaven Pavilion's sect master. Not daring to mention it again, he turned to Tao Yang and asked, what about you? Tao Yang smiled and said, even if Brother Chen didn't ask, we still wanted to go with you. I'm quite curious about Ghost King Valley's ghost breeding ground. I wonder if we can go and see it. That's exactly what I was looking for. Chinny laughed heartily. Then we'll part here, take care of yourselves. Lung Shan looked at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Let's go, Brother Yang, 2 young ladies, farewell. Chinny called out to everyone, cupping his fists towards Yang Kai and the Hu sisters. Take care. Yang Kai returned the gesture, watching the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect people leave together. So the people from the heretical schools aren't that bad after all. When there were only 3 people left. When the 3 of them were alone, Hu Meier suddenly said, those people from Ghost King Valley are all very good. Hu Jiaoer nodded and said earnestly, good and bad are only relative. Yang Kai stared at her with a dumbfounded smile. Hu Jiaoer blushed and glared at him, smelly brat. I haven't settled accounts with you yet. What accounts? Yang Kai looked confused. Glaring at him hatefully, Hu Jiaoer didn't have the nerve to bring up the previous matter, shaking her head and saying, nothing. Where do you want to go now? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit confused, thinking for a while, but he didn't know where to go. Looking at his empty and confused eyes, Hu Meier couldn't help but wonder. For some reason, the Hu sisters' hearts ached. The powerful and strange man in front of them was no longer as confident and spirited as he had been in the evil cavern. He was like a child who had lost his way, not knowing where to go, not knowing where to go home. Affected by his confusion, Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier couldn't help feeling sad. Let's leave the ash-gray cloud evil land first. Hu Jiaoer quickly changed the subject, really couldn't bear to see him lose his soul. Good. Yang Kai's eyes quickly regained their clarity and firmness. Although he didn't know where to go, the only thing he was certain of was that he had to constantly become stronger. The goal of the martial Tao had always been so clear, he would not be affected by anything. After a pause. Asking, where do you want to go? Back to Blood Battle Gang? No. Hu Jiaoer smiled bitterly, we can't go back until this war is over. Otherwise, we'll become a target of gossip. Their Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were implicated because of High Heaven Pavilion and were forced to participate in this war by those great forces. If they went back at this time, it would only bring trouble to Blood Battle Gang. Then let's go find the others in the gang. Hu Meier proposed, this time there are 50 people from the gang, they should still be fighting in that area. What do you think? Hu Jiaoer looked at Yang Kai. I'll follow you. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. He also wanted to find a place with a lot of people to inquire about the situation of High Heaven Pavilion, especially the whereabouts of Ling Tai Su and Su Yin. Looking at the Hu sisters, he suddenly smiled, but before that. You'll have to disguise yourselves. What do you mean? Hu Jiaoer frowned. How did you end up being targeted by free and unfettered sect? Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Hu Jiaoer suddenly woke up and coldly said, it's not our fault that we're beautiful. If it weren't for the fact that there are so many lechers like you in this world, how could we be so troubled? We didn't provoke anyone, but wherever we go, there will be people thinking about us. It's so annoying. Although they said so, Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier had no choice but to listen to Yang Kai's advice. After all, this was the ash-gray cloud evil land. Lechers were more unscrupulous than outside. After dressing up, the 2 women's stunning faces were finally covered up. They didn't have the right tools on hand, so they couldn't do a good job, but at least they wouldn't attract unwanted attention. The older sister's face was now covered in dust and her hair was a mess, making her look extremely sloppy, while the younger sister's face was full of pockmarks, making her look completely unappetizing. After dressing up, the two sisters glanced at each other and couldn't bear it any longer. Although her face was slightly covered up, her enchanting and exquisite figure could not be hidden no matter what. The three of them traveled together, cautiously avoiding contact with others in the ash-gray cloud evil land. Xianxia's spiritual energy played a huge role at this moment. Releasing his divine sense, the situation within a 30-kilometer radius was clear at a glance, allowing him to always be able to predict the enemy's movements and take the Hu sisters into hiding before any danger arrived. Without him, the Hu sisters wouldn't have been able to escape from the ash-gray cloud evil land. A month later, the travel-worn trio crossed a few thousand kilometers and finally left the ash-gray cloud evil land. After a month of hiding and fighting, whether it was Xianxia or the Hu sisters, both of them were physically and mentally exhausted. Fortunately, along the way, there were only scares but no real dangers. The most dangerous encounter was when they encountered an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master who was caught off guard by Xianxia's soul skill and was forced to flee. In that battle, Xianxia was also seriously injured, but under the careful care of the two sisters and the effect of the myriad drug liquid, it only took him 2 to 3 days to fully recover. During this month, the Hu sisters gradually became dependent on Xianxia and trusted him even more. No matter what Xianxia said, they wouldn't refute him. Even the aggressive Hu Jiao'er no longer dared to treat Xianxia as the little brat from 2 years ago. Many times she and her sister had witnessed Xianxia's magical abilities, enough to change their perception of Xianxia. If not for his protection, Hu Jiao'er didn't know what she and her sister would be like now. Taifeng Mountain was a mountain ridge that stretched from north to south. In this vast land, it wasn't too big, but it wasn't too small either. Originally, this mountain ridge could be considered a beautiful place. The trees on the mountain swayed in the wind, verdant and lush, and the birds chirped and the flowers were fragrant. But at this moment, this entire mountain range had become a battlefield. The south side of the mountain was where the ash-gray cloud evil land's forces gathered, while the north side was where the forces surrounding the ash-gray cloud evil land gathered. The two forces looked at each other from across the mountain range, using the entire mountain ridge as a battlefield. Over the past few months, Taifeng Mountain had been severely damaged, and there were traces of blood and corpses everywhere. It was unknown how many cultivator had fallen here. This kind of confrontation between the two sides was not uncommon in other places. Taifeng Mountain was just a small part of the entire front line. Since leaving the ash-gray cloud evil land, the Hu sisters had rushed here because their blood battle gang members had been sent here to fight. It was here that they had been chased down by a master and unable to return, forcing them to take refuge in the ash-gray cloud evil land. Along the way, Xianxia had also learned a lot of useful information from them. The battle at the Taifeng Mountain wasn't that important, so there weren't many experts gathered here. In addition to the blood group, there were also people from the Storm House, as well as several elites from other second-class forces. All of them were under the command of a first-class family. Xiang family was the surname of this family. Because the people here had come from all over the world, most of them were from second- or third-class forces, so the Xiang family had absolute leadership. Even if some people disagreed, they had no choice but to obey the orders of the Xiang family. After all, the Xiang family's heritage was truly rich. At the foot of Taifeng Mountain was a place that was easy to defend but difficult to attack. There were many simple residences built here, and this was where the cultivator encircling the ash-gray cloud evil land rested. On this day, a man and 2 women had just arrived from outside, looking travel-worn. Before the 3 of them had even approached, they were stopped by a few people in bright clothes who asked them about their identities. These people saw that Xianxia and the Hu sisters weren't very strong, so they didn't take them seriously. Therefore, he did not take them to heart. Stopping them for questioning was just a matter of routine. However, those few pairs of eyes were constantly looking at the beautiful figures of the Hu sisters. But when they saw their honor, they immediately lost their appetite, and their eyes revealed disgust. Xianxia looked indifferent. He didn't say a word. On the other hand, Hu Jiao'er and Hu Mei'er hurriedly wiped off the disguise on their faces, revealing their original appearances. After wiping her face, although it was still dark, she finally had the grace of a beauty. The few people who were blocking the way stared blankly for a moment before suddenly asking, "Are you the young ladies of the blood groups Hu clan?" "Yes." Hu Jiaoer replied indifferently. "So it's you." The leader of the group revealed a joyful expression and said excitedly, "It's great that the two ladies are fine. Please come in." As he spoke, he stepped aside and said humbly, "We are just doing our job. Please don't take it to heart." Hu Jiaoer furrowed her brows. With a lukewarm expression, he was about to pass through with his sister and Yang Kai. The group of people looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, and the leader of the group asked cautiously, "Dare I ask these two young ladies, this is my friend?" "Oh, since he is the young lady's friend, then it's fine," the leader said with a smile. He didn't question them and let them pass. When the three people entered and disappeared, the leader said with a dignified expression, "Go and tell the young master that the Hu sisters have returned safely. Go quickly." "Oh." One of the people immediately flew out. Yang Kai followed behind the Hu sisters, shuttling through the area and soon arrived at the depths. "Over there." Hu Meier suddenly shouted in surprise and pointed in a direction. Looking in the direction she pointed, Yang Kai saw a group of people gathered there, but he didn't know what they were talking about. "It's Uncle Lu." Hu Jiaoer also smiled and hurriedly walked over. The group of people on the other side sensed that someone was coming and all of them glanced over. The next moment, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s stood up shakily and stared at the Hu sisters in a daze, his old eyes full of joy. Guanqi Lu was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master and a Master of Blood Battle Gang. During the battle with Meng Wuya, he had participated in it. However, unlike Long Zai Tian, Guanqi Lu was extremely loyal to the Blood Battle Gang, as well as a member of the Hu family. He had watched the Hu sisters grow up, so in the Blood Battle Gang, his relationship with the Hu sisters was quite good. "Is it the two young ladies?" Guanqi Lu asked hesitantly. "It's us, Uncle Lu." Hu Jiaoer smiled. "You really came back safe and sound." Guanqi Li's old eyes suddenly burst into tears. The group of people around him also looked at the Hu sisters in pleasant surprise. The two sisters had disappeared for 2 to 3 months, and the last time anyone saw them was when they were being chased on Taifeng Mountain. Everyone thought that it would be impossible for them to escape, but who would have thought that after 2 months, they would return to this place in perfect condition? Since the people here had gathered together, they must have a good relationship with each other. Seeing the Hu sisters return, of course they would be happy. There weren't many people in this group, only a dozen or so, but when Yang Kai swept his eyes over them, he recognized all of them. They were either from Blood Battle Gang or from Storm Hall. What's more, Yang Kai even saw Feng Ziki among them. This extremely patriarchal guy had actually been dragged here to fight. The disciples of the two sects came from the same place and had been forced to participate in this war, so it wasn't surprising that they would gather together. "It's good that you're back," Sect Master can rest assured. Guanqi Lu quickly adjusted his expression and nodded with relief, but after his eyes fell on Yang Kai, he couldn't help but frown and ask suspiciously, "Where have I seen this little brother before?" The Hu sisters suddenly didn't know how to explain. If it was just this group of people who knew Yang Kai's identity, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the key point was that there were other cultivator forces nearby. If they were to learn that Yang Kai was from High Heaven Pavilion, things wouldn't end well for them. Feng Ziki gave Yang Kai a meaningful look before quickly stepping forward and lightly coughing, wearing a strange smile, cupping his fists and saying, "Storm Hall's Feng Ziki, this friend looks very much like an old friend of mine. May I ask this friend's name?" "Yang Kai." Yang Kai laughed in his heart. But his face remained serious. "So it's Brother Yang, nice to meet you. Not only does this friend look like an old friend of mine, but his name is also very similar." "Haha, don't you think so?" Feng Ziki patted the shoulder of the junior brother next to him. "Yes. It's..." The junior brother nodded helplessly. "Is there a need to be so secretive?" The others also instantly understood the meaning of Feng Ziki's words, each of them wearing strange expressions. Guanqi Lu was an old and experienced man, so after hearing Yang Kai's name, he suddenly realized why this young man looked so familiar. It was him. The group of people had a tacit understanding, but none of them pointed it out. The scene was joyous and harmonious, but Yang Kai was keenly aware that under the smiles and comforts of this immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Blood Battle Gang, there was a trace of worry and anxiety. Just as they were talking, Fang Ziqi's expression suddenly became cold, his eyes flashing, his mouth curling into a casual grin as he said, "Xianxia is here." As he spoke, he stared at the Hu sisters with a burning gaze. The group of people suddenly fell silent. Guanqi Li's face sank, his expression suddenly becoming unpleasant. Looking back, Yang Kai saw that not far away, a handsome young man in bright robes was accompanied by two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. This young man strode towards them. His clothes were neat and tidy, and on his face was a refreshing smile. On top of that, his appearance was quite good, one could say he was handsome and elegant. Looking at his appearance, he was probably only 26 or 27 years old. Xianxia, the Xiang family's young lord. The Xiang family was a first-class family, so Xianxia's identity and status were naturally not low. Just like Bai Yunfeng and Dong Qinghan, they were both leaders of the younger generation. During this past month, Yang Kai had also heard Xianxia's name from the Hu sisters several times, but every time he was mentioned, the two sisters would quickly change the subject, not wanting to say too much. Now that he saw him in person and the look in his eyes, Yang Kai finally understood why the Hu sisters didn't like to talk about him. Not only the Hu sisters, but everyone from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall also didn't seem to have a good impression of this young man. Only Xianxia still wore a gentle smile as he strode over. Standing in front of them, his eyes flashed a gratified light as he called out softly, "Jiao Mayor, you've come a long way, you must have worked hard." Guanqi Li's old eyes narrowed, immediately causing the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters behind Xianxia to stare at him. Hu Jiaoer's brow furrowed as she calmly said, "Young Lord Xiang, Jiaoer and Mayor are not names you can call. Do you need me to remind you again?" Xiangqi's expression froze for a moment before he seemed to remember something, letting out a dry laugh and cupping his fists. "Two young ladies, please forgive me." Reuniting after such a long time, this one was a bit emotional and spoke without thinking. "I hope there won't be a next time." Hu Jiaoer snorted. Sure, I promise there won't be a next time." Xiangqi nodded repeatedly before letting out a long sigh, his brow furrowed as he said, "But this one must first apologize to the two young ladies." "Oh?" Hu Jiaoer's brow furrowed slightly as she stared at him faintly. Xiangqi smiled wryly. "During that battle, the two young ladies fell into deep trouble. This one should have gone to rescue you, but unfortunately, my skills were lacking and my strength was too low, so I could only watch as the two young ladies were chased and captured." The two young ladies were gone for 2 to 3 months. Every time this one thought about it, it felt as if a knife had been twisted in his heart, making him unable to sleep at night. "I wished I could sprout a pair of wings and fly to your side to ensure your safety." Suddenly, Xiangqi smiled brilliantly. "Fortunately, the two young ladies have returned today, this one can rest assured." His smile was extremely sincere, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the light of the moon. However, the Hu sisters remained indifferent. Xiangqi didn't seem to care, cupping his fists and saying, "Two young ladies have just returned from such a long journey, you must be tired. You should rest early and we'll talk some other time. If the two young ladies have any needs, please don't hesitate to tell this one, as long as it is within this one's ability, this one will definitely help." Finished speaking, Xiangqi smiled and left. Looking at Xiangqi's back, Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. Originally, when he saw that this group of people didn't like him, Kai Yang thought that this person was some kind of playboy. The Xiang family was a first-class family, so it was normal for a young lord from such a big family to be somewhat domineering. But now, seeing him behaving appropriately and generously, Yang Kai couldn't help marveling at his gentlemanly temperament and his free and easy demeanor. Yang Kai could clearly see this young man's love for the Hu sisters, and he had no intention of concealing it. However, even though Hu Jiaoer treated him so coldly, he didn't show any annoyance, nor did he continue to harass her. He could be considered a true man. Yang Kai didn't know why the Hu sisters and everyone else here didn't like him very much. However, there was always a cause for everything. Yang Kai also knew that people's hearts were unpredictable, so he intuitively felt that this Xiangqi must have a side to him that others didn't know. After Xiangchu's back disappeared, Feng Ziji leaned over to Yang Kai and chuckled, Yang Kai, don't be fooled by that guy. He may look kind, but in fact his mouth is filled with honey and his heart is filled with swords. He is a shrewd schemer, otherwise he wouldn't have been the one to command this place. I know. Yang Kai nodded lightly, he didn't mean to underestimate Xiangchu. Bai Yunfeng, for example, was domineering and arrogant, treating people with kindness and evil written all over his face. He didn't have the slightest bit of scheming, so he wouldn't pose any threat to Yang Kai. Instead, it was people like Xiangchu who needed to be wary. He's in charge of this place? Hu Jiaoer, on the other hand, heard something unusual and looked at Feng Ziji in surprise. What's going on? He's just a member of the younger generation, how can he be in charge of this place? Isn't there an elder of the Xian family in charge? Feng Ziji was stunned for a moment before letting out a hollow laugh and turning his eyes to Guanqi Lu. The two young ladies must be tired from the long journey, you should rest first. I'll tell you later tonight. Guanqi Lu hesitated for a moment before saying. All right. Hu Jiaoer didn't press him. First of all, she had already noticed that something was not quite right. Second of all, she and her sister really did need to clean themselves up. After all, she had been hiding with Yang Kai for a whole month. She couldn't bear the filth on her body anymore. Women always preferred cleanliness. Yang Kai, come with me. Feng Ziji greeted him warmly. Smiling faintly, Kai Yang followed him. At night, a bonfire was lit outside. The people from Blood Group and Storm House were all gathered here. The bonfire flickered as Yang Kai and Feng Ziji roasted the game over the fire. Crackling sounds of explosions could be heard, followed by complete silence. After a long time, Hu Jiaoer asked, Uncle Lu, what's going on here? The number of experts had suddenly decreased by a lot. Where are the high-level members of my Blood Group and Storm House? Before they left 2 or 3 months ago, there were still many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters here, but now that they had returned, there were less than 10 of them. However, Yang Kai soon discovered that there were less than 10 people left. Besides the 2 who were guarding Xiangchu, the rest of the Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators weren't very strong. Although this location wasn't very important on the entire front line, it was still a small matter. But with so few masters here, it was simply too trivial. If the people on the other side of the mountain attacked, everyone here would likely be wiped out. Guanqi Lu sighed and said faintly, it's like this. A month ago, we received an order from the central capital's 8 great families to mobilize all the masters who participated in the encirclement of the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land. It seems that the 8 great families and the Demon Lord are preparing for a final battle. A final battle? Hu Jiaoer exclaimed. Guanqi Lu nodded slightly, after all, this isn't a military battle. We're all just people who want to settle our grudges. After fighting for so long, everyone wants to end it quickly. It's probably because the two sides have reached some kind of consensus that most of the masters here have been transferred away, including your father. Father also went. Hu Mei murmured. Although Hu Man was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage master and was one of the strongest masters in the world, when compared to the rest of the world, he was nothing. Being pulled away to participate in the final battle, the slightest carelessness could result in his death. How could the Hu sisters not be worried? Our Storm Hall is also the same. Our master and elders have all left, and most of the masters on the other side of the mountain have also left. Feng Ziji smiled bitterly. His master was the Storm Hall sect master, Xiaorua Han. If it weren't for sect master's request, this old master wouldn't have been able to stay. Guanqi Li's expression suddenly became gloomy. Sect master said that the 2 young ladies would definitely come back to find him one day, so he asked me to stay. First, to take care of these young people, and second, to wait for the 2 young ladies to return. Now it seems that sect master's decision was extremely wise. Speaking of this, Feng Ziji became extremely resentful and bitterly said, if it weren't for Senior Guan's repeated protection, your blood battle gang and my Storm Hall would have already died. What happened? Hu Jiaoer's face sank. It's just like that. Feng Ziji sneered, because our 2 sects are next to High Heaven Pavilion, everyone here doesn't like us very much. When the two of you were here, Xianxia still had to show off in front of you to gain more points, but when you disappeared, Xianxia simply no longer paid attention to you. Whenever there was any danger, our two sect's disciples would always be the ones to face it. With a cold expression, Feng Ziki said, when we came here, there were more than 100 people, but now? There are only a dozen left. Having witnessed the tragic deaths of so many of his junior brothers and sisters, the pain in Feng Ziki's heart could be imagined. After a pause, Feng Ziki suddenly remembered something and looked at Yang Kai awkwardly. Don't mind me, I didn't mean anything else. I know. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Although Feng Ziki said this because he didn't want him to misunderstand, Yang Kai also knew that because of his relationship with High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were now in deep water. In this regard, it was indeed High Heaven Pavilion that had implicated their two sects. However, it was also those outside forces that were looking for trouble. Just because the Demon Lord was from a sect, High Heaven Pavilion was burned down, and even Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall couldn't escape. This was a bit too unreasonable. After listening to Guanxi Li's explanation, Hu Jiaoer thoughtfully said, if that's the case, then the battle here is even less important, right? Guanxi Li nodded slightly, indeed. At the earliest, 3 to 5 days, and at the latest, half a month, the decisive battle will begin. The battle on the other side will determine the outcome of the battle. Therefore, whether it is us or the forces on the other side of the mountain, we don't care much about each other. All we need to do now is wait for the result, and we probably won't fight with the other side. Oh. Hu Jiaoer nodded slightly. So that's why the Xiang family is relieved to hand over the power here to Xianxia. Feng Ziki chuckled, they probably want to take advantage of this rare opportunity. To temper him. Such an opportunity was rare. There were at least 5 or 6 forces gathered here, and with so many people gathered together, there was bound to be disputes. If Xianxia could handle the matters here, then he would definitely be able to handle the matters of the Xiang family and become the Xiang family's patriarch in the future. The Xiang clan was nurturing him as their future successor. After understanding these things, the Hu sisters immediately relaxed, but they were still worried about Hu Man's safety. The roasted game exuded a meaty aroma, and Yang Kai chewed without any scruples. The Hu sisters also couldn't resist the temptation and ate in a refined manner. This past month of following Yang Kai had been very difficult. As they ate and chatted, the atmosphere became harmonious and cheerful, especially when the remaining people thought that they would soon be able to return to the sect. Feng Ziki somehow managed to get some wine and started drinking with Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't fear him and started to fight with him on the spot. While they were enjoying themselves, a group of people casually approached them from the darkness. Leading the group was a man and a woman, both of them didn't look very old, the man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. This was especially so for that woman. Her figure was enchanting, and her tight clothes outlined her exquisite waist. Her top had no sleeves, and her 2 snow-white jade arms were exposed. Even in the dark of the night, one could clearly see the tender whiteness of her snow-white skin. The 2 people walked towards them with a strange smile on their face, followed by many people. When they were about 10 feet away, the man suddenly staggered and almost fell to the ground. Along with his movement, a large amount of sand flew out, covering the faces of the people from Blood Group and Storm House. Ouch! The man cried out in an exaggerated manner, as if he was in a hurry to stabilize his pace. The people from Blood Group and Storm House were laughing and eating, but who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur? Realizing that something was wrong, Guanxi Li casually waved his hand, but was unable to block all the sand. Surprisingly, there was some true essence hidden in the sand. Poo poo poo. Everyone was hit by the sand, many of them felt a burning pain on their faces, even the wine and barbecued meat on the bonfire became dirty. Suddenly, most of the people from Blood Group and Storm House stood up, looking at the newcomer with unkind eyes. The man pretended to twist his waist, and with a frightened expression, he said, I almost fell. The woman giggled and said, Brother Xiarong, how could you be so careless? Xiarong said, Junior sister Li Fu doesn't know, but brother was watching the monkey play, and was careless and distracted. Li Fu covered her mouth and chuckled, looking around with an innocent face, she said, Brother really knows how to joke, this late at night, where did this monkey come from? How come junior sister didn't see it? Xiaorong laughed. Junior sister, your eyes are not good. This monkey not only knows how to play, but also knows how to eat meat and drink wine. Don't you think it's strange? Li Fu was surprised. Really, there is such a clever monkey under the heavens. Junior sister really wants to see it. Where is it? Where is it? As she said this, her beautiful eyes looked towards the bonfire, a trace of contempt and disdain on her charming face. The two people were pointing at the mulberry tree and cursing the locust tree. How could the people from Blood Group and Storm House not understand? Their faces immediately became gloomy. The people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had not been doing well these days. Not only were they often assigned to the most dangerous positions in the battle against the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land, but even when they rested in this camp, they were often ridiculed. There were 5 or 6 forces gathered here, and with the exception of the Xian family, which was a first-class family, the others were all second- or third-class sects. These forces, in terms of combat strength and manpower, were almost the same as Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall. Some were even slightly inferior, but they still dared to throw stones at them. When they were in a good mood, they would mock them, but when they were in a bad mood, they would curse them. It was as if the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall owed them something. When Human and Xiao Rua Han were still here, there were still some people who acted as deterrents, but now that they were gone, only the younger generation of disciples remained. Among them, the people from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court were the worst. These days, the people from Wind and Rain Road and Blood Battle Gang had been provoked and cursed at more than 2 or 3 times, but because many of their disciples had died, only a dozen or so had survived, they could only endure. Fong Ziki and his group were in the eye of the storm, so naturally they weren't willing to provoke any trouble. Enduring and retreating time and time again made the people from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court think they were easy to bully. Today, seeing them lighting a bonfire, drinking and eating meat, how could they be willing to let go of such an opportunity? In any case, there was no war here, so if they didn't have some fun, how could they pass the long night? The dozen or so people from Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang didn't affect Xiaorong and Li Fu in the slightest, both of them still wearing calm and disdainful smiles. It was as if they didn't put these people in their eyes at all, but the look in their eyes was also intriguing. Sit down. Guanqi Li's old face was gloomy as he rolled his eyes and ordered everyone. The dozen or so younger generation disciples gritted their teeth and clenched their fists, but they had no choice but to swallow their anger and slowly sit down. Although they were young and full of vigor, they also knew that if they really had a conflict with the other side, the ones who would suffer in the end would still be their group. Not to mention whether or not they could win in a real fight. Even if they won, they would be pursued by the Xiang family afterwards. At that time, the situation of the two sects would be even worse. The dozen or so people sat down one by one. Fong Ziki was the last to sit down. The smile on his face was rather sinister, and the flesh on his face was trembling. Even if his heart was filled with unhappiness, he had to endure it. Yang Kai's expression was calm. He shook off a few grains of dust from the barbecued meat on his hand and looked at the newcomer calmly. Some of these people were at the Yuan-Chi realm, but many of them were at the Separation and Reunion realm. Their strength was not very high. However, Yang Kai's sharp senses told him that several strands of divine sense were currently covering the entire area. 2 of them were vigilant and hostile. It should be Xiaorong and Li Fu's elders who were monitoring the situation here to prevent Guanqi Lu from harming them. In addition, there were 2 other divine senses that were much more powerful. They were the divine senses of the 2 masters around Xiangqiu. Noticing this, Yang Kai grinned and laughed silently. In the past, the members of Storm House and Blood Group had endured. Xiaorong and the others would not continue to provoke them, but today they were obviously not willing to give up. After the group of people sat back down, Xiaorong and Li Fu not only didn't leave but instead took 2 steps forward. Li Fu covered her mouth and smiled towards the Hu sisters. Opening her mouth, she asked, 2 little sisters, I trust you have been well since we last met. I heard that the 2 of you managed to escape from the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land. Elder sister is very curious. The Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land is filled with evil demons, and the 2 of you are so beautiful, attracting so much attention. How did you manage to escape? Hu Jiaoer's brow furrowed slightly as she stared at Li Fu with some displeasure, asking lightly, what do you want to say? Li Fu giggled and said in a tender voice, "Elder sister is very curious about how two little sisters came back safely. If it is convenient, can you tell elder sister about it? For example, what kind of people did you meet along the way, what did you encounter, and how many times did you have to sell your bodies to be able to survive in the hands of those demons?" When Hu Jiao and Hu Mei heard this, their faces suddenly became gloomy. "Sorry, elder sister said the wrong thing," Li Fu chuckled. Although she apologized, her expression did not show the slightest hint of regret. The men behind her were now looking at the Hu sisters with strange gazes. It was as if they were looking at two pairs of broken shoes. Their gazes were filled with disdain, as well as unconcealable greed. "I'm also very curious." Xia Rong grinned. "Not only are we curious, everyone here is curious about what kind of method the two of you used to come back alive from that place." Hu Jiaoer's face was gloomy, her chest heaving up and down, but suddenly she smiled and said, "What does this have to do with you?" "Naturally, it has to do with us." Li Fu chuckled. "If the two of you didn't rely on selling your body to escape safely from that place, then you must have colluded with the evil demons there, otherwise why would they let you go? Perhaps you are the eyes of those evil demons here. If you are spies of the ash-gray cloud evil land, then there must be someone monitoring you." "That's right." Xia Rong's expression suddenly became cold, his eyes suddenly turning to Yang Kai, staring at him fiercely. "This friend looks unfamiliar, where did you come from?" Yang Kai, who was eating, couldn't help but furrow his brow when he heard this question. Only then did he realize that this group of people had come for him. The previous provocation was all just a setup. "It's not convenient to say." Shaking his head, Yang Kai said indifferently. "Is it because you don't dare, or is it not convenient to say?" Li Fu also asked with a sneer. Xia Rong calmly stared at the Hu sisters. "He was brought here by the two of you, you should be clear about his origins, right?" "I don't know, we met on the road." Hu Jiaoer shook her head. How could they casually talk about Yang Kai's origin? Storm Hall's Blood Battle Gang had suffered a great disaster just because they were next door to High Heaven Pavilion. If they told them about Yang Kai's master, there was no telling what kind of chaos would ensue. Casually fabricating a background would be even more unreliable, and they would likely be exposed on the spot. "Sure enough, there's a problem," Xia Rong shouted, waving his hand. "Capture them." "Who dares?" Fang Ziki shouted, standing up as a majestic yuan qi erupted from his body. As soon as he moved, the others immediately moved, all of them staring vigilantly at the people from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. The latter naturally wouldn't back down, drawing their weapons and secretly urging their yuan qi. In an instant, the atmosphere was tense. "Heh heh." Xia Rong grinned. "You dare to shelter someone from the ash-gray cloud evil land? You're all dead." Xia Rong's smile was quite strange, as if his plan had succeeded, but his smile soon faded and he quickly shouted, "Begin." As soon as his voice fell, the two divine senses entrenched in the ground suddenly transformed into sharp attacks filled with killing intent that rushed straight towards Yang Kai's mind. Realizing the situation was bad, Guan Qi Li's complexion changed greatly as he shouted, "Be careful." The two silent attacks broke into Yang Kai's mind, but before they could penetrate, they lost their bearings. Yang Kai's expression sank as his eyes became cold. He had thought that this group of people was just trying to provoke him, but now it seemed that was obviously not the case. Following the direction of the two attacking divine senses, a purple light flashed across the night sky. A bone-piercing chill suddenly spread out before disappearing without a trace, causing everyone present to wonder if they had experienced some kind of illusion. Two muffled sounds rang out not far away, and the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court both paled, their eyes instantly becoming bloodshot as they nearly fell to the ground. At that moment, both of them were simultaneously attacked by a strange soul skill. This strange soul skill was mixed with a large amount of evil and frigid coldness, almost freezing their knowledge seas. Fortunately, they sensed something was wrong and immediately counterattacked, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Quickly recovering, the two of them glanced at each other and saw the horror and panic in each other's eyes. Outside, Yang Kai had already moved. After using his soul skill to counterattack the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, Yang Kai's figure flashed like a gust of wind, instantly arriving in front of Xia Rong. Xia Rong's expression. hadn't yet disappeared when a big hand grabbed his neck and sent out a wave of hot true yang yuan qi, causing Xia Rong's neck to burn painfully. Just as Xia Rong let out a pitiful cry, a fist smashed into his eyes, instantly causing him to become dizzy and unable to see anything. Li Fu's pretty face paled, never having expected that Yang Kai would actually be able to survive the attack of two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Before she had time to react, Yang Kai's other hand also grabbed her slender neck. Both hands simultaneously pushed towards the middle, Xia Rong and Li Fu slammed into each other, and under the tremendous force and speed, both of them felt half of their bodies go numb. The yuan qi they had hurriedly circulated was also forced back by this collision. Both of them were elites from their respective sects, but at this moment, in front of Yang Kai, they were as fragile as two children, unable to resist at all. Pung pung, both of them were thrown to the ground like meteors, leaving two human-shaped craters in the ground as the sound of bones breaking rang out, followed by a series of pitiful screams. It wasn't until this moment that everyone present finally recovered. Schwa schwa schwa. The disciples of Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court all stared vigilantly at Yang Kai, each of them preparing their own moves. Who dares move? Yang Kai stomped his foot on Li Fu's beautiful face, pressing half of her face into the dirt, this violent and barbaric action causing everyone's eyelids to twitch. In his other hand, yuan qi condensed into a solid yuan qi, like a dagger, and pressed against Xia Rong's chest. Under the darkness of the night, the flickering bonfire illuminated Yang Kai's gloomy face, making him look extremely terrifying. The people from Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang were all dumbfounded, standing in place, their faces filled with disbelief. Who dares move? Feng Ziki was the first to recover, angrily shouting as he threw a jug of wine onto the bonfire. With a loud crash, under the influence of alcohol, the bonfire was like a fire dragon, soaring several meters into the sky, making the scene even more intense. As the bonfire flickered and crackled, countless pairs of eyes focused on Yang Kai. Worry, surprise, shock, horror, humiliation, anger, all kinds of emotions were revealed. Among the Thunder Light Sect's people, a young man stepped forward and stared at Yang Kai with an ugly expression. "This friend, if you have something to say, can we talk it out? Can you release her first?" The people from Soaring Rainbow Court also immediately responded, someone shouting, "Release senior sister Li Fu." She was a proud daughter of the heavens within her own sect, a figure that was looked up to and admired by countless fellow disciples. At this moment, her face that was like a flower was actually being stepped on by someone with a smelly foot. How could those young people from the Soaring Rainbow Court be able to endure this? This was blasphemy. This was an insult. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he grinned. "What do you say? We didn't do anything to you, friend. Don't you think you've gone too far?" The young man from Thunder Light Sect replied humbly. "Interesting." Yang Kai grinned, tilting his head and looking towards Guanqi Lu. "Senior, what do you think?" Of all the people present, except for Guanqi Lu, who was an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, none of them had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary, so naturally they weren't aware of the danger just now. The two soul skill attacks from the Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court's masters had been silent. If it weren't for Yang Kai having cultivated his divine sense and also having a defensive soul skill, he would likely have died by now. In the eyes of others, just because Xia Rong had shouted, Yang Kai had taken the initiative to attack, and his approach was quite barbaric and overbearing. But the actual situation was only clear to Yang Kai and Guanqi Lu. Guanqi Lu was also slightly stunned, not understanding how Yang Kai was able to remain unscathed. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Guanqi Lu quickly stood up, his expression no longer as casual as before as he stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression. Narrowing his eyes and pondering for a moment, Guanqi Lu sneered, "This is intolerable." "Haha, what senior said is right." Yang Kai laughed. The foot that was stepping on Li Fu's face increased in strength. "You! How dare you treat me like this?" Li Fu screamed. As soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately ate a mouthful of sand. Her pretty face was devoid of color, and her eyes were filled with humiliation and unwillingness. Her strength was not very high, and her aptitude was also not very good. However, in a second-class sect like Soaring Rainbow Court, her status was already considered quite good. Coupled with her beautiful appearance, naturally she could get wind and rain whenever she wanted. She was also quite proud and arrogant. Except for Xianxia, she had never put any other man in her eyes. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Feeling the sand in her mouth and imagining herself being stepped on, Li Fu almost fainted. "Shut up." Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently. F***CKU. Xia Rong was obviously unwilling to be controlled by others. The moment he opened his mouth, he started cursing. Before he could even utter a single word, he opened his mouth wide and welcomed Yang Kai's fist. With a bang, the second half of Xia Rong's sentence was swallowed back into his stomach. 5 or 6 teeth fell out of his mouth, and in an instant, his mouth was full of blood. A look of panic filled his face. He no longer dared to speak. "Stop." It wasn't until this moment that the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court rushed over. After the two of them were attacked by Yang Kai's soul skill, they immediately realized that the situation was not good and quickly rushed over, but still failed to arrive in time. *****. The two of them appeared 10 meters in front of Yang Kai at the same time, staring at him coldly and vigilantly. Guanqi Lu quietly moved his body, placing himself in the middle of the room. Yang Kai raised his eyes and calmly stared at the two newcomers. The strength of these two wasn't very high, even lower than Guanqi Lu, only Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage masters. After all, the real masters had already been transferred away. The ones who remained were only there to look after the younger generation. There was no need for them to be too strong. The three of them stared at each other, the atmosphere heavy and awkward. After a long time, the two of them glanced over at Xia Rong, whose mouth was covered in blood, and Li Fu, whose face was half buried in the dirt. Their old faces couldn't help blushing slightly. Their juniors being bullied like this was a loss of face for them. What's more, this was a situation where the two of them had launched a sneak attack first, making them seem even more incompetent. "Thank you for your advice," the Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Thunder Light Sect said. "Same here," Yang Kai replied in a lukewarm manner. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Soaring Rainbow Court coughed dryly and hesitantly said, "Young man, let them go first, it's not good to see them like this." "That's your business, it has nothing to do with me." The man's face sank slightly. "Why do you have to be like this?" The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Thunder Light Sect also wore a disgruntled expression, coldly saying, "Young man, for what happened just now, these two old masters will apologize to you. How about you let them go first? You need to know when to leave a line for others in the future." His words were ambiguous, so the others thought he was apologizing because of Xia Rong and Li Fu's rudeness, but Yang Kai knew he was referring to the sneak attack on him. Grinning widely, Yang Kai replied, "There are some things that can't be solved by apologizing." "What do you want?" The Thunder Light Sect Master's face suddenly sank. Although he knew Yang Kai wasn't simple, there was no need for him to fear him. Right now, because Xia Rong and Li Fu's lives were in the hands of this young man, he had no choice but to lower his pride. For him, this was already his limit. "I don't want to do anything." Yang Kai sneered, the yuan qi in his hand pulsing like a poisonous snake, extremely dangerous. What he wanted to figure out the most right now was why these two people wanted to kill him. He had just returned here with the Hu sisters today, so there was no reason for him to suddenly attract such murderous intent. Directly asking them would definitely not give him an answer, but Yang Kai vaguely felt that this matter was a bit strange. Perhaps it was because someone was competing with him for his affection. "This old master advises you to release them quickly, otherwise you will regret it for the rest of your life." The Thunder Light Sect Master was too proud to continue arguing with Yang Kai. As he spoke, his yuan qi began to fluctuate, as if it would immediately attack Yang Kai if he didn't release them. "Are you threatening me?" Yang Kai frowned, a trace of hostility appearing on his face. "You can think of it that way," the Thunder Light Sect Master replied coldly. "What about you?" Yang Kai turned his gaze to the Soaring Rainbow Court Master, his eyes flashing dangerously. The man simply snorted. He didn't say anything, obviously he had the same intention. "Good." Yang Kai nodded slightly, his expression suddenly becoming ferocious, the yuan qi in his hands instantly pulsing as he attacked Xia Rong and Li Fu's shoulders. Accompanied by two crisp sounds, Xia Rong and Li Fu's faces suddenly paled, and then screams came from their mouths. Both of them had their arms broken. You. The faces of the Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court's masters changed greatly as they stared at young Kai in horror and disbelief, never having expected him to be so crazy. Guan Qilu also looked at him like he was a madman. His expression was strange. All the young men were the same. Young Kai's expression was cold as he glanced at the two men, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Coldly snorting, he said, "Next time, I will hit them in the chest." You dare. The Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court masters were furious. If they really were hit in the chest, how could Xia Rong and Li Fu survive? You can try. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. The two couldn't help feeling slightly stunned. They didn't see the slightest hesitation or fear on Yang Kai's face, nor did they hear any threat or joke in his tone. What he said was the truth. Only now did the two understand that this young man in front of them was not afraid of them at all, otherwise he wouldn't have acted so decisively. Moreover, with his personality, he was someone who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force, so the threats of the two had obviously angered him. Tell us. What will it take for you to give up? The Soaring Rainbow Court's Immortal Ascension Boundary Master took a deep breath and asked. You can't give me the answer I want. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his eyes shifting slightly as he stared towards a certain spot in the darkness. In that direction, Xianxia couldn't help pinching his nose. His elegant face suddenly showed an interesting grin. Young Master. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master behind him couldn't help frowning. Is he looking at you? Xianxia nodded gently. He knows I'm here. How did he know? This young man's intuition is too sharp. Perhaps. Xianxia also had a strange feeling in his heart, but he didn't have a better explanation, so he thought about it for a moment. Smiling freely, he took the lead and walked out. A moment later, he arrived at the scene of the incident and called out to Chu Yang, "What happened? Why did I hear the sound of fighting?" It seemed that the person in charge had appeared, so the tense atmosphere between the two sides suddenly eased a lot. However, the disciples from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall couldn't help feeling worried, while the disciples from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court were gloating. They all felt that Yang Kai's blatant attack on Xia Rong and Li Fu would definitely result in him being held accountable and punished. Young Master Xiang. The three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters present quickly saluted Xianxia. Xianxia just nodded faintly and smiled gently towards the Hu sisters. Xia Rong and Li Fu also scrambled to shout, "Young Master Xiang, help us. This person wants to kill us." Before they could finish their words, Yang Kai swung his hand and sent out two slaps. The two slaps were loud and harsh in the dark night. Xianxia couldn't help but frown slightly as he stared at Yang Kai from a distance of more than a dozen meters. There was a faint displeasure in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Young Master Xiang, the situation is like this. The Thunder Light Sect's master quickly stepped forward and reported what had just happened. Xianxia, on the other hand, raised his hand and swept his eyes over the crowd before finally settling on Hu Mei'er, tell me, what happened? Hu Mei'er was so concerned about Yang Kai that she didn't care about the way Xianxia called her and immediately explained what had just happened. Is that so? After listening to her, Xianxia turned to the people from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court and asked. These people hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to answer, only able to turn their eyes to their respective elders. Xianxia sneered, "What's wrong? This young lord's question, is no one going to answer?" Everyone quickly lowered their heads and replied in unison, "Yes." Xianxia smiled and said, "Since that's the case, then Xia Rong and Li Fu were in the wrong. Although we are all from different sects, since we are all here, we are all part of the resistance against the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land, so we should help each other. You provoked others first, so it is only natural for this friend to teach you a lesson. You can't blame anyone for being inferior, so why don't you hurry up and apologize to Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang?" Apologize? When the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned. The other juniors were also stunned and stared at Xianxia in confusion. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. Young Master Xiang. Xia Rong had lost several of his teeth, so when he spoke, he couldn't help but shout out in humiliation. He had hoped that Xiangqiu would stand up for him and uphold justice, but as soon as he saw the fierce look in Xiangqiu's eyes, he quickly swallowed his words back down. Smiling warmly, Xiangqiu turned to Yang Kai and cupped his fists. This Xiangqiu has failed in his management, causing Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall to suffer such grievances. Now that you've vented your anger, this Xiangqiu will act as a mediator. Friends, where possible, let's be lenient. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, but Xiangqiu can guarantee that something like this will never happen again. While smiling, Xiangqiu cupped his fists and apologized, his words sincere, expression sincere, and attitude friendly, as if he really was the one who had made a mistake. Xiangqiu's sudden humility surprised everyone present. The younger generation of Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall suddenly felt proud and elated, their hearts filled with joy. They didn't know that Yang Kai had just encountered a moment ago and only thought that this was just an ordinary fight. Xia Rong and Li Fu, who had always ridiculed them, had now suffered a big loss, and now Xiangqiu was siding with them. How could they not be satisfied? Only Fang Ziki and the Hu sisters stared at Yang Kai thoughtfully, faintly feeling that something was wrong. Separated by a few dozen meters, Yang Kai stared at Xiangqiu with a scorching gaze. It wasn't until this moment that he truly understood what it meant to be extremely shrewd. What happened just now had been monitored by the two masters behind Xiangqiu with their divine senses. Xiangqiu himself had also seen everything clearly from a short distance away, but he still pretended not to know anything and walked over to ask. This person really was a hypocrite. A hypocrite with a silver tongue. Is there anything this friend is not satisfied with? If you have any requests, don't hesitate to apologize. Xiangqiu said with a smile. Young Lord Xiang upholding justice, naturally I am satisfied. Yang Kai grinned. That's good. That's good. Xiangqiu said with a relieved expression as he laughed happily, let's turn big things into small ones. We're all fellow Taoists, so there's no need to keep targeting each other. You should know that our enemy is the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land. Friend, please release these people first, they really are an eyesore. Okay. Yang Kai nodded and threw out his feet. With two bangs, Xia Rong and Li Fu flew back to their respective camps like ragged sacks. Their respective elders caught them and threw them out. He broke a few more of their ribs. Xiangqiu's eyes couldn't help narrowing, but Yang Kai simply smiled back at him, not showing any signs of fear. Little brat. Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow. Quartz Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters angrily shouted. Apologize. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at them. His eyes were as cold as the cold wind, and his tone was unquestionable. Their faces were filled with anger. Glaring furiously, Yang Kai turned his gaze towards Xiangqiu, causing the latter's face to twitch slightly before he nodded. Seeing Xiangqiu's gesture, even if the two were unwilling in their hearts, they had no choice but to swallow their pride. In a muffled voice, Xiangqiu said, for what happened just now, I apologize to the Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall brothers. This old master will strictly discipline his disciples and won't allow them to provoke us again. Scram. Yang Kai sneered. Let's go. The Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court masters each carried Xia Rong and Li Fu, leading a group of extremely sullen young disciples away. After they left, Xiangqiu turned to the Hu sisters and smiled gently before politely withdrawing. Around the bonfire, after a long silence, the disciples of Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall burst into laughter and stared at Yang Kai in awe, all of them regarding him as a hero. Although the people here belonged to the three great sects, since they had come here, there was no difference between sects. Everyone had worked together and had long since been twisted into a rope. Yang Kai's strong display of strength had caused all of them to feel excited. Only Guanqi Li had a frown on his face, looking somewhat worried. The Hu sisters quietly stepped forward and Hu Jiao whispered, what happened just now? It's nothing. Yang Kai shook his head gently. What happened just now, those who knew would have a tacit understanding, there was no need to expose it. Fang Ziki also came up and although he had some doubts in his heart, he didn't ask much and just said, shall we continue drinking? Come. Yang Kai smiled. Inside Xiangqiu's house. The Masters of Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court had already settled the injured Xiarong and Li Fu and arrived. The door opened, and Xiang Chufeng walked in with great haste. He sat down on a chair, and the two guardians behind him stood silently on either side of him. "Greetings, young Master Xiang." The Masters of Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court hurriedly saluted, their expressions filled with anger. Xiangchu glanced at them faintly and asked with a chuckle, "Tell me, what happened just now? Why is that little brat still alive and kicking?" The Masters of Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court glanced at each other and explained what had just happened. After listening to their explanation, Xiangchu narrowed his eyes and asked, "You mean to say that not only was your soul skill blocked by him, but you were also injured by his soul skill?" The two men's faces turned red as they braced themselves and nodded. The Master of Thunder Light Sect quickly added, "I know this reason is a bit far-fetched, but this is the truth, please understand, young Master Xiang." "I know, I don't doubt you." Xiangchu nodded lightly before suddenly turning to the two masters behind him and asking, "What do you think?" One of them said, "If that's the case, that young man must have a high-grade soul-type artifact on him." The other said, "It's also possible that he has two. One for defense and one for attack, otherwise, with his current realm, it would have been impossible for him to use his soul skill." And Xiangchu nodded slightly, "I think so too." Suddenly, he smiled brilliantly, "Interesting, he actually has a soul-type artifact on him, that's not something an ordinary person can possess." The eyes of the Thunder Light Sect's master became cold. Quietly asking, "Young Master Xiang, do you want us to? Do you have the ability?" Xiangchu coldly snorted. "As long as we can entangle Guanqi Lu, we have full confidence we can take that little brat's head." "No need, we've already alerted the enemy." Xiangchu slowly shook his head, his expression somewhat unpleasant. "Yes. Right, how are Xiarong and Li Fu's injuries?" Xiangchu asked with concern. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court gratefully replied, "That little brat's attack was very heavy. But at least he left them some leeway and didn't take their lives, they should be able to recover after a few days of rest." Xiangchu nodded. Then he motioned to the guardians behind him. One of them casually tossed a bottle to the two masters from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. Xiangchu said, "This is a special healing pill from my Xiang family, after you return, give it to them with warm water. They should be able to recover in 10 days or so." "Many thanks, young Lord Xiang." The two masters were overjoyed and repeatedly thanked him. "Go back," Xiangchu waved his hand and the two quickly withdrew. "Young Master." After the masters from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court left, one of the old men behind Xiangchu hesitated for a moment before asking, "Why were you so polite to that young man? That little brat really isn't simple, but he's not worth you swallowing such humiliation." Xiangchu smiled lightly and slowly got up. "The first time I saw him, I knew he was very strong. Didn't you notice that he was completely fearless today? Even when the two of you appeared, his momentum was still fierce. With such an indifferent expression, that little brat is obviously not an ordinary person. I can't see through him, so for the time being, I don't want to make a move on him. But in a few days, once the decisive battle is over, we should return. We should go back now. Young Master, aren't you determined to get the Hu sisters?" Xiangchu smiled and nodded, "And, so before we return, we must resolve this matter, otherwise, it will be difficult for us to meet again in the future." Today's matter. It was also because the Hu sisters were quite close to Yang Kai that Xiangchu wanted to get rid of Yang Kai, so he had sent Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court to provoke him. After killing Yang Kai, he would punish Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court so the Hu sisters would naturally feel grateful. Unexpectedly, things didn't go as planned and Yang Kai turned out to be so tyrannical. Stretching his waist, Xiangchu said, "That's all for now, this young lord is going to rest first." The two guardians glanced at each other, neither of them understanding what their young master was thinking. Tonight's action had been so urgent, but now he seemed indifferent. They really didn't know what he was planning to do. For the next 10 days, everything was peaceful. Although the confrontation with the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land continued, whether it was on one side or the other, everyone's mind was focused on the final battle, so it was impossible to fight. After Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court suffered a big loss that night, they didn't dare to provoke anyone again. Even the people from the other forces, when they saw Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall at this moment, would take a detour. Xianxia had been in retreat all this time. It was rare for him to have such a quiet cultivation environment where he wouldn't be disturbed by external affairs, so naturally he wouldn't slack off. After half a month of cultivation, his Xianxia 6th stage cultivation had been consolidated again and again, and he wasn't far from breaking through to the Xianxia 7th stage. Half a month later, Hu Jiao'er and Hu Mei'er rushed into Kai Yang's secluded retreat. "What's wrong?" Xianxia looked at the two sisters and asked. "We have to go out for a while." Hu Jiao'er smiled sweetly. "Xianxia said that this is our last mission and that after we complete it, we can go home." When it came to going home, the two sisters were quite excited. "I'll go with you," Xianxia said and stood up. Hu Jiao'er's expression darkened as she quickly said, "You can't go." "Huh?" Hu Mei'er said, "Your identity is unknown. If you go with us, it will only make others suspicious." Hu Jiao'er nodded slightly. "Thanks to Xia Rong, many people now suspect that you are a spy from the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land." Xianxia's brow wrinkled slightly as he looked at them thoughtfully. "How many people will go out this time?" "All of them will go, only a few people will stay behind to guard this place. You will also stay here and wait for us to come back. If it's short, it will be half a day, if it's long, it will be 2 to 3 days." Hu Jiao'er laughed. "When this mission is completed, elder sister will take you home." Taifang Mountain, atop a ridge. More than 100 cultivators were scattered around, vigilantly and carefully lying in ambush. According to Xianxia, the spies on the other side of Taifang Mountain had sent back accurate information that a group of Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land cultivator would arrive today to launch a final sneak attack. Therefore, he had ordered his people to lie in ambush here and prepare to intercept the enemy forces. Originally, the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were skeptical about this news. After all, both sides had been at peace for so long, so why would the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land suddenly attack at the last moment? However, as time passed and a group of cultivators really sneaked in, their doubts were dispelled. There weren't many people, only about 60 to 70 of them. Among them, the number of Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was quite small. Under Xianxia's effective arrangement and command, the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land invaders were forced to throw away their helmets and flee in panic, suffering heavy casualties. This battle didn't last long, only about half a day's worth of time. When the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall returned victorious and gathered, they found that many cultivators were missing from the crowd. Taking a closer look, they found that the missing people were all from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. Everyone realized that something was wrong. "Xianxia." Hu Jiao'er went straight to the Xiang family's young lord and calmly asked, "Where are Xia Rong and Li Fu?" Xianxia was slightly startled and suspiciously asked, "Didn't they go with you to hunt down the enemy?" "No." Hu Jiao'er's face went cold. "I haven't seen them since the beginning of the battle." "What?" Xianxia's expression also changed, frowning for a moment. Staring at Hu Jiao'er in horror, he said, "That means, we're in trouble, quickly return." As he spoke, he hastily led a group of people back. Hu Jiao'er stared at his back and grit her teeth, but there was nothing she could do, so she and her sister could only increase their speed to the limit. They madly retreated. The people from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court suddenly disappeared, their whereabouts were obvious. It wasn't that Hu Jiao'er wasn't worried that these two families would find trouble with Xianxia, but because this time, everyone had participated in this operation. Moreover, the two families' forces were under her nose and she could monitor their movements at any time, so Hu Jiao'er wasn't too worried. Who knew that they would disappear after the battle started? By the time he realized it, it was already too late. Now it seems. Today's mission was most likely a premeditated trap. Anxious, Hu Jiao'er and Hu Mei'er both activated their twin chi shared spirit divine art, and their speed suddenly doubled. Two beautiful figures flew past Xianxia like two meteors. Xianxia's eyes couldn't help narrowing slightly as he stared at the Hu sisters with some surprise, seemingly not having expected them to be so strong. In the camp, Xianxia sat cross-legged on his bed, circulating his true young secret art, as if he was silently waiting for something. He did not have to wait long. after the Hu sisters left. In less than a day and night, the divine sense that was spread out detected an abnormal movement. She opened her eyes, which were shining brightly. A cold smile appeared on her face as she softly muttered to herself, "Have they come?" Ever since he found out that Hu Jiao'er and the others were going out to carry out a mission, he had been extremely worried. Yang Kai realized that someone had come to deal with him. Among the people here, except for the two masters from the Xiang family, Yang Kai was not afraid of anyone. It was impossible for the two masters from the Xiang family to make a move. They had to follow Xianxia at all times to prevent any accidents, so even if Yang Kai understood the current situation, he had no intention of leaving. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard all around. The people who had come had no intention of hiding, so they openly surrounded the place where Yang Kai was. After a while, everything returned to calm, and only a faint murderous intent and hostility could be felt. "Since you've come, there's no need to hide." Yang Kai shouted loudly, standing up and waving his fists in all directions. Fist shadows filled the sky, and the house he was in collapsed with a loud boom. Dust flew everywhere, and smoke filled the air. After the dust had settled, the figures of the people around him entered his eyes. Xia Rong from Thunder Light Sect and Li Fu from Soaring Rainbow Court stared at Yang Kai with eyes filled with deep hatred. That night, both of them had suffered a big loss at Yang Kai's hands and had been severely humiliated. Even now, Xia Rong didn't dare to open his mouth, lest others see his ugly appearance with broken teeth. There were a total of 30 to 40 people from the two factions, and except for the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters he had met that night, the rest were all disciples of the younger generation. A triumphant laugh sounded as Xia Rong shouted, "Little brat, let's see if you die this time." Li Fu also sneered, "I'll make you pay the price, no one has ever treated me like this before." The two of them had been seriously injured, but with the help of the pills given by their elders and Xianxia, they had basically fully recovered after half a month. Knowing that this time they could come to Yang Kai without any worries, the two of them naturally couldn't wait to take revenge. "You're not good, too weak." Yang Kai sneered contemptuously, the disdain on his face obvious. Xia Rong and Li Fu both blushed at the same time, unable to help recalling the scene when they were completely powerless against Yang Kai that night, their self-confidence suddenly taking a hit. "Young man, you're too arrogant." The Thunder Light Sect's master coldly snorted and stepped forward, staring at Yang Kai indifferently. "With these two old masters here, do you think you can still get away scot-free today?" Yang Kai chuckled, tilting his head as he looked at these two and asked casually, "All of this was instigated by Xianxia, right? Including that night's events?" The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters both sneered but didn't answer. Yang Kai already had a plan in mind, nodding casually. "What benefits did he give you that you want to offend me like this?" The Thunder Light Sect's master sneered, "Who do you think you are? After today, you'll be nothing but a pile of bones, so what if we offend you?" Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light as he grinned, "The price of offending me, I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it." As soon as his voice fell, a purple light suddenly rushed out from his mind. "Soul skill. Scatter." The Soaring Rainbow Court's master roared. At the same time, he released his divine sense in an attempt to intercept Yang Kai's attack. That night, he had suffered a small loss, so he naturally knew the strangeness of this move, so he had used his full strength in this attack. However, this time, his soul skill seemed to be somewhat different from last time. After the purple light rushed to the side, it suddenly exploded. A ripple visible to the naked eye swept out, and all the young disciples who were swept by it painfully clutched their heads. Miserable howls rang out one after another. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' eyes bulged, not having expected Yang Kai's soul skill to have such a change. They were caught off guard. They simply couldn't stop it. While he was in a daze, the purple lights rushed out one after another. It was like a calm lake that had a stone thrown into it, causing ripples to appear one after another. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 ripples spread out. All the young disciples who were swept by these ripples suddenly went silent, all of their eyes bloodshot, blood flowing from their ears and nostrils as they collapsed to the ground. In an instant, 7 or 8 people died at the same time. These people's strength wasn't high, and they didn't have artifacts to defend against soul skills. How could they withstand such destruction? "Junior, you court death." The two masters from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court flew into a rage, simultaneously attacking Yang Kai from left and right. Laughing loudly, Yang Kai once again displayed his soul skill, attacking the two masters at the same time. Pushing out his palms, Yang Kai activated his White Tiger and Divine Ox seals as he stepped into the void, his figure flickering as he flew towards the Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court disciples, using the Burning Sun's 3-layer bursts one after another. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The group of young disciples were simply unable to cope with Kai Yang's onslaught. The weaker ones were instantly killed, their chests caved in, while the stronger ones were unable to withstand Kai Yang's one strike. As soon as they came into contact with Kai Yang's attack, they were severely injured and unable to get up. Only Xiarong and Li Fu, desperately working together, managed to block Yang Kai, but they were still sent flying several dozen meters before falling to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had just torn apart the White Tiger and Divine Ox Beast souls when they saw Yang Kai slaughtering their way through the crowd of disciples. In just a short time, another 5 or 6 people had been killed, causing them to bristle with anger as they roared, "Little brat, you dare. Whether I dare or not, I've already done it." Yang Kai grinned, wringing the neck of a Thunder Light Sect disciple with one hand before tossing him aside, his body tumbling 5 or 6 times before coming to a stop, a miserable death. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' hearts were practically dripping blood. Today, the two of them had led a team to find trouble with Yang Kai, fully confident that they would be able to capture him easily, but they hadn't expected that after only a few moments of fighting, more than a dozen of their own people would die while the other side would remain unscathed. Hurriedly chasing after Yang Kai, they managed to stop him from continuing his slaughter. "Everyone get away!" the Soaring Rainbow Court Master roared. Hearing this shout, the remaining survivors all fled several dozen meters away with ugly expressions, their eyes trembling as they stared towards the center of the field. Not needing to worry about the casualties of their young disciples, the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters gradually let loose, attacking from the left and right. Their attacks were fierce, their yuan qi dispersed like a fog, enveloping Yang Kai, each of them ruthlessly attacking, not leaving him any room to maneuver. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were also quite sullen. When an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master faced an yuan qi master, their greatest advantage was their soul skills, but in front of Yang Kai, not only did they not dare to use them, they also had to guard against his soul attacks, so the depression in their hearts could be imagined. The battle between the three was exceptionally fierce. Although Kai Yang was at an absolute disadvantage, being completely suppressed by the two masters, a single true element boundary cultivator being able to withstand the attacks of two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, just this point alone was shocking enough. Xiarong and Li Fu watched on with pale faces, suddenly realizing that they had been captured by Yang Kai that night not because they had been careless or negligent, but because the other party really did have the ability to do so. Even if they were vigilant now, they would never be able to escape Yang Kai's attacks. What kind of freak is this? How could he be so powerful? Xiarong's mouth was filled with bitterness, his face filled with disbelief. Li Fu's face was pale and she had completely lost the ability to speak, her beautiful eyes trembling violently as she regretted provoking such a person. His strength and terror had already exceeded Li Fu's imagination. Even her original desire for revenge had been diluted by quite a bit in an instant. Now, Li Fu could only hope that the two elders could severely injure or even kill Yang Kai on the spot, otherwise, she would never be able to live in peace. With a wave of heat rolling around him, Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi had been pushed to the extreme, and he had also displayed his full strength, but he was still unable to fight against two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters at the same time. With a bang, his chest was struck by the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters at the same time. Yang Kai's face paled slightly as he was sent flying backwards, his back slamming into a nearby tree, breaking it in half before he finally landed. Good. Xiarong was extremely nervous and couldn't help shouting, as if he had contributed to Yang Kai's injury. The masters from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court flew down and stood a few dozen meters in front of Yang Kai, their expressions gloomy as they stared at him. Although Yang Kai had been injured by them, both of them knew that this kind of injury was nothing to him. The yuan qi in this young man's body was incredibly pure and strong, enough to resist and resolve at least 80% of their attacks. But in any case, both of them were satisfied with this result. Two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters joining forces to bully a single Xianxia master. If they couldn't win, then they would really lose face. "Little brat, show this old master your arrogance," the Thunder Light Sect Master shouted with a gloomy expression. The Soaring Rainbow Court Master also glared at Xianxia coldly and shouted, "You killed so many of our two sect's disciples, today we'll make you pay this debt in blood." "Heh heh heh." Xianxia slowly stood up, and although his appearance was a bit miserable and isolated, he still grinned as he reached out and wiped the blood from his mouth, raising his eyes to stare at the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in front of him, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Immortal Ascension Boundary. Really extraordinary. Xianxia's voice was slightly low, but his tone was calm and steady. The two people opposite him frowned slightly. They didn't understand why he still looked so calm and unafraid at this time. With a cold expression, the Thunder Light Sect Master said, "Little brat, even though you've killed so many of our two sect's disciples. But this old master doesn't want to take your life. If you cripple your own cultivation, we can spare your life." Xianxia grinned, "If you kill me, Xianxia won't have any bargaining chips to use, right?" The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters narrowed their eyes at the same time. They were secretly surprised that Xianxia's perception was so keen. Xianxia had killed so many of their disciples. If they could decide, how could they spare Xianxia's life? But Xianxu's order was to cripple Kai Yang. Of course, Xianxia. Of course, he had a use for Yang's life. Xianxia, Yang, and Xianxia of Yang of the Great of Rainbow Court? Yang of Yang's, Xianxia sect, and Soaring Rainbow Court's, Yang of Heavens. Soaring Rainbow Court's expert also shouted coldly, "Why aren't you making a move yet?" Good. Xianxia nodded firmly, his white fangs flashing as he glared at the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. "You're willing to be Xianxu's dogs. You can only blame yourselves for that. Little beast, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The Thunder Light Sect Master roared. "Do you really think two immortal Ascension Boundary Second Stage Masters can eat me?" Xianxia's expression suddenly became cold as he slowly raised his hand. Accompanied by this action, the Xianxia which had been surrounding him suddenly disappeared. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't know what he was doing, but they faintly felt that something was wrong. Hurriedly glancing at each other, they didn't want to waste any more time and quickly rushed forward. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly as he gently tapped his forehead with his middle finger and whispered in a dreamy voice. This light voice seemed to contain a kind of magical power, like the clear sound of a drum that rang out between the heavens and earth. "Become the demon race." Kong, the entire world seemed to tremble. The earth trembled and the sky began to spin as an incomparable demonic chi suddenly spread out in all directions. This demonic aura was so pure and tyrannical that wherever it swept, a chill rose from the bottom of everyone's heart. The ruthlessness hidden in everyone's heart seemed to be drawn by this aura, and all kinds of evil surged into their hearts. The wind and clouds changed, and the heavens and earth trembled. At this moment, Xianxia seemed to have undergone some kind of change. Before the two masters from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court had even reached him, their faces suddenly changed dramatically as they let out a strange cry and simultaneously flew backwards. Dang 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 dang. After retreating a dozen steps, the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters hurriedly regained their footing and stared at Xianxia in horror, their expressions extremely dignified. The young man in front of them looked no different from before, almost exactly the same. But his temperament and aura were completely different, and the degree of vitality he exuded was also very different. If the previous Xianxia had made them feel troubled, then the current Xianxia made them feel a sense of danger. Fatal danger. Both of them were immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and had keen senses. Although they didn't know how a person could undergo such a big change in an instant, their subconscious kept warning them that if they fought with this young man at this time, they would most likely die. Wild beasts had their own instincts and intuition. There were also masters who were more accurate than wild beasts. As soon as this thought popped up in their minds, both of them were startled. Why would a trivial Xianxia 6th stage cultivator give them such an uneasy feeling? Moreover, this demonic chi was something that even the 6 great evil kings of the Ash Grey Cloud Evil Land did not possess. Before the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters could calm down, a series of crackling sounds rang out. Looking around, they saw that with Xianxia as the center, a layer of ice chi visible to the naked eye was rapidly spreading outwards. Wherever this ice chi passed, the earth was instantly frozen. In just a few breaths of time, the ground within a radius of several dozen meters had been completely frozen. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters retreated again and again, their faces filled with panic. This kind of ice chi was not ordinary, it seemed to be able to freeze even their yuan chi, so how could they dare to touch it? The eyes of the younger generation disciples trembled violently as they watched all this happen in horror. The second time he had become the demon race, the feeling was still as wonderful as ever. Xianxia shook his neck and arms. A series of popping sounds rang out. In addition to his face, Xianxia's entire body was covered in black lines. These lines were complex and mysterious, showing a mysterious pattern that was invisible to others. Little brat, you really are from the ash-gray cloud evil land. Lei Guang's immortal Ascension Boundary Master seemed to have discovered some kind of secret. He shouted in horror and excitement. Whatever you say. Xianxia was in high spirits as he slowly raised his hand and pointed it towards the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Suddenly, he pressed his hand down. Obviously nothing had happened, but when the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were pressed down, they felt a mountain-like pressure descend from the sky. Under this pressure, the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' strength seemed to be shrouded and their yuan chi circulation was no longer as fast as before, their movements also becoming much slower. Asterisk xiao xiao xiao, asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters looked forward and were immediately shocked to the core. They saw Xianxia shoot out a series of jet black chi towards them. Those attacks were like serpents of flesh and blood that suddenly opened their ferocious mouths in midair. Shaking their heads and tails, baring their fangs, they moved at an extremely fast speed. Asterisk kacha, asterisk wherever these attacks passed, the strong winds brought about by them plowed out one clearly visible gully after another on the ground, causing dirt and debris to fly everywhere. The scene was chaotic. The incomparably ferocious attack contained an ice-cold and sharp energy. It was invincible, and it almost destroyed everything in its path as it attacked the two people in front of it. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were shocked and panicked, their expressions becoming extremely ugly as they desperately tried to dodge. Do you think you can escape? Xianxia laughed towards the sky. Waving his hands, all the demonic chi that flew out scattered to the sides and chased after the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Not only that, the white tiger and divine ox seals were also pushed out again. Two jet black beast phantoms appeared, but instead of attacking the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, they attacked the scattered young disciples. These two beast phantoms seemed to be much stronger than the previous two. The two beast phantoms leapt forward and almost instantly arrived in front of a stunned soaring rainbow court disciple. This young disciple was only a separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator, so before he could recover from his shock, he was directly dismembered by the two beast phantoms, not even having time to scream. Run, run, if this father can't kill you, then I'll kill all your disciples. Xianxia shouted ruthlessly. Hearing his shout, the young disciples were suddenly dumbfounded, a chill running down their spines. Despicable. The faces of the masters from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court changed dramatically as they cursed. Seeing the two beast phantoms rush towards another young disciple, the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters no longer dared to escape and simultaneously attacked the two beast phantoms, finally saving the young disciple. Not running anymore? Xianxia had been waiting for this moment for a long time and sneered. A cluster of black light flew out from his body and once again transformed into a series of sharp attacks that shot towards the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. The masters from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court were unable to escape, with attacks coming from all directions. They hurriedly pushed their yuan chi and each took out an artifact to protect themselves, but in the next moment they were wrapped in darkness. A series of rumbling sounds came from the darkness. Everyone's eyes stared nervously towards the direction of the darkness, not knowing what the fate of the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters would be. Asterisk hua, asterisk the darkness suddenly collapsed and two figures fell from midair, one after the other. Both of them looked distressed and were on the verge of collapse, seemingly having suffered heavy injuries. Not only that, but at this moment, both of their eyes were red and flashed with all kinds of evil light, their bodies wrapped in a faint black qi. This black light was the purest form of demonic qi, which contained the power condensed by Yang Kai, killing any ordinary person who came into contact with it. Yang Kai could ignore this demonic qi, but others could not. At this moment, the two immortal ascension boundary masters had been affected by the demonic qi, leading to the dark side of their hearts. If they could not resolve this demonic qi in time, sooner or later they would become the demon race and lose their minds. But how could it be so simple to get rid of this demonic qi? Even a master like Ling Tai Su was affected by this demonic qi and was unable to resolve it, let alone these two from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. To some extent, the demonic qi possessed by Yang Kai was even purer than the demon lords. You're ruthless. The master from Thunder Light Sect glared at Yang Kai with resentment and muttered curses. I told you, the price of offending me is not something you can afford. Yang Kai coldly snorted, his expression cold. This was Yang Kai's first battle after becoming the demon race. Although he had long known that in this state he was much stronger than in his normal state, the final result still surprised Yang Kai. Without using the power of the unyielding golden skeleton, with his current strength, at best he could fight an immortal ascension boundary second stage master to a draw. Now, however, he was completely suppressing them without even using his full strength. This kind of feeling of power was very pleasurable, but even though Yang Kai was enjoying it, he didn't lose himself. Xiao. From the ground, a series of attacks drilled through the earth like earthworms towards the masters from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. The two masters were frightened, their faces pale, and without even thinking about it, they hurriedly tried to escape. Yang Kai sneered, his mind moving at will, controlling the dark demonic qi around him and sending it into the sky, causing the two masters to become more and more distressed. Having learned their lesson, the two masters no longer dared to run away recklessly, stopping from time to jointly resist these attacks so as not to provoke Yang Kai into killing these young disciples who had no power to resist. However, these attacks were simply too numerous, and the two masters had been affected by the demonic qi before, so at this moment they couldn't exert their full strength, so in a moment of carelessness, they were both wrapped up by these serpent-like black qi. At the same time, a rich black demonic qi suddenly burst out from Yang Kai's body. A loud dragon roar resounded throughout the world. Everyone turned their heads towards the source of this sound and was immediately dumbstruck. What they saw was a huge dragon head appear above Yang Kai's head, one that was almost tangible. The two dragon horns on this head were extremely sharp, exuding a dark and cold light as its large eyes stared ruthlessly towards the two immortal ascension boundary masters in the sky. Being stared at by this pair of eyes, the masters from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court immediately smelled the aura of death. *Huhu, the dragon head swayed back and forth, drawing out a large amount of demonic qi from Yang Kai's body, condensing it into a body that flew up into the sky. This was a black flood dragon. Full of evil and violence, its 200 or 300 meter long body gave off an inexplicable pressure. The flood dragon was the dragon-shaped tattoo on Yang Kai's back. It was formed by absorbing demonic energy. Yang Kai had a dragon tattoo, while Su Yan had an ice phoenix tattoo. This was supposed to be the tattoo of the art of yin-yang union of joy, but for some reason, it was able to manifest itself. Yang Kai only felt that his back was a little itchy, so he tried it casually. He didn't expect to succeed. Wherever the flood dragon passed, the snake-like black demon qi followed closely behind, setting it off in the middle like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. The experts of Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court were tied up in the air, and were currently struggling to break free. Before they could escape, the huge dragon's mouth had already opened, and a mouthful of fangs could be faintly seen. With a crunch, the immortal ascension boundary cultivator from Thunder Light Sect was instantly bitten in half. Blood spurted out. The flood dragon calmly soared to a height of more than 300 meters. It then turned around and swooped down. Its two eyes were fixed on the experts of Soaring Rainbow Court. Seeing one of their companions die in front of them, and being bitten in half in a single bite at that. The immortal ascension boundary master from Soaring Rainbow Court was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Under the huge pressure, he almost didn't have the strength to move a finger. Suddenly, this man seemed to have found his saviors and shouted in a certain direction, "Old Man Feng, Old Man Su. Help!" Yang Kai's expression became cold as he turned his head and saw two streaks of light rapidly approaching. They were Xianxia's two guardians. Both of them were Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters, far stronger than the masters from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. As they flew forward, they immediately launched attacks towards the fled dragon, causing Old Man Feng to angrily shout, "Who are you? How dare you hurt us?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and flew in front of the Soaring Rainbow Court Master, waving his hand and summoning the Azura sword. Xing, countless sword cries rang out, accompanied by a wave of the Shura sword, and an earth-shattering amount of sword chi flew towards Feng Lao and Su Lao to welcome their attacks. Kong, a series of violent shockwaves burst out midair and Yang Kai was pushed back a few steps, but he managed to block the other party's attack. The fled dragon swooped down from the sky, and when Old Man Feng and Old Man Su were less than 500 meters away, it bit down on the head of the Soaring Rainbow Court Master. Kacha, the expert from Soaring Rainbow Court immediately turned into a headless corpse. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain, a spectacular sight. Feng Lao and Su Lao could only watch all of this happen helplessly, but they were powerless to help. Suddenly, their eyes went bloodshot as they attacked without mercy. One of them transformed into a cloud of smoke while the other emitted a golden light, using all kinds of martial skills to attack Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became cold, no longer as calm as before. These two were both Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters, not something the two pieces of trash from before could compare to. Not bothering to hide his attacks, thousands of blood-red petals suddenly flew out, accompanied by a refreshing floral fragrance. Each of these sharp petals transforming into a sharp attack. Sword waves raged as sword chi flew out, the white tiger and divine ox seals struck out one after another. The three of them had only fought for 10 breaths of time, but Yang Kai was already in a difficult situation. Even if he used 2 heaven-grade artifacts, he was unable to compete with them. Just as he was considering whether or not to retreat, 2 beautiful figures had already rushed over anxiously. Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier. Both of their beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety, but after seeing that Yang Kai was unscathed, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But when they saw Old Man Feng and Old Man Su attacking Yang Kai, their faces filled with anger. Without any hesitation, the two of them joined forces and attacked one of them. The twin chi shared spirit divine art shone brilliantly at this moment. Both of them were only Yuan Chi 4th stage cultivators, but after pushing their secret art to its limit, their Yuan Chi was incomparably vigorous, not much worse than a peak Yuan Chi cultivator. Their dual swords were enough to compete with an ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. If Old Man Feng and Old Man Su didn't care about the consequences, they could have easily taken them down, but these two were women that Xianxia liked, so they didn't dare act too presumptuously. For a moment, their hands and feet were tied, and their moves were sluggish, not daring to use too much strength. On the other hand, Yang Kai, with the help of the Hu sisters and the fled dragon, was more than enough to protect himself. 2 young ladies. Old Man Feng's expression became serious as he shouted, "This man is a demon." Hu Jiaoer shouted, "I don't know what a demon is, I only know that he is my friend." 2 young ladies, quickly retreat, don't misunderstand others and end up harming yourself. Old Man Su also tried to persuade them. If you want to kill him, you'll have to kill us as well. Hu Meier seemed to be more delicate than her elder sister, but at this moment, her voice was resolute and decisive. He has killed so many people from Soaring Rainbow Court and Thunder Light Sect, so he has fallen into the demonic path. He is no longer the person you know. Now, he has no consciousness, so he doesn't recognize you at all. Quickly get away from him, Old Man Feng said anxiously. Yang Kai grinned at him, and with a loud dragon roar, the black fled dragon viciously bit towards him. You overestimate yourself. Feng Lao roared angrily. The profound light in his hand turned and hit the fled dragon's head. The giant fled dragon was knocked back, but it didn't hurt him at all. However, Old Man Feng was also forced back a step as he stared in horror at the 200 to 300 meter long fled dragon, his heart filled with a bitter taste. Everyone, stop. An angry shout came from afar. Hearing this shout, Old Man Feng and Old Man Su hesitated for a moment before glaring hatefully at Yang Kai before hurriedly jumping out of the battle. Hu Jiao'er and Hu Mei'er also hurried over to Yang Kai's side and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head as he continued to stare forward. After killing so many people from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court, his purpose had been achieved. Now that Yang Kai was protected by the Flood Dragon, even Old Man Feng and Old Man Su couldn't stop him. The current Yang Kai was truly fearless. As far as the eye could see, Xianxia walked over with a heavy expression on his face. Even in such a situation, he still displayed the self-restraint and calmness that a young master from a great family should have. Looking at the blood and broken corpses on the ground, Xianxia's eyes showed a clear trace of pain. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk a large group of people appeared behind Xianxia. The people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall all looked around in amazement and quickly rushed over to Yang Kai's side. Guanqi Li's pair of old eyes narrowed as his heart trembled. When he saw the two corpses from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court, his eyes couldn't help trembling. In the field, the two sides were clearly divided. Except for the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall who stood on Yang Kai's side, everyone else stood on Xianxu's side. Old Man Feng and Old Man Su also wore their yuan qi, vigilantly guarding against Yang Kai. Xianxia glanced at Yang Kai faintly and felt the murderous aura coming from his body. He couldn't help raising his brow, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Seeing the black flood dragon floating mid-air, his expression couldn't help but change. He could feel the powerful combat strength of this flood dragon, so naturally he had some greedy and possessive thoughts. However, this flood dragon was obviously formed from pure yuan qi, so Xianxia had no choice but to dispel these thoughts. Looking around, Xianxia's face filled with grief as he asked, "What happened?" Old Man Feng quickly explained, "Young master, when Old Man Su and I rushed back, we saw this little brat become the demon race and kill Soaring Rainbow Court's Qingming. These two old masters were incompetent and were unable to save Qingming from his grasp." "Qingming is dead?" Xianxia showed a trace of genuine surprise. "Yes." Old Man Feng nodded, pointing to a nearby corpse, "His head has been severed." "What about the Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Thunder Light Sect?" Xianxia asked anxiously. "Before we arrived, he was already dead." Xianxia couldn't help feeling shocked. He had overestimated Yang Kai's combat strength as much as possible, but he had never imagined that his overestimation of Yang Kai's strength would prove to be far too low. Two Immortal Ascension Boundary Second Stage Masters had actually been killed by him. Just how strong was he? "Young master, that young man has become the demon race and doesn't even recognize his own family. Young master, please allow these two old masters to kill him and avenge Qingming." Old Man Feng grit his teeth and said. Xianxia's brow furrowed, seemingly hesitating. Hu Jiao'er quickly interjected, "Old man, who said he became the demon race? Today, I'm going out to buy some New Year goods. It's almost the New Year, so everyone at home is quite busy, so I have to help." Hu Jiao'er had always been more domineering than her younger sister. Normally, when she met Feng Lao, she would respectfully address him as senior, but at this moment, seeing him actually want to kill Yang Kai, she couldn't help but curse him. Feng Lao's face was livid with anger, but due to the identity of this woman, he couldn't act on the spot, so he just calmly said, "With his current appearance, don't tell me he hasn't become the demon race?" Hu Jiao'er sneered, "If he had become the demon race, would we still be able to stand safely by his side? Are you blind?" Feng Lao and Su Lao both froze at the same time, thinking about it for a moment and also feeling a little confused. Yang Kai's current state was completely beyond their scope of understanding. Under the influence of that kind of murderous aura, it was impossible for him to have any semblance of sanity. But looking at his eyes, they were clearly calm and steady, without the slightest trace of malevolence that should have become the demon race. "Besides, you only saw him kill Qingming, have you ever thought about what that old man did to him?" Hu Jiao'er asked. Feng Lao's mouth twitched for a moment before he finally said, "This old man only believes what he sees." Hu Jiao'er sneered again and again. "Half a month ago, Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court suffered a big loss at his hands, and today, they left the front line ahead of time and returned here. I think you can guess what their purpose is. Even if Yang Kai really killed them, it was out of self-defense. These people who died can only blame themselves. What does it have to do with him? Is it possible that when someone comes to kill you, you have to stretch out your neck for them to cut off? You're not allowed to resist? Guanqilu also nodded. Young lady is right. Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court not only disobeyed orders, but also returned here ahead of time and attempted to kill fellow Taoists. I ask young Lord Xiang to uphold justice. I ask young Lord Xiang to uphold justice. Feng Ziqi's mouth curled into a smile. He also raised his voice and shouted. Xiangqiu smiled lightly and said, if this is really the case, then this Xiang will naturally not shirk his responsibility and will severely punish the people from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court as a warning to others. Pausing for a moment, Xiangqiu continued, but this is only your guess. You came back with me, so this Xiang didn't see how things developed. Naturally, you didn't see it. How about this? Let the two parties involved in the conflict tell us what happened. What do you think? I have no objection. Yang Kai chuckled. It's good that this friend understands. Xiangqiu nodded, turning his head and saying, Old man Feng, Old man Su, bring those who are still alive here. Yes. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters flew out. Not long after, all the survivors were brought back. Many of these people were seriously injured. Falling to the ground, Xia Rong and Li Fu were not in such a sorry state, but their bodies could not help but sway. She stole a glance at Yang Kai. The two of them retracted their gazes in panic. The other young disciples didn't even dare to look at Yang Kai. The battle just now had scared them out of their wits. Even their own elders had been killed by Yang Kai in a single blow. How could these young people have the ability to resist? Xia Rong. Li Fu. Xiangqiu called out softly. Yes, yes, yes. Xia Rong was trembling like a sieve, replying quite stutteringly while Li Fu could only mutter a soft N. Xiangqiu's brow furrowed slightly before he suddenly asked, You two should have seen everything just now, right? Yes, yes. Then tell the truth, no matter how big or small, if there is even the slightest bit of falsehood or concealment, you know the consequences. Xiangqiu chuckled. Xia Rong and Li Fu glanced at each other, neither of them daring to speak. Hu Jiao'er sneered, a guilty conscience. Xiangqiu rubbed his forehead and smiled bitterly, Jiao'er, before the matter is settled, don't say such things. Hu Jiao'er coldly snorted, Young Lord Xiang, I don't want to remind you again, please don't call me that, okay? My apologies, my tongue slipped. Xiangqiu didn't show the slightest embarrassment and cupped his fists repeatedly before turning to Xia Rong and Li Fu and saying, If you don't dare speak, then this young lord will consider you guilty and kill you right now. Xia Rong and Li Fu couldn't help trembling as they stared at Xiangqiu in horror. Xiangqiu then continued, But if you have any grievances, this young lord can also uphold justice for you. Hearing this sentence, everyone from Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang couldn't help but frown. Xiangqiu's words didn't sound like there was anything wrong with them, but after carefully pondering over them, they actually had a profound meaning. Sure enough, Xia Rong and Li Fu glanced at each other and their panicked emotions gradually stabilized, as if they had found a backer. Li Fu nodded, Xia Rong, you speak. Xia Rong swallowed hard, grit his teeth, and nodded, good. Taking a deep breath, not daring to look at Yang Kai, Xia Rong said in a low and sorrowful voice, Today, our two sects were fighting on Taifeng Mountain and chased down a group of ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator. After killing them, we discovered that we were not far from the camp, so instead of meeting up with young Lord Xiang, we simply returned directly. Nonsense. Hu Jiao'er couldn't help but shout, Since the beginning of the battle, I haven't seen any of you. How could you have chased down a group of ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator? It was clearly premeditated and you simply returned directly. We didn't. Young Lord Xiang, everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can go to the western foot of the mountain and investigate. There should still be some corpses left there. Xiangqiu nodded slightly, I'll investigate. For now, I'll just assume you chased after the enemy, but, not being able to return in time is also the fault of your two sects. I'll punish you severely for this, do you have any complaints? No. Xia Rong and Li Fu shook their heads at the same time. The Hu sisters were so angry that their chests heaved up and down. Xiangqiu seemed to have handled this matter well, but for him to so casually dismiss it, it was obvious he was siding with the people from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. Continue. Xianxia motioned. After we returned here with our respective elders, we were preparing to wait for young Lord Xiang's return before reporting, but while we were resting, we suddenly felt a towering evil aura. A towering evil aura? Xianxia raised his brow. We have never felt this kind of evil aura before. The elders of our two sects thought it was some kind of powerful demon and led us to meet it. However, when we followed this aura to its source, we were shocked to discover that this demon was actually what? It was actually that person. Which person? Xianxia asked. The person the Hu sisters brought back a few days ago. Xia Rong grit his teeth and replied in a deep voice. Xianxia glanced over at Yang Kai, only to see the latter smile back at him. Yang Kai's smile was flat and his expression was calm, causing Xianxia to be stunned. And then? Xianxia turned his eyes and asked. Then, that person attacked us like a madman. The elders of our two sects were unable to stop him and countless disciples were killed or injured. In the end, 2 elders sacrificed their lives. Only then were we able to save our lives. Xia Rong paused for a moment before pounding his chest and stamping his feet in grief. I ask young Lord Xiang to seek justice for our two sects and avenge our dead brothers, sisters, and elders. Li Fu also burst into tears, wiping the corners of her eyes. Choking with sobs, she said, I ask young Lord Xiang to seek justice. If I do not avenge this grievance, I am not a man. Listening to their pleas, the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall gnashed their teeth in anger. Their hearts were filled with hatred. Xianxia was silent for a moment before saying, Get up. If young Lord Xiang cannot seek justice for us and kill that demon, we will never kneel again. We will kneel and never get up. Xia Rong and Li Fu kowtowed. Xianxia showed a displeased expression and said, The situation is not clear yet, these are only your side's words. If you wish to kneel, then kneel here. Xianxia raised his eyes. Looking at Yang Kai with a smile, he said, This friend, what do you want to say? This Xiang is not the kind of person who cannot distinguish between black and white. If you have something to say, this Xiang is willing to listen. The Hu sisters immediately turned to look at Yang Kai nervously. Yang Kai shrugged and said indifferently, No. Yang Kai. Hu Jiaoer's beautiful face suddenly paled as she nervously grabbed his arm. Xianxia was also quite surprised and stared at him in surprise, seemingly not having expected him to not defend himself. Looking at his calm expression, Xianxia faintly felt a bad premonition. Daring to not defend himself, and not showing any signs of nervousness, obviously he was not afraid of anything happening to him. Was this person arrogant or confident? Yang Kai, say a few words, they are slandering you, how can you not say anything? Hu Meier also became anxious. Yang Kai smiled faintly, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. The Hu sisters' expression froze for a moment before they suddenly remembered that even if Yang Kai tried to defend himself, it would be useless. His current state was enough for everyone here to classify him as an evil demon. Now that everyone was at war with the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land, what did the appearance of an evil demon here mean? Anyone could kill him, so even if it was Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court who attacked first, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to justify himself. Defending himself would only be a waste of saliva. His face gradually sinking, Yang Kai sneered, Whether I am a human or a demon, it is not up to outsiders to judge. Xianxia's eyes couldn't help narrowing as he stared at Yang Kai. After a long time, he finally said, Does this friend mean that this Xiang is not qualified to judge you? Are you worthy? Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Impudence. Feng Lao angrily shouted, The Xiang family is a first-class family, and the young lord is the one in charge of this place. Who do you think you are to dare speak to the young lord in such a manner? A first-class family, what great prestige. Yang Kai laughed. Today, this young lord will let you see the prestige of a first-class family. Xianxia was also angered by Yang Kai's words and coldly snorted, Feng Lao, Su Lao, capture this evil demon. Yes. The 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters immediately responded. You dare. The Hu sisters immediately stepped forward, their delicate bodies blocking in front of Yang Kai. Xiangchu's expression sank as his eyes flashed a gloomy light, taking a deep breath and saying, "Two young ladies, if you don't want to be hurt, stand back. If you insist on remaining stubborn, this young lord will be able to accuse your two families of colluding with evil demons and arrest you as well." What a big hat. Guanqi Li stepped forward and sneered, "Young Lord Xiang, is this how your Xiang family handles matters?" Xiangchu's expression became gloomy. "This is how I, Xiangchu, handle things. If evil demons are not dealt with, people will not be at ease." The people from Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court were originally in a miserable state, but when they heard this, they immediately cheered up. Xia Rong and Li Fu also stared at Yang Kai with a smug and hateful expression, as if they could already see him at the end of his road. Well said. A burst of laughter came from not far away. Everyone was shocked and quickly turned their heads to look in that direction. 100 zhang away, a few cloud-treading foals were galloping towards them like the wind, their feet not touching the ground. Cloud-treading colts, third-order monster beast. Although they weren't very strong, they had great endurance and speed. On top of that, their temperament was docile, making them the most suitable mounts. Each cloud-treading colt could travel a few thousand kilometers in a day, and a good one could easily travel 10,000 kilometers in a day. This kind of speed was even faster than some immortal ascension boundary masters and didn't require Yuan Qi to fly. Therefore, the great families would generally domesticate cloud-treading colts as a means of transportation. However, this kind of monster beast was very rare and each one was worth hundreds of thousands of silvers. Apart from first-class forces, no other force could afford to raise one. To some extent, cloud-treading colts represented strength and identity. 3 cloud-treading colts had arrived. The leader of this group looked about the same age as Xiangchu and was also quite handsome. Behind him were 2 immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage masters. The distance of 1,000 meters was covered in an instant. "After not seeing you for a few months, Brother Xiang's temper seems to have grown." The leading young man laughed. Arriving in front of everyone, this young man didn't dismount and instead just sat atop his cloud-treading colt, looking down at everyone. However, when that pair of eyes looked towards Yang Kai, there was a slightly dignified and surprised look in them. This kind of demonic aura was something he naturally couldn't ignore. The 2 immortal ascension boundary masters behind him also frequently glanced at Yang Kai. Secretly circulating their Yuan Qi, they prepared themselves for the unexpected. "This guy is called Nanxing." Fang Ziki knew that Yang Kai was somewhat ignorant and quickly explained, "He is the young lord of the first-class Nan family, his status is equal to Xiangchu." The Nan family and the Xiang family had been married for several generations, so the relationship between the two families had always been very good. "Be careful of him, he's much more overbearing than Xiangchu, and he's also very difficult to deal with." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Xiangchu should be the kind of insidious person who would say one thing on the surface and another behind his back, while this Nanxing should be a straightforward person. Xiangchu's livid expression finally eased a lot when he saw this person, smiling as he cupped his fists and said, "Big brother Nan. Why are you here? Weren't you on the battlefront a few hundred miles away?" The Xiang clan was in charge of Taifang Mountain's battlefront, while the Nan clan was in charge of another battlefront a few hundred li away. They were both first-class families, so they both had the qualifications to do so. Nanxing grinned. He jumped off the cloud-treading mare and said, "Didn't the final battle end 2 days ago? The central capital's 8 great families said that we can go back now. When we passed by here, we felt an unusual aura, so we came over to take a look. I didn't expect there to be such a good show. Why haven't you left yet?" While speaking, Nanxing swept his eyes over Yang Kai. Xiangchu's expression became slightly awkward as he said, "Today was the last day of our mission. I wanted to tell everyone the good news after returning, but something unexpected happened here so I didn't have time to tell everyone." The people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were all startled. The final battle had ended 2 days ago. If they hadn't inadvertently overheard this from Nanxing, they would likely still be in the dark. How could the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Lands cultivator attack their camp 2 days after the final battle? What kind of commander would do such a thing? However, at this critical moment, Yang Kai's camp had encountered a problem. There was clearly something fishy going on here. In an instant, everyone understood many key points. An accident. Nanxing nodded slightly, frowning as he stared towards Xianxia, casually pointing towards him. Is it him? N. Xianxia nodded. Demon Lord, haha, interesting. Nanxing pinched his chin with one hand as he stared at Xianxia like he was sizing up a commodity. Such a young demon actually has such a rich evil qi. It seems the secret art he cultivates is not simple. It's not simple, Xianxia said solemnly. Nanxing was slightly stunned. He had rarely seen Xianxia so dignified, so he couldn't help asking curiously, what's wrong? 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage masters were killed by him. What? Nanxing paled. The 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary masters behind him were also shocked. Brother Xiang, you're not joking, right? Nanxing froze for a moment before shaking his head and smiling bitterly, his face filled with disbelief. He seems to only be a Yuan Qi Boundary 6th stage cultivator. How could he possibly kill 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary masters? The corpses are right here. How could I be joking with you? All the corpses here were his handiwork. Xianxia smiled bitterly. One of the Immortal Ascension Boundary masters behind Nanxing also stepped forward and whispered, Young master, this person cannot be underestimated. His vitality is extremely strong, and that black dragon beside him is also very strange. Seeing his family's Immortal Ascension Boundary master act so solemnly, Nanxing quickly put away his frivolous expression and asked softly, if I were to face him, what are my chances of winning? The Immortal Ascension Boundary master pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. Tell me the truth. No chance of winning. The Immortal Ascension Boundary master braced himself and said. Nanxing sucked in a cold breath and finally re-examined Xianxia. Even against the younger generation of the central capital's 8 great families, there were only a few people who could give him no chance of winning, but now there was a young demon lord with such attainments. Didn't that mean his aptitude and strength were extraordinary? How could he compare to the central capital's 8 great masters? Narrowing his eyes slightly, Nanxing quickly said, such a dangerous person, we should just kill him. Leaving him alive will only cause us endless trouble in the future. Xianxia nodded, I also think so. Then what are you hesitating for? Nanxing asked, puzzled. Xianxia smiled wryly. Nanxing glanced at his expression, then turned his head and asked, are these people trying to interfere? I'm not doing my job properly. Xianxia nodded helplessly. Who dares interfere? Kill them all. Nanxing coldly snorted, daring to ally with this demon lord at this time. Even if we kill them all, no one will dare say anything. The people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall all paled. All of them stared vigilantly at Nanxing. Originally, the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary masters on Xianxia's side were more than enough to wipe them out, but now Nanxing had brought 2 more masters with him. If they really fought, no one here would survive. Brother Xiang, are you still going to show mercy at this time? Nanxing tilted his head towards Xianxia, a sneer forming on his face. Xianxia smiled wryly, there are some people I can't bear to kill. As he spoke, he looked towards the Hu sisters with a burning gaze. His eyes were filled with undisguised affection. The Xiang and Nan families had been allied through marriage for several generations. Xianxia and Nanxing had played together since childhood and were as close as brothers. How could Nanxing not know what Xianxia was thinking? Nanxing also knew Xianxia's personality and methods. Thinking about it for a moment, Nanxing understood a lot of things. There were some things that were inconvenient for Xianxia to say, but Nanxing could. However, just passing by, he actually wanted to help this little brat. This little brat had several wives at home. Yet he still wasn't satisfied. Nanxing felt a burst of depression in his heart. However, this pair of twins was quite interesting, no wonder he was tempted. Thinking so, Nanxing didn't try to stay out of this matter, casually pointing to the Hu sisters and asking, 2 girls, do you want to die or live? Hu Jiaoer sneered, if you can live, who would want to die? Good. Come out, this matter has nothing to do with you, Brother Xiang only wants to kill that little brat. Nanxing nodded slightly and immediately made the decision. The Hu sisters shook their heads and stood firmly beside Xianxia. Nanxing was stunned and couldn't help cursing in his heart. The 2 women that bastard Xianxia liked already had sweethearts? No wonder it was so difficult to deal with. So that's how it is. At this moment, Nanxing understood everything. It turned out that the real deal was hidden here. Straightening his face, Nanxing asked, "Do you want to save his life?" The Hu sisters' faces were filled with displeasure, but after a long time, they nodded slightly. "That's even better." Nanxing laughed. "You too, marry my brother Xiang and I, Nanxing, will protect his life for you." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Xianxia waved his hand again and again. "Big brother Nan, this won't do. I am indeed interested in these two girls, but killing a demon is a big matter. How can we mix it up?" Nanxing's expression became serious as he said, "Why not? You can decide things here, and I can decide things for you. Let's do as you say." Turning his face, he looked at the Hu sisters and asked, "What do the two girls think?" "Wishful thinking." Hu Jiao'er quickly and decisively refused. Nanxing's face sank, a trace of arrogance and disdain flashing across his eyes as he said, "You two seem to be just disciples of second-class sects, right? My brother Xiang comes from a first-class family, he has both power and influence, and he is also handsome. Do you think marrying him would be wrong for you too? You're just two trivial women, what's the point of pretending to be virtuous? Sooner or later you'll have to marry. If you don't want to marry a first-class family's young lord, who do you want to marry? My brother Xiang taking a fancy to you is your luck." Hearing Nanxing's harsh words, the Hu sisters were immediately enraged. "So be it, either he dies, or you two marry my brother Xiang and I will protect his life. As for which choice to make, you decide for yourself." Nanxing was extremely overbearing and did not give the Hu sisters any room to maneuver, sneering as he said, "You only have a stick of incense worth of time. When the time is up, even if you beg me, it will be useless. If anyone else dares to interfere and cause trouble, they will all be killed without mercy." Finished speaking, Nanxing lowered his head and stood aside, watching coldly. From the beginning to the end, Xiangqiu had only said one sentence, and after that, there was no further movement. Now that things had developed to this point, even if the Hu sisters were stupid, they would still be able to understand. "So, your purpose was this?" Hu Jiao'er looked at Xiangqiu contemptuously. "Everything you did was to target Yang Kai, and then wait for an opportunity to blackmail us, right?" Xiangqiu's expression remained indifferent as he said, "Jiao'er, if you think so, then you've misunderstood me." Nanxing couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking that this bastard was still so pretentious. If it were him, he would have already forced himself on her. A woman from a second-class sect, so what if he did? What could he do? Misunderstanding or not, you know clearly in your heart. Hu Jiao'er sneered. Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had gone through thick and thin together for the past few months, so of the original 100 or so disciples, only a dozen or so remained, the remaining dozen or so were of one mind. Seeing Nanxing and Xiangqiu oppressing the Hu sisters like this, how could they not be angry? Fang Ziki sneered as he stared at Nanxing. "Young Lord Nan, young Lord Xiang, can a first-class family decide the life and death of a second-class sect's disciple at will? What do you have to say?" Nanxing snorted as he stared at Fang Ziki with a smile, not putting him in his eyes at all. "If that's the case, then I have nothing to say." "Then shut your mouth." Nanxing flicked the dust off his sleeves, his expression indifferent. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not having a good background. Why do you think this world's sects are divided into 3 grades and 9 grades? It's because people like you clearly recognize the difference between your status and mine. If you were from a first-class force, this young lord wouldn't be able to bully you, right?" Nanxing chuckled as he spoke, as if he didn't feel there was anything wrong with his words, a sense of superiority arising from his noble background. Continuing, he continued, "If you were from a super force, TSK, this young lord wouldn't even have time to curry favor with you. Humph, the weak are prey to the strong, this is the truth, it's funny you can't see it clearly. Wait until one day you have the strength and status to bully me. If you dare to bully me, I promise I won't complain. Such a day will come." Fang Ziki said with a gloomy expression. Nanxing curled his lips disdainfully. Yang Kai, who had been watching from the sidelines, didn't speak. He didn't take any action, just quietly watching the two sides quarrel. Even now, he didn't express any opinion, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. However, the four immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Nan and Xiang families were constantly on guard against him. Of all the young men, only Yang Kai was unfathomable. Although he was only a Yuan Qi Boundary 6th stage cultivator, his vitality and Yuan Qi were extremely strange, so they couldn't really fight him. It was impossible for them to figure out his true strength. Yang Kai had been observing for so long because he wanted to see how many people here he could make friends with and how many of them were true to themselves. As the saying goes, a long road tests a horse's strength. Time doesn't necessarily reveal one's true feelings, but one's heart and mind. It was difficult to see a person's true character and temperament unless it was the most difficult time. If at this time Blood Battle Gang and Storm House chose to remain silent and not meddle in his affairs, Yang Kai wouldn't be surprised at all. Playing it safe, this was the way to deal with things. At present, the Xiang clan and the Nan clan held the absolute advantage. The Blood Group and the Storm House were simply no match for them. If they continued to act tough, they were afraid that only destruction awaited them. What made Kai Yan feel gratified was that there were 3 people he cared about. The Hu sisters and Feng Ziji didn't have the slightest intention of retreating because of the other party's strength. They still firmly stood in front of him. Feeling warmth in his heart, Yang Kai's face bloomed into a smile as he slowly walked forward and placed his hand on the Hu sisters' shoulders. His eyes swept over the 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in front of him. Looking at Xianxia and Nanxing, Yang Kai grinned and whispered to the Hu sisters, "Don't worry about me, if I want to leave, no one can stop me." Hu Jiao'er and Hu Meier's pretty faces lit up slightly, although they didn't know where Yang Kai's confidence came from. But hearing him speak so firmly, they didn't have the slightest doubt. On the other hand, Nanxing and Xiangchu's expressions couldn't help sinking. Feng Lao sneered, "Little brat, with the 4 of us here, you dare say such big words? Do you want to try?" Yang Kai looked at him provocatively. Feng Lao's eyes flashed as he stared at Yang Kai, but to his disappointment, he didn't see the slightest panic in Yang Kai's eyes. It seemed that this young man really did have the strength to escape safely. "Surround him!" Nanxing shouted. Yang Kai's impudence and arrogance had completely angered him. Never before had a disciple from a second-class sect dared to look at him with such disdainful eyes. This kind of gaze was like a needle that pierced into his heart. As the young lord of a first-class family, he naturally had his own pride and self-satisfaction. As soon as Nanxing's words fell, the 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters behind him flew out and surrounded Yang Kai, forming a triangle with the 2 Xiang family masters. Even though he was surrounded by 4 immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage masters, Yang Kai still wore a calm expression, but his eyes were slightly more dignified than before. In his current state, he could safely escape from 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but if there were 4 of them, he would have to pay a heavy price. This was just Yang Kai's estimation. If he actually did it, there would be some discrepancies. However, as long as he wasn't killed in a single blow, Yang Kai was confident he could escape. "You want to run? Father wants to see how you run." Nanxing stared at Yang Kai fiercely and shouted, "For old men, if any of these second-class sect disciples don't know what's good for them, just kill them, there's no need to worry." "Yes." The 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Xiang family and Nan family responded in unison. A loud and clear dragon roar rang out as the black flood dragon that had been hovering above Yang Kai's head slowly began to move, its gong-sized eyes exuding a cold light. Nanxing glanced over at the Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall Masters and sneered, "I'll give you 10 breaths to lead this demon's side, otherwise, when we start fighting, heh." Xiangchu frowned and quickly said, "2 young ladies, don't be so obstinate. It's you who have gone too far." Hu Jiao'er shouted. Xiangchu's expression couldn't help becoming cold. He really did have feelings for the Hu sisters, but it wasn't the kind of love that would last until death. As the young lord of a first-class family, what kind of stunning beauty had he not seen? Beautiful women were just a kind of entertainment for him. What he enjoyed was the process of pursuing and conquering them. But at this moment, Xiangchu suddenly realized that he would never be able to conquer this pair of beautiful sisters, and couldn't help feeling annoyed. His anger quickly turned into resentment, and after coldly snorting, he no longer said anything. 10 breaths have passed. Nanxing calmly shouted, his eyes sweeping over the crowd. Casually saying, "Begin." The four immortal Ascension Boundary Masters gathered nearby suddenly felt their yuan qi surge as they glared at the crowd. At that moment, suddenly, an extremely loud and clear cry of an eagle came from the sky. This eagle cry was extremely sharp and seemed to contain some kind of inexplicable power. Even the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who heard it couldn't help but frown and hurriedly look up. High up in the sky, they couldn't tell how many thousands of meters high, a golden light was shining brightly. This golden light was incomparably pure, and the reflection was so dazzling that it was difficult to open one's eyes. This golden light hovered in the sky above. Above everyone's heads, it continued to hover while emitting an eagle cry. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. Staring at this golden light, Yang Kai's expression constantly changed. The battle that was on the verge of breaking out had suddenly been disrupted by the sudden appearance of this golden eagle. What a handsome eagle! Nanxing's eyes flashed brilliantly as he couldn't help but praise. Although this golden eagle was several thousand meters in the sky, none of the people present had ordinary eyesight, so naturally they could see it clearly. A golden eagle. Su Lao of the Xiang family suddenly frowned, vaguely thinking of something. Haha, this young lord has decided to capture it and raise it. Nanxing laughed. Such a handsome eagle, if he could raise one, he would gain a lot of face. In the future, when he went out, he would take it with him and train it. Perhaps it would come in handy in the future. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling contemptuously and sarcastically said, "You can't raise it." Nanxing glanced over at him casually and sneered, not bothering to say anything, simply asking, "Have you ever seen such a strange beast?" Su Lao pondered for a moment. Su Lao frowned and said, "I seem to have heard of it." "Where did you hear it from?" Xianxia was also excited and quickly asked. Su Lao frowned and racked his brains, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. High up in the sky, the golden eagle's cries suddenly became more intense, as if it had found something. Immediately, it swooped down, leaving a trail of golden light behind it as it rushed straight towards the place where everyone was gathered. Nanxing, who had been wondering how to catch this eagle, was overjoyed upon seeing this and grinned. Interesting, did this strange beast find this young lord familiar at first sight and deliberately come here to seek shelter? Xiangqiu also smiled slightly and said, "Since Big Brother Nan is so refined, this little brother won't compete with you." Nanxing smiled and glanced over at Yang Kai. "Boy, I'll let you live a little longer, wait for this young lord to catch this eagle." "As you wish." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and assumed a posture of watching from the sidelines. "Yang Kai, take this opportunity to run," Hu Mei quietly whispered. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "What are you still doing here?" Hu Jiaoer looked at him anxiously and worriedly said, "Once they catch that eagle, they'll immediately come to deal with you. They won't have a chance." Yang Kai chuckled, his expression relaxed. The Hu sisters were suspicious, not knowing what Yang Kai was trying to do. A moment later, the golden eagle descended, and when it was only a few dozen meters above the crowd, Nanxing suddenly soared up into the sky, his face filled with relief and excitement as he stretched out his hand and sent a palm strike towards the eagle. Unexpectedly, not only was the eagle handsome and powerful, its strength was also not low. With a flap of its wings, a golden light shot towards Nanxing. Nanxing's expression changed and he hurriedly dodged, immediately shouting excitedly, "Fifth Order Monster Beast! Second Elder, help me!" A Fifth Order flying monster beast, this was a real treasure. An ordinary Fifth Order monster beast probably wouldn't be of much use, but one that could fly was a different story. Whether it was used to investigate the enemy or to track them, it would be a great asset and could even be used in battle. If they could catch this monster beast, Nanxing's strength would also soar. After witnessing the eagle's ability, Xiangqiu couldn't help feeling a little moved, secretly regretting that he had been too generous just now. Such an eagle was much more precious than many precious treasures, but what was said couldn't be undone. Even if Xiangqiu regretted it, he couldn't snatch it away, so he could only watch helplessly. The golden eagle's wings were more than 10 meters long and its claws were as hard as steel. Compared to ordinary artifacts, these claws were not inferior at all. On top of that, it seemed to be innately capable of using some kind of beast skill. The golden light it shot out was also quite extraordinary. Although Nanxing was also one of the best masters in the Yuan Qi realm, facing such a flying monster beast, he wasn't completely confident he could capture it, so after witnessing its abilities, he immediately asked the two masters he had brought with him for help. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't hesitate and immediately acted. Two streaks of light shot towards the Golden Eagle. Although they weren't powerful, they were more than enough to prevent the Golden Eagle from spreading its wings. You can't. The Xiang family Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, Su Lao's expression suddenly changed as he finally remembered where this Golden Eagle had come from and hurriedly called out. Nanxing and the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Nan family couldn't help frowning, not knowing what had just happened. Although they were confused, their hands didn't stop moving. With two loud bangs, the Golden Eagle was struck by the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' attacks and its huge body was sent tumbling through the air several times before nearly falling to the ground. Although it was a fifth-order monster beast, it was still only equivalent to an Yuan-Chi realm cultivator, so how could it possibly block the attack of two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters? After being delayed like this, Nanxing couldn't help but see hope of capturing it alive. Letting out a hearty laugh, he shot towards the Golden Eagle like a bolt of lightning and stretched out his hand to grab it. The Xiang family Su Lao hurriedly rushed in front of Nanxing and shouted, "Young Lord Nan, you can't." As he shouted, he lightly patted Nanxing's shoulder, pushing him back. The Golden Eagle's clear cry sounded again, but this time it seemed to be a bit angry and hurried. The Golden Eagle's figure shot straight up into the sky and in the blink of an eye flew a few thousand meters into the air. What the hell? Nanxing could have easily captured the Golden Eagle alive, but at the last moment his plan had been foiled by Su Lao, causing him to fly into a rage as he gloomily glared at Su Lao. Turning to Xianxia, he asked, "Brother Xiang, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Xianxia also frowned, not understanding why this Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from his family had suddenly gone mad. He frowned and asked, "Elder Su, what happened?" Cold sweat dripped down Elder Su's forehead as he raised his head to look at the eagle in the sky. He cupped his fists and said, "Mr. Nan, I'm sorry to offend you." "Humph." Nanxing coldly snorted. His face was filled with displeasure as he said, "Tell me, why did you stop me?" Su Lao wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "This eagle has an owner." "He's taken?" Nanxing was startled for a moment before he suddenly sneered, "It's even better to have a master. My Nan family and brother Xiang family are both first-class families. Could it be that he couldn't get an eagle that he had set his eyes on? Tell me, whose eagle is this? Why don't they just offer it to me?" Su Lao's face turned pale, and his expression became more and more frightened. Xianxia seemed to have noticed something and took a deep breath. "Old man Su. Do you know something about this?" Su Lao's expression was as if he had just lost his parents. His eyes swept over the disciples of Blood Group and Storm House, but this time he didn't look at them with the same disdain as before. Instead, he looked at them with a serious and frightened expression. Turning his head, Su Lao stared at the other three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and said bitterly, "Fifth-order monster beast. Golden Profound Eagle, don't you remember anything?" When the three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters heard him say this, they couldn't help feeling a bit confused. Su Lao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Should I say you're all ignorant or have you forgotten? Nearly 20 years ago, within the territory of the Great Han Dynasty, there were also several such eagles." Nearly 20 years ago. In the minds of the three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, they couldn't help recalling what had happened in the past. Suddenly, their expressions changed. One of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Nan family blurted out, "Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle? Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle." As soon as this name came out, all the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters present felt a chill run down their spines. Fong Lao was even more stunned as he muttered, "The Yang family's Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle?" Su Lao nodded heavily, quickly replying, It should be the Yang family's Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle. But how could it appear now? Isn't there still a few years before it appears? I'm afraid, something happened to the Yang family, so the Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle appeared ahead of time." Su Lao boldly speculated. The three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't conceal anything when they spoke of this, nor did they deliberately lower their voices, so no matter who it was, everyone present could clearly hear what they were saying. The young disciples of the second-class sects were confused, but Xianxia and Nanxing understood, glancing at each other, both of them feeling their scalps go numb. What are they talking about? Feng Ziki frowned and asked softly. Uncle Lu, do you know? Hu Jiaoer looked at Guanqi curiously. Guanqi glanced over at Yang Kai thoughtfully and couldn't help smiling bitterly, nodding. The older generation should be able to understand. Tell us more about it. Hu Jiaoer didn't understand why a trivial fifth-order monster beast would cause the Xiang family and Nan family's people to treat it so seriously. Even if a peak immortal ascension boundary master appeared, they wouldn't be so surprised, right? Good. Guanqi knew that it was impossible for them to fight now. The appearance of this eagle meant that in the near future, the entire Great Han dynasty would be in turmoil, so his expression relaxed a lot as he asked, "Do you know the central capital's Yang family?" Everyone nodded. The Yang family was the head of the 8 great families. Who hadn't heard of them? The Yang family has a rule, that is, when their younger generation is still young, they will all be sent out to experience the outside world for a period of 10 years. During this time, all the Yang family's disciples are not allowed to borrow any of the Yang family's strength, nor are they allowed to reveal their identities. The Yang family also allows them to temper themselves outside. After 10 years, these Yang family's disciples will all be summoned back to compete for the position of the next Yang family patriarch. In 10 years, a person's change is very great, especially for the younger generation. The Yang family's young lords have been out for 10 years without any news, so it is very troublesome to find them. So the Yang family came up with a very special method to find and recall these scattered Yang family's disciples. What method? That method is to use the monster beast. Guanqi pointed his finger to the sky, the Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle. This flying monster beast has been raised with the Yang family's blood essence since childhood, so it is very sensitive to the Yang family's bloodline. As long as there is a Yang family disciple within a certain range, it can accurately find them. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help feeling slightly moved. The Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle had appeared here. Didn't this mean that one of the Yang family's disciples was here? Who could this person be? Guanqi gave Yang Kai a meaningful look before continuing. There are only a dozen or so silver blood golden feather eagles in this world, and all of them belong to the Yang family. The Yang family regards these exotic beasts as precious treasures, and except for when they are searching for important members of their family, they never release them. However, once a silver blood golden feather eagle appears, it means that the Yang family is recalling its scattered disciples, which also means the Yang family's inheritance war is about to begin. The Yang family's inheritance war? Feng Ziki raised his brow, seemingly quite interested in this topic. The Yang family's young lords rely on their 10 years of experience outside to gather helpers and allies to compete for the position of the Yang family's next patriarch. The last Yang family inheritance war had taken place 18 years ago, and many of its members had died, but many more had become famous in that war. The Yang family's inheritance war is a great reshuffle of the world's great forces, so many people will participate. If you're interested and think you have the strength, you can also participate. When Guanqi said this, the people from the Xiang family and Nan family didn't interrupt. The other disciples from the second-class forces who had gathered here also listened attentively. This kind of important secret wasn't something they could hear casually. After Guanqi finished speaking, the large crowd fell silent for a long time, no one making a sound. Nanxing's face was even more ashen. Just now, he had shamelessly boasted that he wanted the owner of the golden feather eagle to hand it over, but after learning that this was a strange beast raised by the Yang family, how could he dare be greedy? No wonder Su Lao had been so anxious to stop him. It turned out that he had remembered something from the past. Nanxing secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he and his 2 elders hadn't injured the golden feather eagle just now, otherwise, if the Yang family had seen this, it was hard to say what would have happened. This strange beast was rare and precious, and the Yang family was domineering and overbearing. If they had really injured it, they wouldn't have been able to settle the matter with just compensation. After a moment, Su Lao turned to Guanqi and cupped his fists. This friend's explanation is very detailed. There are many details that even this old master doesn't understand. Guanqi sneered, "What happened many years ago, who doesn't know?" With such an incident happening, Su Lao also intended to ease the tension between the two sides, so he had only offered a few words of praise. If Guan Qile knew about this matter, how could he not? However, Guan Qile didn't accept his kindness at all, coldly spitting back at him, causing Su Lao to roll his eyes. Xianxia asked suspiciously, "It's just that. I remember that the Yang family dismissed the current generation of direct descendants 5 or 6 years ago, isn't it less than 10 years? It was precisely because it hadn't been 10 years that no one thought that this eagle was the Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle. If a few more years had passed, when the whole world was paying attention to the Yang family's movements, the appearance of this golden feather eagle would definitely have been recognized." Nanxing also nodded slightly. "I've also heard about this matter. Could this be some other monster beast that's just similar to the golden feather eagle?" Su Lao sighed. "That's why I said that the Yang family must have encountered some kind of accident that caused them to recall their direct descendants so early. There's no need to doubt, this is the Yang family's golden feather eagle." Then, Xiangqiu's eyes swept over the crowd, but when his gaze swept over Yang Kai, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly, quickly turning back, pinching his nose as he asked, "In other words, there is a young Master Yang here?" Countless people were immediately on tenterhooks as they scanned their surroundings. The two groups of people were in conflict and were about to fight to the death, but at such a tense and important juncture, they suddenly learned that among this group of friends and foes, there was a character that they couldn't afford to offend. If this young Master Yang was a friend, then it would naturally be fine, but if he was an enemy. Thinking so, no one could remain calm. The young lord of the central capital's Yang family, what kind of noble identity was this? The so-called first-class families were nothing in front of the central capital's 8 great families, not to mention, the Yang family was the leader of the 8 great families, its status was even more respected. Perhaps the Yang family young lord here might become the future patriarch of the Yang family. Now that he was weak, if they tried to make friends with him, they would naturally gain many benefits in the future. Who would dare to offend him? Unconsciously, both Xiangqiu and Nanxing restrained their domineering auras and scanned the crowd with dignified eyes. It was as if they had suddenly become much smaller than they were before. On the other hand, the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall all stared at Yang Kai expectantly. They all knew Yang Kai's name, so at this moment, they naturally associated him with the identity of the Yang family young lord, but it was not convenient for them to ask directly, so all of them were looking forward to seeing some clues from his expression. Yang Kai's expression was calm, and there was nothing unusual about him, making them even more suspicious. Xiangqiu smiled wryly, cupped his fists, and asked, "Who is young Lord Yang?" It wasn't that he didn't know Yang Kai's name, it was just that he subconsciously didn't dare to associate him with the Yang family young lord. Xiangqiu now only hoped that the hidden Yang family young lord was in his camp. No one answered his question. Yang Kai let out a strange laugh. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk countless eyes gathered on him, and under everyone's watchful eyes, the black flood dragon that had been hovering above his head suddenly swooped down. In the blink of an eye, the 20 to 30 meter long flood dragon drilled into Yang Kai's body and disappeared. At the same time, the towering evil qi also receded, and what appeared before everyone's eyes was only an ordinary Yuan Qi 6th stage cultivator. The expressions of the Xiang and Nan family people became gloomy. Yang Kai having lost his last hope at this time, they couldn't help but think. Looking up at the sky, the silver blood golden feather eagle was still circling. It let out a sharp cry. Yang Kai put his fingers into his mouth and whistled loudly. As if it had received some kind of order, the circling silver blood golden feather eagle responded cheerfully. It spread its wings and swooped down from a height of several thousand feet. In an instant, it arrived above the crowd. That pair of bright eagle eyes stared vigilantly and hatefully at the 3 people of the Nan family, and slowly landed on Yang Kai's shoulder. Folding its wings, the silver blood golden feather eagle screeched at the 3 Nan family members in a threatening manner. The faces of the Nan family and Xiang family members suddenly paled, Xiangqiu's face twitching slightly as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly unable to believe his own eyes. The unique silver blood golden feather eagle of the Yang family had now landed on Yang Kai's shoulder. There was no need to think too much about Yang Kai's true identity. The Hu sisters stared at Yang Kai without blinking, as if they had just met him. Their beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. The bodies of Xia Rong and Li Fu of Soaring Rainbow Court went limp. He fell limply to the ground. Their two sects had racked their brains to curry favor with Xianxia, aiding him in his evil deeds and slandering Yang Kai. Never had they expected to pick up a sesame seed and throw away a watermelon, offending a person even Xianxia didn't dare to offend. This was the true definition of having eyes but failing to see, short-sighted. Both of their sects had suffered heavy casualties, and each of them had lost an immortal ascension boundary elder to Yang Kai, so they had hoped that Xianxia would avenge them. While they were at it, they could also hug the big tree that was the Xian family, but now everything had been in vain. Forget about revenge, now that they had offended the Yang family's young lord, whether they could survive was another matter altogether. No wonder he said the price of offending him was not something their sects could afford. They really couldn't afford it. Young Master Yang? Xianxia looked at Yang Kai awkwardly, his palms wet with sweat, but he had no choice but to brace himself and ask. Nanxing opened his mouth, his heart filled with regret. This time, he had really been caught in an unexpected disaster. He had just passed by this place on his way back to the Nan family and had not expected to cause such a big trouble. If he had known this would happen, why would he have come here to watch the fun? He could have just ridden his cloud-treading colt back to the Nan family. Faced with Xianxia's inquiry, Yang Kai just glanced at him faintly before concentrating on combing the feathers of the silver blood golden feather eagle perched on his shoulder. This fifth-order flying monster beast was quite special. Its feathers seemed to be made of pure gold, and after being raised by the Yan family for so many years, it had been taken care of very well. Each of its feathers was as sharp as a knife, and its hardness and sharpness were not inferior to an ordinary Earth-grade mid-rank artifact. Coupled with its hook-like beak and sharp claws, an average Yuan Qi realm cultivator may not be its opponent. Only a cultivator at the 6th or 7th stage of Yuan Qi or above would be able to defeat it. Yang Kai did not speak, so even though Xianxia was full of grievances and resentment, he did not dare show the slightest bit of it. Cupping his fists, he stood there with a cautious expression on his face. Nanxing's face turned red as he thickened his face and said, "Young Master Yang, this Nan had eyes but failed to see. What happened just now was this Nan's fault. I hope young Master Yang will not take it to heart." Hu Jiaoer couldn't help but smile contemptuously. Just now, Nanxing had been so overbearing and arrogant, facing more than a dozen second-class sect disciples and not allowing them to resist. But now, in front of the young lord of a super force, his performance was so humble that he almost knelt down and kowtowed to Yang Kai. It was as if he was a completely different person, and the difference in attitude was so great that it made people raise their eyebrows. When the laughter reached Nanxing's ears, it made him feel even more uncomfortable. His expression also changed as he forced a smile and said, "Young lady, please don't take offense, this Nan apologizes to you." Humph. Hu Jiaoer sneered and turned her face away, not wanting to look at this realistic face. The Four Immortal Ascension. Boundary masters from the Nan and Xian family also had no choice but to put down their faces and cup their fists. "Young Master Yang, please forgive us for our rudeness just now." Yang Kai let out a light breath and glanced over at them indifferently, chuckling lightly, "It's not your fault you didn't know." Hearing him say this, the Xiang clan and Nan clan members were all delighted. As long as Yang Kai didn't pursue today's matter, everything would be fine. On top of that, the Yang family's inheritance war was about to begin, so Yang Kai, as the Yang family's young lord, naturally needed to gather support and gather his supporters in order to win the position of the next patriarch. The Xiang and Nan families were both first-class families. With such powerful support, as long as Yang Kai wanted to win in the inheritance war, he would definitely try to win them over. As the saying goes, those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. Yang Kai hadn't suffered any losses from today's events, so naturally, he was willing to let it go. Perhaps today, he would even be able to form a good relationship with the Yang family young lord, creating a story of friendship without discord. Thinking about all kinds of possibilities, Xianxia and Nanxing both wore joyful and expectant expressions. Just as they were celebrating though, the silver blood golden feather eagle on Yang Kai's shoulder suddenly let out a shrill cry, as if it had been injured, flapping its wings and flying high into the sky. What happened? Xianxia asked eagerly, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he stared blankly at Yang Kai, a look of confusion filling his face. The same was true for everyone else. What they saw was Yang Kai holding 2 golden feathers in his hand. These 2 feathers gleamed with a golden light, as if they were finely ground blades, the same length and shape. Obviously, they had been plucked from the silver-blood golden feather eagle. No wonder the eagle had suddenly flown up in fright. After plucking the feathers, Yang Kai didn't even bother to look at them and simply threw them to the ground. "Young Master Yang, what is the meaning of this?" Nanxing was confused as he frowned at Yang Kai. This silver-blood golden feather eagle was extremely handsome and had an excellent appearance. On top of that, it was a rare and precious exotic beast and was the one who had found Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai didn't like it, he wouldn't suddenly attack it. What is he doing? Nanxing couldn't understand. Xianxia, on the other hand, was much more sensitive than Nanxing. Looking at the 2 golden feathers in Yang Kai's hand, he had a bad feeling about this, but before he could think clearly, 2 figures had already approached them. The speed of these 2 people was extremely fast and their bodies were shrouded in a brilliant light. At a glance, it was obvious that their strength wasn't low. The distance of a few thousand meters was crossed in the blink of an eye. The newcomers were a man and a woman. The man was tall and sturdy with a cold expression. There was a long scar on his face that ran from left to right like an earthworm. It was sinister on the bridge of his nose. His aura was as sharp as a blade, and his murderous aura was awe-inspiring. With one look, one could tell that he was a veteran. The woman was in her prime with a graceful figure. It was impossible to tell how old she was, but she was dignified and beautiful. Her pair of phoenix eyes flashed with a sharp light, but her oval face was expressionless and indifferent. Both men and women were immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but the feeling they gave off was much stronger than the masters from the Xiang and Nan families. The moment they saw them, everyone couldn't help comparing them to the 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Nan and Xiang families, but all of them came to the same conclusion. In a one-on-one fight, none of the 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were a match for this man and woman. Each of the Yang family's silver-blood golden feather eagles was followed by a Yang family master so that once they found a Yang family young lord, they could be escorted home. The 2 people in front of them had obviously followed the silver-blood golden feather eagles all the way here. Both of them had a jade token hanging from their waists with a blood-red Yang character written on it. Yang family blood warriors. Fang Lao couldn't help muttering. The Yang family blood warriors had served the Yang family for generations and were extremely loyal to it. Each one of them had outstanding talent and had been trained since childhood. A lot of manpower, material, and financial resources had been spent on their growth. Their origins may not be as noble as those of the young lords and young ladies, but the achievements they could achieve were definitely not lower. The Yang family had an above-immortal Ascension Boundary Grand Elder who was a blood warrior. But now, the Yang family treated him as an honored guest. Even if a direct descendant saw him, they would have to kowtow to him. Therefore, the Yang family blood warriors also represented a powerful combat strength. All of the blood warriors had the ability to fight above their realm and were basically invincible in the same realm. What was most valuable was their loyalty. For the sake of the Yang family, they were willing to sacrifice everything. After all, from a young age, the Yang family had instilled in them the ideology of family supremacy. In order to train them, the Yang family had paid a great price. This was indeed the unique silver-blood golden feather eagle of the Yang family. Yang Kai really was a Yang family young lord. Where is the young lord? The middle-aged man's hawk-like eyes scanned the crowd. His expression didn't change at all because of the presence of the Xiang and Nan families. He simply raised his voice and asked. When he asked this question, the woman also glanced around, trying to find her young lord in the crowd. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk almost everyone's eyes were fixed on Yang Kai. The next moment, the 2 blood warriors also cast their eyes over, and after seeing Yang Kai's face and judging his age and cultivation, their expressions suddenly became suspicious. As blood warriors, they had naturally seen many of the Yang family's young lords. Even if they had never interacted with them, they had at least seen them a few times. The 2 of them had already guessed before coming here that using the silver-blood golden feather eagle, they could easily find their young lord's residence. If he looked familiar, they would be able to determine his identity. However, when they saw Yang Kai, the two of them couldn't help feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Among the Yang family's young lords who had gone out for life experience, how could they be so young? Moreover, this appearance. They hadn't seen him before. It was no wonder they were suspicious. When Yang Kai left home, he was only 12 or 13 years old and was just an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate. Now that more than 5 years had passed, Yang Kai had naturally changed a lot. However, the woman's observation was more detailed, and after a long time, she suddenly exclaimed, "Little lord?" The middle-aged man's eyes couldn't help narrowing as he stared at Yang Kai. His heart couldn't help feeling a storm. Little lord. When he was dismissed, he was the youngest young lord, the one under the command of fourth Master Yang. But, wasn't the little lord congenitally deficient and unable to cultivate? When they left the Yang family this time, the blood warriors had been discussing among themselves. If they were to see the little lord, they would have to strictly guard him because it was very likely that the little lord was just an ordinary person. The Yang family had many enemies, so perhaps this time someone would take advantage of this opportunity to assassinate these scattered young lords. Now that they looked at him again, how could this young man be an ordinary person? He was clearly a cultivator of Yuan Qi State Level 6. Although this level of cultivation could not be considered to be top-notch, it was still not weak. The middle-aged man and the woman looked at each other. Then, with a flash of their bodies, they suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, and an invisible force spread out in all directions. Everyone around Yang Kai was pushed a few dozen feet away. The domineering and overbearing nature of the Yang family was clear to see. The Hu sisters retreated again and couldn't help but pout in anger. "They're both my friends, go easy on them." Yang Kai looked at the two of them indifferently. The middle-aged man and the woman looked calm, as if they didn't care about him at all. Before confirming the true identity of Yang Kai, the blood warriors didn't treat anyone kindly. "Are you really the young master?" The middle-aged man frowned as he looked at Yang Kai and asked with uncertainty. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He flicked his finger and cut a small wound. He lifted his finger and a few drops of blood immediately dripped down. The woman reacted quickly. She quickly took out a jade pendant and respectfully held it with both hands, using it to receive the drops of blood. When the blood fell into the jade pendant, it seemed to be swallowed up and disappeared in an instant. The originally ordinary jade pendant, after absorbing the blood, suddenly exuded a brilliant light. Only a direct descendant of the Yang family could activate the mysterious light in this jade pendant. Confirmed. The middle-aged man and woman glanced at each other and quickly knelt on the ground. Blood warrior, Tu Feng. Blood warrior, Tang Yuxian, greets the little lord. Stand up. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian quickly stood up. When they looked at Yang Kai again, there was a great deal of respect and dignity in their eyes, no longer any of their previous carelessness. If it were any other young lord who had reached the Yuan Qi 6th stage at this moment, they wouldn't have shown such a change. But the little lord was different. Because the fourth Master Yang had not yet recovered from his injuries, the little lord had been born with a congenital deficiency. For more than 10 years in the Yang family, he had always been an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken, but now he had actually grown to such a level. In just 5 years, he had cultivated to the Yuan Qi 6th stage. This kind of speed, even Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help but sigh, so how could they still underestimate him? Moreover, this little lord's position at this moment was quite dangerous. This was the front line of the war with the Ashgrey Cloud Evil Land. As a Yang family young lord, he actually dared to take such a risk and come here. This kind of mentality and courage was obviously not something an ordinary person could possess. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian thought they had taken on a boring job this time, but they hadn't expected to be shocked by the little lord's strength. The direct descendants of the Yang family were all crazy masters, they couldn't be looked at with normal eyes. For a moment, the two of them couldn't help admiring him. After looking at Yang Kai for a while, Tu Feng retracted his gaze and asked, "Who is in charge of this place?" Xianxu's scalp went numb as he quickly stepped forward, smiled bitterly, and cupped his fists, replying to Senior, "This place is managed by my Xiang family." Xiang family. Tu Feng frowned and nodded slightly. The decisive battle was finished 2 days ago, so there should be nothing left to do here, right? If there is nothing else, we'll take the little lord away. If there is something you need, just give us the order and we'll help you on behalf of the little lord. I wouldn't dare. Xianxia was now eager to send these young family people far away, so how could he dare to say anything else, quickly saying, there is nothing left to do here, we're just about to go back, senior, please help yourself. N. Tufeng gave him a look that said, you're quite sensible, quite satisfied. Just as he was about to lead Yang Kai away, his eyes suddenly narrowed and a murderous aura burst out from his body. Tang Yuxian's pretty face also went cold as she stared towards the ground. The Xiang family and Nan family people didn't know what had happened, but all of them were frightened. Heh. Tufeng suddenly chuckled, the scars on his face becoming more and more terrifying. Muttering in a cold tone, I was wondering why the eagle was so frightened, hovering in the sky without landing, so that's what happened. The Xiang family and Nan family people were both shocked. Xiangchu also raised his head, staring at Yang Kai in horror. Only now did he finally react. Yang Kai had just plucked 2 of the silver blood golden feather eagle's feathers and threw them on the ground. This was clearly an attempt to frame someone else. Who dared to hit my Yang family's eagle? Tang Yuxian's face was as cold as ice, her beautiful eyes flashing a murderous intent as she swept her eyes over the Nan family and Xiang family people, coldly shouting, stand up. 2. Feng also sneered, the Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle, each one of them is extremely precious and has not been seen for a long time, yet someone actually dares to have ideas about it, interesting. Senior. Xiangchu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, seemingly only now realizing the viciousness of Yang Kai's actions. I had eyes but failed to recognize the silver blood golden feather eagle in time. It was indeed abrupt, but I didn't hurt it. Didn't recognize it? Tufeng coldly snorted, what's the point of having eyes? Tang Yuxian also responded aggressively, you didn't hurt it? Then what's the matter with these 2 feathers? This. Xiangchu was suddenly speechless. He couldn't just say that the Yang family's little lord had plucked these feathers himself and threw them on the ground, regardless of whether they believed him or not. It was a fact that they had attacked the silver blood golden feather eagle. There were so many pairs of eyes watching. The Yang family was famous for being domineering and arrogant. How could they be easily dealt with after their eagle was injured? Seeing the faces of the Xiang and Nan family masters all pale and filled with righteous indignation, they couldn't help feeling bitter. All of them looked like they had lost their parents, while the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall couldn't help feeling happy. Sure enough, retribution for retribution, what goes around comes around. Just now, they had joined forces with Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court to frame Yang Kai, but now the tables had completely turned. It was as if all the injustice and slander they had just inflicted on Yang Kai had been completely borne by them. Xiangchu still wanted to defend himself, but Su Lao slowly shook his head at him. Defending himself in front of the Yang family was tantamount to playing a lute to a cow. It was completely useless. With a pale face, Su Lao said, this matter is our fault, friend, please explain yourself. What's the rules of the martial world? Tu Feng sneered. The 4 immortal ascension boundary masters all paled. After a moment, all of them sighed deeply, knowing that they had kicked an iron plate this time. The 2 immortal ascension boundary masters behind Nanxing stepped forward and glanced at each other, their faces filled with sadness, immediately stretching out their fingers and condensing their chi into a blade. The 2 Nan family masters' eyes filled with sadness, their bodies couldn't help trembling slightly, hesitating. Tu Feng stared at them coldly, his yuan chi surging unscrupulously. Tang Yuxian's pretty face also wore a cold expression, as if she was dissatisfied, she would immediately begin a slaughter. Huh. A faint sigh came out from the mouths of the 2 masters, both of them closing their eyes, a trace of pain and despair filling their faces. The yuan chi blade slashed down, and with a flash of light, the 2 masters' arms flew off from their elbows, blood gushing out. With a muffled groan, the faces of the 2 masters instantly turned pale, quickly circulating their secret arts to stop the flow of blood, one of them trembling as he stared at Tu Feng and asked, is this enough? All the disciples from the second-class sects were horrified. Although they had long heard that the Yang family was powerful and domineering, none of them had expected it to be so monstrous. Just a single question from this blood warrior had forced 2 masters to cripple their own arms. These were 2 immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage masters. If they were placed in their sects, they would definitely be elders or protectors, perhaps even comparable to the sect master. But now, they had been bullied like this without daring to resist. It wasn't until this moment that the second-class sects truly understood what the Yan family was, what the head of the 8 great families was. This kind of heritage and momentum was something their sects simply couldn't compare with. Tu Feng coldly said, "Only 2 people? From what I can see, there are 4 masters here." The 2 immortal ascension boundary masters from the Xiang family were suddenly stunned. Feng Lao and Su Lao of the Xiang family really hadn't attacked the silver blood golden feather eagle just now, and Su Lao had even stopped the actions of the 3 Nan family elders, but the Yan family blood warrior obviously wasn't willing to give up so easily. "We didn't attack that eagle." Su Lao's forehead oozed cold sweat as he hurriedly tried to defend himself. Severing one's own arm was not a minor injury. After losing an arm, a master's strength would drop by at least 20%, possibly even more, which was equivalent to becoming a half-cripple in the future. Tu Feng didn't seem to hear him at all, staring at him and Feng Lao coldly. "An arm, or your life, choose." Feng Lao and Su Lao's expressions changed greatly. They hadn't expected Tu Feng to be so unreasonable. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time." Tu Feng continued to pressure them. Su Lao and Feng Lao's eyes suddenly dimmed as they glanced at each other, both shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. "2 elders, this Xianxia owes you this much." Xianxia took a deep breath, filled with grief and indignation. What else could these 2 masters say? Their young lord was right next to them, and although they knew that it was impossible for a blood warrior to kill the heir of a first-class family for no reason, killing the 2 of them wasn't a big problem. "We admit defeat." Su Lao and Feng Lao's expressions became gloomy, no longer saying anything. Just like the other 2, they gathered their yuan qi, condensed it into a blade, and cut off one of their arms. "Is that okay?" Su Lao asked with a pale face. "Is there no one else?" Tu Feng asked, his eyes sweeping across the other side like a hawk. Nanxing felt uncomfortable being stared at and couldn't help shrinking his neck. Yang Kai grinned at him. Nanxing's face also went white. Nanxing was the first one to attack the silver blood golden feather eagle. The Xiang family Su Lao and Feng Lao were only implicated. "It looks like there's still someone else." Tu Feng saw Nanxing's guilty and panicked expression and knew that this matter was related to him, so he shouted, "Do you want me to do it myself?" The faces of the 4 masters from the Nan family and Xiang family changed again. The blood warrior had bullied them and ordered them to cut off one of their arms. They had nothing to say, nor did they have the ability to resist. But now that Tu Feng had actually set his sights on Nanxing, the situation was completely different. Nanxing was the young lord of a first-class family and the successor of the Nan family. If he really lost one of his arms here, it wouldn't be a trivial matter. Therefore, even though the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters knew the strength of the blood warrior, they couldn't help glaring at Tu Feng with resentment and vigilance, secretly circulating their yuan qi. If they continued to be pressured, there was bound to be a great battle. Yang Kai suddenly chuckled, "Young Lord Nan's identity is honorable, there's no need to cut off one of his arms." Tu Feng's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. On the other hand, Nanxing glanced towards Yang Kai with a look of surprise and gratitude, obviously not having expected this young man would actually let him go. "Just cut off 2 of your fingers." Yang Kai's smile faded as he said. The gratitude in Nanxing's eyes quickly faded, replaced by a look of extreme resentment. "Good, since the little lord says so, you can cut off 2 of your own fingers." Tu Feng nodded, seemingly giving Nanxing a great gift. "Good." Nanxing was also a decisive person. Hearing this, he didn't waste any more time, pulling out a dagger from his waist, and with a flash of light, 2 of his fingers fell to the ground. During this entire process, he didn't even bat an eyelid. "I'll remember you." Nanxing grit his teeth and glared at Yang Kai coldly, muttering under his breath. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Young Lord Nan, this is just a punishment for injuring Ying-er. Have you forgotten that there is still a debt between us that has yet to be settled?" Nanxing's complexion changed greatly as he suddenly went silent. Yang Kai really still had grievances with them. Just now, Xianxia and Nanxing had wanted to kill Yang Kai, and if it weren't for the timely arrival of the golden feather eagle, they would have already started fighting. Yang Kai clearly didn't want to resolve his grievances so easily, so he had plucked the eagle's feathers and retaliated on the spot. Listening to him say this, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both wore calm expressions, not showing the slightest surprise, as if they had already noticed the tense atmosphere here. However, both of them remained silent, staring curiously at Yang Kai, wondering what he was going to do. The Blood Warrior's mission this time was only to safely bring back the Yang family's direct descendants. There were no other instructions. Just now, they had forced the Nan and Xiang family masters to retreat only because the golden feather eagle had been injured. Now, if Yang Kai wanted to find trouble with these people, that was Yang Kai's business. The two Blood Warriors wouldn't intervene. They were loyal to the Yang family, not Yang Kai. In other words, Yang Kai didn't have the qualifications or strength to order them to do anything. Only when his life was in danger would the two Blood Warriors act. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian suddenly felt that this time, they had received the little lord. Quite interesting. Both of them were members of the Yang family, so they were naturally arrogant and domineering. Yang Kai's aggressive and unrelenting attitude was clearly to their liking. For a moment, both of them were looking forward to it. Xianxia laughed dryly. What does young Master Yang want us to do? His fist wasn't as big as his opponent's, so Xianxia had no choice but to tuck his tail between his legs. Su Lao also endured the heart-wrenching pain and said with a frown, "We admit defeat this time. However, as the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy. Young Master Yang, you also want to participate in the inheritance war. Please reconsider." Yang Kai's expression became cold as he coldly snorted, "Reconsider? Ridiculous." As soon as his voice fell, two blood-red petals suddenly flew out from his body. A floral fragrance wafted out, lingering around the tip of everyone's nose. Thousand blossoming blood begonia. The petals fluttered in the air, suddenly transforming into two red lights that flashed and disappeared. Two muffled groans rang out as Xie Rong and soaring rainbow quartz Li Fu fell to the ground, their vitality drained away. Everyone was in an uproar. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stared at Yang Kai in amazement while the faces of the Nan and Xiang family members all changed. No one seemed to have expected this. He actually dared to kill someone in front of so many people. As soon as Xie Rong and Li Fu died, the remaining members of Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court all collapsed to the ground, looking at Yang Kai in horror, a chill running down their spines. The two petals flickered one after another. A series of muffled sounds rang out, and all the disciples of the Thunder Light Court and Soaring Rainbow Court died in a short span of 10 breaths of time. The ground was littered with corpses. Xianxia and Nanxing's breathing suddenly stagnated as they involuntarily gulped. Within 3 months. I want to see your sincerity in the central capital, otherwise I don't mind destroying the prestige of a first-class family. Yang Kai's eyes were cold. He suddenly chuckled, "You can keep your lives for now." Xiangqiu's face suddenly became extremely ugly, a burst of bitter taste spreading in his mouth. Nanxing was even more furious, covering the wound on his hand as he glared at Yang Kai. After a long time, Xiangqiu finally managed to squeeze out a forced smile, "Many thanks. Let's go." With a wave of his hand, Xiangqiu led the group away. "Those 3 cloud-treading colts are mine." Yang Kai glanced over at the 3 monster beasts that the Nan family had just mounted and said faintly. Nanxing, who had already mounted his mount, couldn't help taking a deep breath when he heard this and quickly jumped back down, quickly being dragged away by the 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters beside him. Tang Yuxian pursed her lips and stared at Yang Kai with a funny expression, thinking that this little lord of hers seemed to be a child who hadn't grown up yet, always acting like a bully. Opening her mouth, she was about to speak when Tu Feng slowly shook his head at her. "Little Lord, Yuxian and I will wait for you over there." Tu Feng's appearance was rough, but his mind was quite sharp. Knowing that Yang Kai still had something to say to his friends, he left with Tang Yuxian first. Yang Kai nodded. After everyone had left, leaving behind only the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall, Yang Kai discovered that these people were all looking at him strangely. Many of these people's eyes were filled with awe, but to Yang Kai's relief, the Hu sisters and Feng Ziki didn't look at him in such a way. Not only that, Hu Jiaoer's beautiful eyes also flashed a hint of hatred. Do you have any questions? Yang Kai rubbed his nose and looked towards the Hu sisters. Hu Mei'er pursed her lips and wanted to ask something but didn't. Hu Jiao'er, on the other hand, coldly said, no. Yang Kai couldn't help but ask, you really don't? No means no, I already know what I need to know, what else do you need to ask? Hu Jiao'er glared at him fiercely before grabbing her sister's hand and saying, come on, let's go home. Hu Mei'er smiled apologetically to Yang Kai before quickly catching up with her sister's pace. Guanqi cupped his fists towards Yang Kai and also let out a hollow laugh before leading the others away. Feng Ziki stayed behind and asked, Brother Yang, is the inheritance war fun? I don't know, I've never tried it before. Yang Kai shook his head. Do you want to participate? Feng Ziki raised his brow and asked. As long as one has a certain level of strength, they must participate, it's not up to me. Yang Kai nodded. Interesting, I'll definitely visit you in the central capital some other day. Feng Ziki laughed. I'll be waiting. Yang Kai also smiled. A gust of wind blew through Yang Kai's black hair. Standing in place, Yang Kai watched the dozen or so people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall gradually disappear into the distance. Among the crowd, there were two women who from time to time glanced back until they disappeared from sight. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian appeared beside Yang Kai like ghosts and waited quietly. I'm going to retreat for a while. Wait for me for a while. Yang Kai ordered lightly before diving into the camp and finding a fairly spacious house. Entering it. Tang Yuxian responded in a daze. After a long time, Tang Yuxian's brow furrowed slightly. Retreat? Is the little lord about to break through? There are some signs. Tu Feng nodded slightly. Agreeing with Tang Yuxian's opinion, his yuan qi is fluctuating a bit, it is indeed a sign of a breakthrough. It seems that before we came here, he experienced a great battle. If it weren't for this reason, how could he suddenly break through without warning? Tu Feng smiled faintly, looking up at the golden feather eagle in the sky. Yuxian, do you think the little lord is a bit soft-hearted? Tang Yuxian tilted her head and looked at Tu Feng. I just think he's still a child, it's inevitable that his methods would be softer. Tu Feng slowly shook his head and quickly said, Yang family people. Even if he's a child, don't underestimate him. Yuxian, you've been in the Yang family for so many years, how can you still be so naive? This little lord is not as simple as you think. What do you mean? Tang Yuxian suddenly became interested. You can see that he has grievances with the Xiang and Nan families, right? Tang Yuxian chuckled lightly, I'm not blind, naturally I can see it. Moreover, their grievances don't seem to be shallow. What do you think the little lord should do? Kill him. Tang Yuxian said lightly, he should try to win them over, the inheritance war needs such allies. By doing this, he has offended so many people while also releasing a tiger back to the mountain. I'm afraid the Xiang and Nan families will become his enemies in the future. That's why I said you were too naive. Tu Feng grinned, those two young men can't be killed. Both of them are the next patriarchs of the Xiang and Nan families. If we really kill them, the little lord will also be in trouble. He doesn't have enough power right now to deal with such troubles. Not to mention he doesn't have the ability to kill their young masters under the noses of 4 immortal ascension boundary masters. Then we should win them over. Tang Yuxian spat disdainfully. We've already offended them, what's the point of winning them over? Even if we win them over, I'm afraid the 2 young masters will still be disloyal, so it's better to go down this dark road and offend them as much as possible while scraping as many benefits from them as possible. Tu Feng narrowed his eyes, some people need to be beaten until they're afraid, until they tremble at the sight of you, then they won't be able to resist. But the little lord obviously doesn't have the means or strength to do so. The little lord really can't do this, after all, he's still young, but he should have such intentions towards the Xiang and Nan families, otherwise he wouldn't have acted so domineering. I'd like to see how he performs in the inheritance war. Tang Yuxian suddenly became puzzled, why are you so interested in him? Tu Feng chuckled, reaching out his hand and grabbing the 2 golden feathers on the ground. Handing one of them to Tang Yuxian, Tu Feng said, these 2 feathers weren't knocked off at all. Tang Yuxian stared at them and couldn't help feeling surprised, they were plucked off? Who plucked them? Who else could it be? Tang Yuxian glanced towards the spot where young Kai was in seclusion and exclaimed, so insidious? He's actually using us as bait. After saying so, she stared at Tu Feng and asked, since you already saw through it, why did you let him do as he pleased? Why would I expose him on the spot? Tu Feng rolled his eyes, no matter what, he's still a young lord of the Yang family, how could I do something that would cause him to lose face? Smelly brat, he's really insidious. Tang Yuxian grit her teeth. Being taken advantage of like this, Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling somewhat unconvinced. She was an immortal Ascension boundary master, yet she couldn't even see through such a trick, it was really a bit shameful. Tu Feng frowned, this time, we don't know if the Blood Warriors will be required to participate in the inheritance war. If they do, the two of us will need to find a trustworthy and powerful young lord to follow. You know, in the inheritance war, the consequences of standing on the wrong side are very serious. Do you want to follow him? Tang Yuxian frowned. I don't have such an idea for the time being. We've only just met him, so it's still not too bad. Let's see how he performs on the road. Haha, the Yang family's unwritten rules, on the way home, not only are the young lords trying to conquer us, we're also observing them to see if they're worth following. I'll do as you say. Tang Yuxian nodded, after saying so, she smiled charmingly, I'll have to carefully keep my eyes open, I can't be used by him again. Haha. Tu Feng laughed loudly. Yang Kai walked out in high spirits. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian quickly stepped forward and saluted, carefully examining him and discovering that he had indeed broken through to the Yuanqi boundary 7th stage. The two blood warriors nodded secretly, also feeling some admiration in their hearts. Being able to break through so quickly after the great battle, this little lord's aptitude should not be bad. What was strange though was that after more than a decade in the Yang family, why was he just an ordinary person? What had happened to him in the past few years that allowed him to achieve what he had now in one fell swoop? Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stared at Yang Kai with different expressions on their faces, seemingly waiting for something. What happened to the Yang family? Why did you call us back so early this time? Yang Kai frowned and asked the two. Tu Feng's face was a little gloomy as he replied, the patriarch was injured. During the decisive battle with the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Lands Masters, the patriarch was injured by the profounding Ghost King and the annihilating Poison King. Poison Qi and Ghost Qi entered his body at the same time. Although he was treated in time and his life was saved, the elders of the family said that the situation was not optimistic, so we must determine the next patriarch as soon as possible. The patriarch was injured? Yang Kai was stunned. The current patriarch of the Yang family should be Yang Kai's great-uncle, Yang Yinghao. His strength was not low, but such a character had actually been injured during the Great Battle, and it seemed that his injuries were not light. Otherwise, the patriarch would not have been so anxious to call back the Yang family's direct descendants and start the inheritance war. I understand. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Regarding the people and matters of the family, Yang Kai didn't know much about the Yang family, and even his uncles had only met a few times. Besides his own parents, Yang Kai didn't have much affection for the other members of the Yang family. This was also the case for the other direct descendants of the Yang family. The previous generation's direct descendants had only returned to the family after 10 years of experience outside, and during the inheritance war, they had not shown any mercy to their brothers, so the bond between the Yang family members was very thin. It wasn't as deep as the other families. Seeing his calm reaction, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also didn't show much surprise. The two of them had been in the Yang family for so long, so they naturally understood the temperament of the Yang family. Young master, Tu Feng asked, if there is nothing else, let's return to the Yang family first. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he asked, is there a deadline set by the family? No. Tu Feng slowly shook his head. Furthermore, I reckon that you are the first young master to be found. 2 days ago, the Golden Feather Eagle was released. Yuxian and I chased you all the way here, and we were very lucky to run into you. The others are probably still searching with the Golden Feather Eagles. That's good. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Young master, do you still have something to do? Yes. I want to go back to the sect. Yang Kai nodded. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian glanced at each other and couldn't help marveling. The cuckoo bird Yang family's direct disciples were all raised in the wild. They hid their identities and lived in other sections. After 10 years, these young lords would secretly leave the sect, not wanting to let their sect elders or brothers and sisters know about it. After all, after living there for so many years, even if they were made of wood, they would still have some feelings. Deceiving the sect like this would cause them to feel guilty. But this young man in front of them not only didn't sneak away, he actually wanted to go back. This was quite interesting. Yang Kai didn't know how to explain this to his sect elders. Tang Yuxian suddenly became curious and asked, "What is the name of young master's sect?" Yang Kai chuckled and glanced over at her, only to see her grinning and looking expectantly at him, seemingly wanting to inquire about the situation. "It's better if I don't say." Tang Yuxian was startled, not quite understanding what he meant. However, as a blood warrior, she didn't ask any more questions, only faintly feeling that this young lord wasn't easy to deal with. "Let's go." Yang Kai had already jumped onto the cloud-treading colt and shouted towards her and Tu Feng. The two blood warriors glanced at each other before leaping onto the cloud-treading colts as well. Although they were both immortal ascension boundary masters and their flying speed was quite fast, since they had cloud-treading colts, they were naturally happy to save some energy and yuan qi. The 3 cloud-treading colts flew as fast as lightning. Above their heads, the silver blood golden feather eagle followed, letting out a clear cry from time to time. From here to High Heaven Pavilion was at least 10,000 kilometers away. Even riding a cloud-treading colt would take 2 to 3 days to reach it. However, Yang Kai didn't go at full speed, instead maintaining a moderate speed. The Yang family's unwritten rule was one that Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian knew, but how could Yang Kai not know? Along the way, his performance would affect the choices of these 2 blood warriors in the future. Participating in the inheritance war wasn't just about the strength of the Yang family young lords. It could even be said that one's own strength was the least important aspect. What mattered in the inheritance war was how much support a young lord could gather and how many forces would bow their heads. The more support a young lord could gather and the more forces would bow their heads, the more it would show the young lord's connections and means, allowing him to sit in the Yang family patriarch's position. The Yang family was the head of the 8 great families, so what it needed was connections and means. Yang Kai could be said to be poor right now, so naturally he was very interested in these 2 blood warriors who had come to escort him home. If he could convince them on the road, it would be equivalent to having 2 powerful immortal ascension boundary helpers on his way home. Therefore, on this road, he couldn't go too fast. If he went too fast, even if Yang Kai had all kinds of means, he wouldn't have enough time to use them, but he also couldn't go too slow, otherwise he would appear lazy. Yang Kai led the way while Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian followed without complaint. In one day, they traveled 2,000 kilometers, leisurely. After 3 days, they had only covered half of the distance. At night, the 3 stopped to rest. Tu Feng went out to hunt while Tang Yuxian searched for dry wood nearby. A bonfire was lit. After the bonfire was lit, Tu Feng also returned with a full harvest. The 2 of them worked together to clean the meat in a nearby stream before returning and roasting it over the fire. While the 2 of them were busy, Yang Kai was a few dozen meters away, constantly whistling as he teased the silver blood golden feather eagle that had landed on a treetop to rest. Over the past few days, once they stopped to rest, Yang Kai would tease the golden feather eagle like this. But after 3 days, the harvest was minimal. The golden feather eagle seemed to hold a grudge. That day, in order to frame Nanxing and Xianxia, Yang Kai had plucked 2 of its golden feathers. Even now, the eagle still regarded Yang Kai as its greatest enemy. When Yang Kai approached it slightly, it would cry out and flap its wings fiercely. Even if Yang Kai was a direct descendant of the Yang family, he still couldn't control it. Tang Yuxian spun the roasted meat in her hand. Glancing over at Yang Kai, she couldn't help smiling when she saw that he still hadn't made any progress. "Serves him right," Tang Yuxian said softly. Although the silver blood golden feather eagle is only a 5th-order monster beast, its sentience is very high. Don't even think about getting close to it for the rest of your life. Tu Feng also nodded heavily, apparently agreeing with Tang Yuxian's opinion. The little lord should also know this. Why is he still doing such a thankless thing? Tang Yuxian frowned. Tu Feng grinned meaningfully. An ulterior motive isn't in the wine. What do you mean? Tang Yuxian asked curiously. Tu Feng smacked his lips. The little lord is trying to find a way to impress us. You don't understand? Haven't you noticed that our speed these past few days hasn't been very fast? He's just stalling for time. Tang Yuxian was surprised. After thinking about it for a moment, she suddenly felt that what Tu Feng said made sense, glancing over at him with her beautiful eyes. How can you be so meticulous? You've grown so big and vain. Tu Feng chuckled. It's not that I'm meticulous, it's just that the little lord's intentions are too obvious. Even a fool can understand. Ahem, it seems I said something wrong. What do you think? Tang Yuxian looked at him with a smile, causing Tu Feng to suddenly feel embarrassed. Not bothering to pursue the matter, Tang Yuxian turned to look at Yang Kai and smiled. If he thinks so, he's destined to be disappointed. And, don't worry about him, we just need to ensure his safety. Tu Feng grinned, then called out to Yang Kai, Little Lord, it's time to eat. Yang Kai nodded and walked back with a calm expression. While eating, Tang Yuxian smiled and turned to Yang Kai and asked, Little Lord, how is your progress? Hearing her ask this, Tu Feng quickly winked at her, indicating that she shouldn't meddle in Yang Kai's affairs. Yang Kai hadn't made any progress. If she asked, wouldn't that be embarrassing the young lord? In fact, Tang Yuxian was also being kind and wanted to remind Yang Kai not to waste his efforts, lest the greater his expectations, the greater his disappointment. Young people like to show off was understandable. Unexpectedly, after hearing her question, Yang Kai actually smiled faintly and replied casually while eating, Almost, I should be able to eliminate its hostility by tomorrow. Tang Yuxian and Tu Feng suddenly froze and stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, not knowing what to say. How is it almost? Isn't it obvious he's still far from it? Moreover, how could he be so sure he could eliminate the golden feather eagle's hostility by tomorrow? That monster beast was born to hold grudges. After plucking 2 of its feathers, it would never pay you any mind for the rest of its life. What's wrong? Yang Kai saw their silence and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Tu Feng quickly shook his head and smiled, Then I wish the little lord success. Tu Feng's words were quite insincere, but Yang Kai didn't seem to notice and just nodded lightly. Tang Yuxian pursed her lips and suddenly felt a headache coming on. The little lord in front of her was so confident and had made such bold claims. If the golden feather eagle still ignored him tomorrow, wouldn't he lose face? The little lord would lose face, and if he became angry. At this moment, Tang Yuxian even had thoughts of killing the golden feather eagle. As long as the golden feather eagle died tonight, the little lord wouldn't have to feel embarrassed tomorrow. Glancing at Tu Feng, both of them lowered their heads and remained silent, neither of them willing to say another word. Yang Kai carefully observed the situation, and while eating the barbecue, the corners of his mouth slowly rose, blooming into an imperceptible smile. End of chapter 366. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.